Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to Elden Ring. Let's finish this one up, shall we? I mean, this is certainly not going to be the last stream. Obviously, there is still more to come. But I do feel like we're approaching the finale of the game. So let's get into it. The thing why I'm saying that it's still going to take some time is because I still have to do this area, obviously. So I do want to do the sewers of the capital. Not quite sure how long they're going to take. I mean, I expect this to be somewhat of a bigger area with a possible, hopefully unique boss at the end. Other than that, though, the main thing after it will be to climb up to the peak of the giants and the flame of the giants. And our current goal seems to be to actually set fire to the Earth Tree. Now, that being said, I don't know if there's going to be something else after it, right? I do have a feeling that there is, even after that whole giants thing, after we set fire to the Earth Tree, that there's going to be something else, right? Something else that we still need to do after it at the very end. How long that's going to be, how much that's going to be, obviously, I have absolutely no idea. But, well, we'll see when we get to it, shall we? Until then, let's continue with this area. So, the last time I actually did find a room, or rather I went back to the room that I was in before with an enemy that was giving me a little bit trouble before. And there seems to be a statue in there that looks like it can move. The question being, how does it move? So one thing that I did do, though, is unlock that shortcut. So now that one's open. The problem is the big guys are here all the time. So I feel like until I can figure out how to move that statue, it'll be somewhat difficult to actually go there, because both guys are going to run after me. Which I feel like is certainly sort of an interesting choice that they made here. The fact that all of these guys are here and are roaming around as well. Definitely very threatening. Nope. Wait, did one of them see me? I think he might have. Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm always on the fence. I think I talked about this last time as well. I'm always a little bit on the fence about designs like this. Obviously, it's kind of cool that they're making this fairly threatening with these big enemies being here. Then again, at the same time... Wait, was my weapon unequipped? What did I do last time? Oh, right, I think I tried out Shadowbait, didn't I? Yeah. But with that being said, it just, I wouldn't say that it necessarily limits exploration, but it certainly makes it a bit more annoying. Aw, thought he would fall down. Oh well, whatever. Because after a certain point, you know, particularly in this case, all of these guys, I've killed, like, what, 5 times now? Which is slightly boring after a while. So, yeah. That being said, this time around, I do want to check out what's down below here, because I feel like that's actually the only way you're able to really continue here. Question being, how the hell do I jump down? Because this... certainly doesn't seem like it would be... This is too high up, so I need to jump down somewhere else. On some other pipe. Does he just not care that I'm running below him? Sometimes it is a bit strange, in my opinion, like how the AI sometimes decides to attack. I know that I think a lot of the times they've actually set these things sort of to activate manually, so it's not the AI that is, you know, doing things. It's the sort of purpose-built ambushes by the game developers. Okay, you can just fall down. Or you can glitch into the pipe. Whatever suits your fancy. So last time I went through that back door over there, something saw me but doesn't want to attack. Maybe. Weird. I went through the doorway, and that's what leads back to the statue that somehow moves. Might be that it just overlooked how it can move, theoretically, or I need to do something else. Okay, so there is, let me see, there is a pipe over here. What the fuck is that? I didn't see that there are these giant shrimps down there. Is that what saw me? Why did he see me? I don't know. The pipe doesn't seem too high up, though. Let's just do it. Okay. That did work. Alright, I always need to remember where I actually put my healing. So the good thing is I can probably deal with it from here. Unless, yeah, unless it has something like this. Well, this is a bit boring. Oh, fuck. Well... Oh, fuck. Oh, I hate timings on these things. I always hate... Oh, for fuck's sake, are you kidding me? He has a follow-up on that? Really? Yeah. I really, really dislike the HP inflation. I'm sorry. These guys, the thing is, it is difficult, right? It is difficult because I can see why they would want this to be a very threatening area, right? So I can get along with this. You know, in a way, it's pretty cool. But, I guess it's... Oh, for fuck's sake. Doesn't he always fall down over here? Oh, well. I think sort of my main gripe with this... Well, now you're... Are you kidding? What the hell? Of course, I knew this would happen. I just knew it. Ah, well. It's not even half a level that I lost. Still annoying, but at least now I can just continue without, you know, being bothered by anything. Actually, that comes back to a point that I made repeatedly throughout my playthrough. I just think the fact that you drop your runes on death and that you can recollect them, that is sort of a relic of a time long past. I think it just doesn't make sense. And, you know, as I said multiple times as well, Sekiro is still my favorite FromSoft game in terms of gameplay. Setting, I mean, the setting's still really cool. Let's not get into this, but Sekiro definitely actually with quite a bit of a quite a bit of an advantage as well. Like, I think that Sekiro's gameplay really is like, you know, above, like comfortably above all of the other FromSoft games. And the fact that you just lose skill points on death in Sekiro, I still don't like that system. Overall, I think these systems, they don't work that well. And losing the runes on death, you know, what should make these areas threatening are the enemies and the difficulty of getting through it and the ambushes and traps and whatnot. And I feel like they could do a lot more if they wouldn't limit themselves because of the fact that, for fuck, why are you suddenly hitting me? I've run through here like eight or 9 times already. He never hit me. He always jumped down over here and never hit me. And now suddenly he's hitting me. No idea how that works, but... Also, the other guy never jumped down before, and now he suddenly does. Maybe my initial movement through this area was, well, weird or different. Different in a way that they just didn't expect. But yeah, I think that if you make your player drop runes on death, then inflating enemy HP like this is more boring and annoying than anything else. Especially when something like this happens, right? And you know, it's just weird because of how the AI works or something. Other than that, I think yeah, they should have long come up with a different solution with the runes. I think you should just keep the runes. They could adjust, they need to desperately adjust the leveling system, for example. I mean, they really need to adjust a lot to make this game a lot more modern and... I mean, yeah, saying things like making the game more modern, I know that it always sort of annoys people because they feel like, you know, they're possibly losing what made these games so special in the first place, and I can get behind that, right? I really, really get why people don't want change to happen to these FromSoft games and their systems, because it's such a unique thing, right? And because it's really built sort of a certain culture of game that sadly is missing on a lot of other places. But that's sort of my point, right? Just because most, especially AAA games, have very boring and bad gameplay nowadays, and also are just way too easy and completely unbalanced in most cases, and, you know, overall just not really fun to play, unfortunately. Just because other games are really, really bad doesn't excuse FromSoft games not innovating on their own systems, right? I really, really get this desire that people have to keep FromSoft's games sort of as similar as possible, because I think a lot of people just have this fear of, if they change something, it'll just get easier, right? They'll target the mainstream more, and it will wash out what made these games unique in the first place. And I absolutely get that, right? I absolutely get that. But that being said, I still think that there is a lot, like a metric fuck ton, to improve here, right? A lot of the game systems just need overhauling in a major way. And Not making them easier, obviously, you know. Actually, I would prefer if they made it harder. And that's what I said earlier, right? I think something like... Oh, there's another one. Some of these systems, like dropping the runes on death, unfortunately make it so that... Why can you attack through that? Are you kidding me? These systems, like dropping the runes on death, make it so that I think they are sort of limiting themselves through that, right? I think because of that, they sometimes feel like they maybe can't introduce, you know, really, really powerful enemies in certain areas, or they can't really put in like really bad traps. I think one thing that you know, after going through it, obviously I haven't finished Dark Souls 2, right? I think I was like 60 hours into my playthrough when Elden Ring came out, and so I kind of stopped that. And I need to come back to that at some point. But one thing that I actually quite enjoyed about Dark Souls 2 is that compared to the other FromSoft games, it's really not holding back on having these gotcha moments and these really, really unfair traps that you have no way of knowing that they exist, and then something will stab you in the back, some environmental thing will just straight up kill you, right, if you don't notice it. And a lot of these things are very, very hard to notice. So Dark Souls 2 went above and beyond, even compared to the other FromSoft games, of being this game that just has all these kinds of gotcha moments and traps and really awful in a good way things, right? And it honestly feels like they held back on those kinds of things way more in their other games. Probably because they felt like it would be too unfair, or because the player wouldn't really have a chance of getting back their runes and stuff, right? Which can be very, very frustrating. And I feel like removing those kinds of things... I'm not a big fan of removing systems overall, right? I feel like every time you remove something from a game, even though if there is a really, really good reason for removing it, like you could, for example, say that in the past, a lot of RPGs, Oblivion, the Elder Scrolls series is a big thing for that. They have these really dumb weight limit systems, right? So you can carry around pretty much a complete mall of things, right? Like a giant, you could open up a giant shop of weapons and armor and whatnot with all the things that you can carry around in Skyrim, for example. Yet the game still has a weight limit, right? And looking at it, like, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever that a game like Skyrim has a weight limit, because it doesn't improve realism, and it doesn't improve gameplay in any sort of way, because it's not really limiting at all, because it's insane how much you can still carry, right? So either you make a weight system... So, for example, in FromSoft's games, the weight system actually makes sense, right? Because it has a tangible impact on gameplay with the slow rolls and everything. But it also, at the same time, doesn't limit what you can build with your character. And it doesn't, at least in their newer games, they got rid of the whole stash system. There is still a stash in the game, but that's for other reasons. You have access to all the armor and everything at all times, on all the weapons, but they only count the weight that you're actually carrying at any given moment on your character, right? The things that you have equipped. And the equipment has, as I said, a tangible effect on gameplay. So it makes sense that it would be there. In other games, it just doesn't make any sense, so it shouldn't be there. But just straight up removing a system like that, I feel like is a bad choice as well. As a developer, if you're doing that, you should think about, well, first of all, why are we removing it? And can we either change it in a certain way, like FromSoft did, where it still makes sense and sort of in spirit is the same thing more or less as the previous system that you're trying to get rid of, or you come up with something completely different that maybe doesn't even have anything to do with the system that you removed, but still introduces a fun other gameplay thing that the player needs to care about, right? However you do it, never ever just remove something from your game, because ultimately that's what a lot of AAA games nowadays did, and the result is that the gameplay is just boring and repetitive, right? And the same thing applies here. I feel like your player dropping runes or something on death, there is no interesting, at least to me, that's not an interesting thing anymore, right? I feel like it had its place in a game like Demon Souls, Dark Souls, certainly, but even by the time that Bloodborne came out, I felt like that was a system that just didn't work that well anymore. They tried to put a new spin on it in Bloodborne, which I feel like was interesting, that enemies picked your blood echoes up and you had to kill a certain enemy to get them back. But that didn't really work in Bloodborne, unfortunately, right? The system was really, really buggy because it didn't really consider the enemy that killed you, but instead considered the location where you were killed. And more often than not, the blood echoes were still just put on the ground, which, yeah, either you change the system or you don't, but don't make a weird hybrid like that. That didn't really work either. But I feel like it's difficult to come up with something that would like with an alternative system that has sort of the same idea behind it, right? This idea of having a chance to get back to your progress point and actually kind of being rewarded for it, right? I think that's also what a lot of people don't realize, is that actually FromSoft's system of being able to pick up runes and souls and whatnot is easier than what other games are doing, where they're just resetting you to a certain checkpoint, right? Because typically, the way checkpoint systems have always worked is that they just reset your progress to the latest checkpoint. Obviously, over the years, games have changed to a point where they pretty much checkpoint you like every second, right? So you never really lose progress. But if we go back to older checkpoint systems, or quote-unquote hardcore modes in modern games, they'll reset you to the beginning of the level, let's say, right? So you pretty much just straight up lose all your progress. Whereas in FromSoft's games, it's actually easier because you can get back your progress, at least the quote-unquote experience that your character had gained. Which is an interesting idea, but I think it's a very rudimentary one, right? I think one of the biggest strengths that FromSoft's games have is the fact that, you don't have a map. Like enemies can be, their location can be very obscured, right? So a lot of what makes, especially traversing through a level so special in FromSoft's games, is that it's sort of the whole setup, right? You mentally building a map of the level and, getting to know enemy placements, learning enemies' movements and how to best defeat them, possibly their strengths and weaknesses. And I think that's a point that should be where some form of evolution should happen. So I think they should just straight up get rid of the whole getting back your runes thing. You should just straight up keep them when you die. But instead, they should change up their levels to where they have more complicated moments that you need to figure out, right? So more puzzles, more actual puzzles would be great. And possibly puzzles that also involve the enemies as well. So I think, for example, once again, a very, very rudimentary idea of that are the statues that can break here in Elden Ring, right? The statues that glow in the middle, where you basically need to find a big enemy, a very, very like heavy or strong enemy in the vicinity, and lure them to the statues so that they can break it for you and you can claim the item within it. Obviously, it's a very basic concept that they implemented here. And if you take that sort of 5 steps further, you could come up with really, really cool puzzles and really cool rooms that involve not only you figuring out certain puzzles, but also working with the enemies in very, very unique ways, possibly even setting them against each other, or I think especially using environments a lot more would be cool. So in this case, there's a lot of water here, realizing that you could possibly either poison a pipe further up that would lead to this area getting poisoned, but it would also kill off the enemies, or at least poison them. That would be fun to see, for example. Or if you can get off a very powerful lightning spell, it could really damage the entire area, right? Those kinds of interactions with the environment I would like to see a lot more. And then just having a more tangible effect, sort of taking the physics interactions that something like Breath of the Wild has, improving those a lot more. And also, Dark Souls 2 had that as well, where they actually sort of counted how much poison you had on your armor. I think Elden Ring does that as well, but it's not as visually clear as it was in Dark Souls 2. But yeah, improving the environments a lot, and Mox Shackle. I think that's a new item, actually. But instead, because of that, if you make these environments a lot more complicated, keep the runes on death. Or, what could also be interesting is, like I said earlier, maybe changing up the system completely. So maybe you don't keep your runes on death, but maybe there are points throughout the level where you can store them if you want to. So that you don't lose them, but you need to go back to that point to retrieve them or something. Though that would work better if enemies would also not respawn, which is another thing that I think they should think about, actually, is that I don't think that enemies should just straight up not respawn. That would be weird, but I would actually like to see FromSoft attempt a world where you have a more permanent impact on it. I know that could be really, really complicated. So if they would do something like that, or another company for that matter, right? Coming up with a game that is very similar to this, but maybe a lot smaller compared to the open world in Elden Ring. Arguably, the open world in Elden Ring is actually too big for the amount of content that is in it, right? Or the amount of varied and unique content that is in it. Don't get me wrong, there is a lot of unique content. Like 70%, I would say, of the game are really, really cool and unique. Like, really, really good, right? But 30% are just straight up copy-paste. And that's too much copy-paste in my opinion. And again, just straight up removing that would have probably been the better choice overall. But the thing that I want to get to here is that instead of making the games bigger and bigger and having more content, whatever, I think, especially with how well FromSoft can design levels and these unique environments, having your impact on the world be a lot more permanent and possibly even completely changing up environments in a more, I guess, quote-unquote, realistic way would be something that I would like to see in the future. So And what I mean by that is that, for example, you go into a level like this, let's say, right? And nobody's been here for, I don't know, 10, 20 years, so all of these weird creatures have taken hold. And you go in, you clear the place out, and, you know, obviously having real stories and quests in these games would also, in my opinion at least, make them more interesting. So maybe you'll get a reward or something, you know, somebody in like a city or quest hub or whatnot would say, oh, you know, it's cool that you cleared them out, now we can finally use them again, right? And when you come back the next time, maybe the place will actually be a lot more cleaner, but now suddenly, I don't know, bandits are here, right? Or somebody or something else. Or, alternatively, the people or soldiers or whatever that cleared the place out, suddenly they uncovered some sort of trap, right? Something that messes with their mind or something, right? And so suddenly they become hostile and you need to deal with that. Whatever you come up with, the reason why I bring it up is that I would like to see these environments change over time, right? Instead of you just coming back and the same enemies are here with the same placement and everything's just exactly the same, I would like to see actual permanent change in the world. I know that's a very, very big deviation from what they've done in the past, but the way they at least sort of tried it in Sekiro was already quite a good showcase of how that could feel like and what that could do in terms of how interesting the world is and how impactful and immersive it feels as well, right? Because I think that when Demon Souls first launched, or Dark Souls first launched, the idea in the lore was that the fact that enemies respawned made sense within the lore, because it's sort of a multiverse type thing, right? Where it's sort of you're on like a slightly different timeline trajectory is how I understood it, right? And so the world is technically still almost the same, but the enemies have respawned and now you have another chance of actually clearing everything and getting through it, right? That was sort of a very, very rudimentary idea of what they said in those types of games. In Bloodborne, you could sort of explain it away with, well, it's like a dream world, right? So sort of starting the dream over would maybe make sense. But then again, I don't think that if you really think about it in detail, it doesn't actually make sense for Bloodborne's world, unfortunately. In Elden Ring, it straight up doesn't make any sense, right? The whole way the game's set up, everything that they tell you, there is no reason why enemies would respawn. There's no reason why runes would be dropped and can be picked up again. All of that doesn't actually make sense within the lore of the game. It's just a gameplay mechanic that is a leftover thing from other FromSoft titles. Not a thing that actually makes sense within this world. And so I really wish that they would innovate on that concept a lot more and ultimately make a permanently evolving and changing world. I know that's very, very difficult to pull off properly, right? Because, you know, keeping in mind all the different things that a player could potentially do, right? All the things, all the decisions that you can make in terms of how you approach certain levels and what kind of enemies you kill, right? For example, you had to, let's say the player would not realize that there's like a secret hidden side room, right? And maybe there's a big enemy in there. But he clears the entire rest of the level. Well, now what do you do as a developer, right? Do you keep that side room? Do you just despawn that particular enemy? Do you keep it? Do you not change the level until it's completely cleared, which could be frustrating as well if maybe the side room is really well hidden. The player just doesn't realize it, comes back, the place is just empty, and you don't really know what to do in order to progress the sort of evolving story of that particular level, right? So there are a lot of things that you need to keep in mind to make that work. That would be very, very difficult, but I would really like them to attempt more of that. And as I said, I thought that while Sekiro's attempt was, you know, quite basic in terms of how the world changes and how enemy placements change and new enemies get introduced to certain places when you progress through the story. It's a very basic idea that they set up there, but it still worked quite well in the end. I thought that the way sort of Sekiro's story progresses when the time of day changes was quite good, actually, right? It's definitely... It was very practical, not very... like, it wasn't very complicated or anything, but it really fulfilled its purpose. And yeah, I would just like to see them innovate on those kinds of ideas instead of just doing the same thing over and over again. Oh well, that was a long talk, and now I want to get back to playing. Okay, so there is an actual path to catacombs in here. That's interesting. Something like this I always like, when they just straight up give you these really cool connections. This is something that they haven't done before, really. Connecting catacombs like this, Lanedale catacombs, to the actual level in this sort of way. It's pretty awesome. Okay, now where does this lead then? Start of it. I didn't expect this. Now I wonder if maybe these catacombs were the target here all along. Like, is this the reason why you can come into the sewers, or is there more to it? Why are these ghost figures in here? What? Something respawning them? Looks like something... I hear something. Ah. Hello. Is that the first time? Helic Drake Talisman. Is it the first time I've seen a glowing... No, I think it's not. We've seen this type of enemy in... This was actually in one of the catacombs somewhere. This was the boss. A glowing snail that was summoning spirits. Though in the case of the boss, it summoned, I think, different spirits. Like, it didn't always just re-summon the same ones. It's interesting, though, how big the entrance to these catacombs are. Like, why is the site of grace so much further down if there's actually this much to the start of the whole thing? Though I think this might actually be... Yes. Okay. So this is how we open this up. That's cool. Okay. I guess... Let's clear out these catacombs first. I wonder if there is another connection here that leads back into the sewers. I have a feeling there isn't. Because we also go down quite a bit, right? Though there's definitely still a door unopened in the sewers themselves, so there's definitely still more to that level. Question being, how do I get there? Because maybe there is another way to jump down in the room with the pipes? Because other than that, it didn't really feel like there was too much else here. Let's see if there's maybe a wall here somewhere. Nope. Not these ones. Okay. Yeah, I mean... There are definitely still sort of walkways and pipes that I wasn't able to get to quite yet. But I've definitely cleared out the bottom section here. Why is it sparkling over there? That's a weird effect. So that's where you come from. I was able to go over there. There is this one pipe here as well that doesn't actually seem to lead anywhere in particular. So I think it's just over there where the item is still. I think that's actually the only place that is sort of left here. Okay. Let's clear out the catacombs then, and then I'll come back and deal with the rest of these sewers. So maybe they are actually smaller than I thought they would be, but instead they have this connection to these catacombs here. Now, the only thing that's probably going to be a bit more disappointing about these is that I feel like whatever the boss will be in this level probably won't be unique. So, it's a bit of a shame, but oh well. I hear something. Oh. Okay, so a couple of these zombies are just vomiting all over the place. Oh, that's one with... yeah, I don't know. That's another example of just HP inflation being a bit weird. Because it's literally the exact same enemy, right? Just bigger and with more HP. I feel like that's a bit of a cheap trick, maybe. It's not a big deal, obviously, but oh well. There's probably going to be another access point to the upper portion of that. Hello. It's a fire trap. How did you already see me? Wait, are you dead? No, of course not. What did I actually hit there at the end? Something's still aggroed on me, I think. Is he burning the entire time? Shouldn't he be dead? Or is that one of the burning... Oh no, never mind. Now he's dead. Wait, they are actually the burning versions that explode. Well, that's weird. Why is he getting hit by the flames then? That was strange, right? Also, I'm always... Honestly, with how good the game looks, I'm always surprised to see how late the game is actually loading in physics interactions, for example, right? That is just something that I still think is quite weird in a way. I don't know, maybe the performance of the game is really, like, maybe it has a lot of trouble with the physics interactions. I think, well, yeah, I actually had that happen to me twice, right? Where an enemy, I think it was a dragon at one point, there might have been dragons in both cases, where they got stuck on something. Oh, hello. And... oh, for fuck's sake. Can you guys stop? At least he gets interrupted by that. But yeah, where a dragon got stuck on the environment in like a weird way, and it basically completely annihilated the frame rate. So clearly the physics interactions demand a lot of processing power. I don't exactly know why that's the case. But then again, I'm also, I don't really know how they would be programmed in the first place, so I can't really comment on, you know, how much resources these physics are actually taking up. Try fingers and then let there be surprise attack. Is he actually not dead? No, he is dead. Wait, is that the room that I came from? Did I completely miss the plant in the middle? Probably did, huh? But yeah, the for some reason the physics interactions in FromSoft games in particular seem to just take up quite a bit of processing power, which... no, never. Wait, this is a different room, right? Unless they resummon these things somehow? Whoa, that was quicker than I thought. They always surprise you with their weird grabbing attacks. I was actually surprised that I was able to dodge that. Didn't expect I would be able to. Okay, so I thought this was the starting room, but if it isn't, I need to get back my bearings then. Oh, wait, it is, isn't it? Are they doing something similar again, where this place is just the same sort of level structure twice, and you walk between the two the entire time? But... oh wait, there was an item that I picked up in the other room, right? I'm just confused because the flame thing is down all of a sudden. It looks the exact same, though. So maybe there's something that triggers it going up and down? Oh, this guy's still alive, though. I'm pretty sure this is basically the same trick that they pulled last time, where it's the same level, just twice. Okay. That's pretty cool, though. Might also mean that once again the that flame collar pillar thing is probably the same one. Oh, hello. Don't tell me there's two. It's also, this is really, really cool how they're basically almost telling a story, right? With the dead enemies and all, because they've placed them in a way where where in like the first version of this dungeon that you go through the first time, there's a couple of enemies that are already dead, and those are now alive. And the ones that were previously alive now have a dead counterpart on the floor, right? Where you're not quite sure if that's the one that you killed yourself or if that's something that was placed here. And now the big dude is dead, right? And another one is quote-unquote mourning him. I think that's quite a cool idea, I would say. I was going to say, what the fuck? Are you not letting me backstab him? At least that interrupts him. This time they're so crazy fast sometimes. These big dudes are really something. Especially that sort of spinning attack that he did is crazy, because you don't really expect it to just continue the entire time, right? Because it also looks very, very similar. Like, obviously it's different, but it looks very, very similar to his normal sort of swipe or swing. And yeah, it's not. It just continues. It's kind of crazy. Okay, so now this is the actual entrance to the place, right? So this loops back around. The question being, what did I miss? Did I walk somewhere else? Oh, yeah, I know what I missed. Obviously, I missed the room that has the trap in it. That's where it didn't go to previously. And as I expect... So, once again, the only thing that is slightly... how do I put it? That takes a bit away from how they've designed this is that literally outside here, I think it was this one, either this one or this one, they did the exact same trick, right? Where they just had two parts to the catacombs that looked almost similar. And you had to sort of mentally track where you were, right? If you were in part 1 or part 2 of the dungeon. And then, I mean, in a way, it's pretty cool because... No, never mind. Never mind that. I actually take that back. So, the reason why I thought that these two catacombs, or these two dungeons in specifically, were probably the best two in terms of the level design that I played through in Elden Ring. The reason for that was because they finally had some actual puzzles in them, right? So one of them is the one with all the chariots, the big things that are moving around the entire time that you can't be hit by. And the sort of trick in it was that you needed to realize that there's one big pillar that can be moved up and down, and depending on where you move it, they spawn at different places. And the ultimate solution to the whole puzzle was that you needed to move it upwards, and that would prompt them destroying themselves because they ran into each other. And the reason why it was a very clever puzzle is because the way the whole thing was set up, at least I thought the entire time that it was two different pillars that corresponded to two different chariots, but it was actually the same one. And as soon as you realize it, you can solve the puzzle. And then the other dungeon was the one that I talked about that had two similar, like really, really pretty much copy-paste layouts that only differentiated in very specific places. And then they had a bunch of transporter chests in them. And you needed to mentally keep track of which portion of the dungeon you were in order to solve where you still had to go, right? So those two I really, really liked. Now, what's interesting about this one is that now, it's sort of a follow-up to the other two, where now they've combined the two concepts of having two different copy-paste structures where you have to keep track of, are you in the first one or the second one? And they also have a pillar that can be moved up and down that needs to be moved in a specific way to solve the dungeon. So in a way, I think it's cool that this is sort of a follow-up that almost builds on these two concepts. I do wish that they would have taken it a bit further, though. I feel like you could have done a bit more with this, to be completely honest. But, oh well. Wait, this type of church usually is associated with the assassins. Maybe it's not this time, though. No, it's not. This time it's just a small chapel, looks like. Because this exact room is being used as a secret, quote-unquote secret boss room in another dungeon, where it has the one of the assassin guys in it. Yes, here it is. That is also something that I'm just... that is a remnant of other FromSoft games. The fact that both you and enemies are invincible once you get either struck to the floor or while you're backstabbing and those kinds of things. The fact that you're always invincible during that... I get why they're doing it, obviously, right? The alternatives would be quite hard to implement when you would be forced to sort of really think about what you're letting your player do during those kinds of moments. But, yeah, it's just kind of weird when you can't hit the enemies properly, right? No enemy here? Oh. Well, maybe they're even taking the concept a lot further than I thought. This seems to be yet another example of the same layout. So it seems like this particular dungeon actually has 3 equal parts that are all just slightly different. See, now this guy has... Oh, by the way, I completely forgot to take a look at this. Briefly binds Mog, once imprisoned, to Earth. A fetish based on golden magic. Shackles were used to bind the accursed people called the Omen, and these ones were made to keep a particular omen under strictest confinement. Though feigned, the shackles still retain vestiges of power, enough to trap the once bound Mog on Earth, if only for a short time. Oh, it's interesting. I mean, well, I'm already fairly strong, right? But I guess... Are these guys... Well, never mind. Is this the same part that I was in before then? I guess it's just the other side somehow. Oh, that's clever. That is actually really clever that it loops right back to the beginning, like this. Let me take another look, though. I'm not entirely sure that I got everything here. But yeah, so that seems to be an item that somehow can possibly deal with Morgard. Oh, he probably got alerted by my my arrow, I assume. Why the fuck are you vomiting on it? Are you kidding me? Did he just... I think the AI just sort of vomited on where I shot the arrow? Or the bolt, rather? Oh, hello. Another one of these guys? Seriously? I really, really don't like the big ones. They are very strong. I just need to time these right so that I can stun lock them, basically. What? Didn't expect him to be able to hit me again. A warped axe. A crucible scale talisman. What the hell is that? Syrup. Let's take a look at the weapon first. A warped axe, this one. 24 strength. Oversized double-headed axe with a bizarre, almost melted appearance. Brute strength is the only thing required to wield this weapon, which appears to have taken quite the beating itself. And the talisman... I actually got this one earlier as well, right? Holy damage negation. You know what? This is actually an interesting thing that I also didn't really think about earlier. So the thing that I just thought about is that Lanedale, I guess you could argue, is sort of a holy city, right? So the fact that the Halic Drake talisman is negating holy damage, I thought maybe was connected to the fact that the Erdtree and Lanedale seem to be, I don't know, some sort of opposite force to the Halic Tree. Then again, I have no idea at this point what the Halic Tree might even be, right? It seems to exist, but that's pretty much most of what we found out. I mean, it is connected to Mikala, right? But that's about it. Then again, holy damage isn't actually directly connected to Lanedale. It seems more that lightning is, right? So, maybe that kind of theory doesn't work as well as I thought it would at first. Wait, what's the... Oh, this one. Crucible Scale Talisman. A talisman fashioned from scale that embodies the aspects of various creatures. Said to have grown on the human body long ago. What is it with things that are growing on the human body? All of these things just grow on human bodies at some point. Reduces damage taken from critical hits? Do enemies actually critical hit you? I feel like that's only really something that would happen in PvP. Aren't critical hits basically only backstabs? I guess they can... Oh no, never mind. Never mind, I'm dumb. I guess it would also count everything, like every time enemies actually grab you, stuff like that, I think, would probably count as a critical hit. Like the Crucible Knights, right? The knights that can summon these dragon incantations, Crucible Dragon, whatever. They have this sort of holy, what is it called? Holy claw. I don't know what it is called specifically, but it's like a claw that they can summon from their hand and just ram through your body, right? I guess that would count as a critical hit. A vestige of the crucible of primordial life. Born partially of devolution, it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. Okay. So, what does that actually mean, though? Does that actually mean that, at one point in time, people had things growing all over their body, and somehow that was considered good? I wonder if it has something to do with these guys. Why do they look like they've things growing all over their body that have been cut off? Are these guys used to sort of grow those kinds of talismans specifically, and then they are being cut off and fashioned into a talisman? Lyric? Hi, hello. Hope I'm saying that right. Yeah, I don't know. I was... Because, especially at the beginning of the game with Stormvale Castle and Godric the Grafted and everything, I always thought that maybe these guys were used to grow body parts on them that can ultimately then be used for grafting. Putting it on those scholar guy things, enemies. Okay, now I'm pretty positive that I cleared out the entire thing. Yeah, let's move on to the boss. That's what I thought at first, but now with this, there are so many of these talismans that seem to have been growing on bodies. Oh wait. Oh. Huh. Right, I didn't actually go into this room. Wait a second. No, never mind. There are actually two boss rooms, or rather two of these doors in this dungeon as well, right? Oh, that's a complete fake out then. Right, so there's this. There's basically a fake boss room, it looks like. Well, that's interesting. Huh. Is it, though? Ah, I was wondering. That couldn't be the only guy in here. They had to have done something to spice it up. I'm actually running low on FP, but... What the fuck? How did that not... I swear to God, these grabbing... They're so weird. Can you stop that? Sure. Their movement speed and overall, like, what they can do is... Can you... Why is that working so... Oh, he can't actually go through that? Well, that's unfortunate for you, I guess. Well, he's stuck in an awkward position. I thought that... For some reason that it felt like there was a weird delay on my roll there, but maybe it was something else. I don't know. Maybe I'm just bad at dealing with these guys' movements or something. I don't know what it is specifically. Maybe it's just that they look so much... like, heavier, but then are very, very nimble in their attacks. Might be that. The thing is, though, in terms of how they look like, they... I don't know, it just looks like they've... Whatever grew on their body at some point that has been cut off, it honestly just looks like additional limbs, doesn't it? It doesn't necessarily look like these talisman-like structures. And also, why would they grow on them, right? How are they possibly connected to the primordial crucible? Okay, so I think now I should be done with this dungeon. I honestly, that was a pretty cool fake out that they've done here. The fact that they even have a second boss room, or not boss room, but boss door in here. That's pretty cool. Okay, so technically I should have already been up there, right? So... if I just loop back around, I should be able to get to the start of the dungeon again. It is still kind of crazy to me just how many of these bigger guys they put in here. I don't know, somehow... oh, for fuck's sake. Never mind then. Dungeon's not actually over. Wait, how many of these repeating structures are in here then? Well, now you're getting up, huh? So... is this dungeon actually 4 times the same structure? Or is it only 3 times? It's actually quite a lot more confusing than I thought it would be. Especially because I think it's fairly hard to keep track of, because they're doing a really, really good job with obscuring sort of your up and down movement. So you're moving upwards quite a lot, and then you're moving downwards again, and are you... shit. I don't have that many things left. I didn't realize those stagger them, actually. How much HP do you have? Are you kidding me? I hate that attack so much. That is so crazy. Also, he sometimes recovers quicker. I guess it's whether or not he's actually in his attack stance or not. Like, there's definitely... and then his... that particular kick always hits. Well, I guess it worked out exactly. Wasn't necessarily the most interesting way of fighting that guy, but oh man, I really dislike their attack patterns. And just overall, as I said, the The sheer amount of HP that they have is kind of crazy. This guy seemed to have even more than the other ones, for some reason. And then you don't even really get something for it. I wonder if there's a way to get up there, though. I don't think there's anything on that platform, but... Huh. Didn't even realize there was that window earlier. Okay, so... I guess in this instance, it actually just does loop around, right? This is exactly where I went through earlier. Okay, so... that's where it just killed the guy, I guess. I need to... How the hell do I get back to the entrance? I need to progress a little bit, but then move backwards, right? Wait a second. How do I do that, though? Isn't this... That's where it went. That's just a window that... Doesn't this just loop around? How do... Oh, I guess I need to go this way. Right. Okay, so now I'm back here. Let me just double check. So I think this should lead to the chapel that has the... Right, this path to the right. That's where I killed those two guys? Okay. So now I just pretty much go backwards. So I think it's actually 3 instances of the same dungeon, pretty much, right? Yeah. I'm really torn on this. It's really cool how they've set it up, right? It's really cool how, like, the idea behind it of making this repeating dungeon. Oh no, never mind. From here, wait, I need to find another way back, because this isn't actually the start of it. I really like the idea of this, but it's also... it's a bit of a... The reason they're able to achieve it, obviously, is because of the fact that they pretty much straight up copy and paste the same dungeon 3 times, right? So... I don't know if I want to give them a pass on this, right? It's still a bit of a bit of a problem. Okay, wait, so this... Doesn't this lead to the last structure, though? Yeah, okay, so jumping down here doesn't get me anywhere. I need to... jump down at the other point where I backtrack? Wait, let's see. The reason why this dungeon pulls it off so well is definitely the height differences, right? The way they're constantly having you move up and down makes it really hard to track whether or not you are actually going upwards or downwards. Okay, so... if I go this way... And then jump down here. Never mind. That's not the start, right? That's where it just was, isn't it? Yeah. These all look like fake walls. Kind of wish that they wouldn't do it like this. I mean, it's already kind of weird to have the invisible or the you know, the walls that you can destroy in the first place. It's still something that I'm not the biggest fan of. I would prefer actually moving walls, right? Things that are physically existent in the world, but oh no, never. Didn't I go the wrong way again? But that being said, wait, I need... Where the fuck do I need to go? This is not the actual start. Now I'm running to the fake boss room again, right? Right. So, fuck. I think I know how to get back to the start. I just hope that... So basically my... I think my... The place where I went wrong is when I did not move further here, right? So going down here and then backtracking should get me back to the start, hopefully. Oh, holy fuck. Oh yeah, now that I got rid of my fire pots, I should probably just craft a couple new ones. They're not that effective against them, but the fact that they do stun them is good. Wait, now I'm... Ah! See, now I'm back at the start. Holy shit. Whew, that was quite something. Interesting dungeon design. Pretty cool in one way. A little bit disappointing that it requires them to copy-paste the entire thing. I think, you know, the problem is, or the reason why the copy and paste part feels a little bit, you know, feels bad is because these types of catacombs are already copy and pasted throughout the world, right? So even though the layout is different every time, and they're clearly handcrafted in terms of the layout, the actual level elements they're made up of are always copy paste. So the fact that they use well, first of all, the fact that they do copy and paste them to a degree isn't bad, right? Because it makes sense that they look similar, right? Because they're the same catacombs, they're meant for the same thing. You know, it makes sense that parts of them look the same. I do wish they would have introduced a couple more differences here and there. Maybe they could have done something with the lighting, or just change up the color scheme or something to make them look more distinct. The problem is when you use elements like these that look very, very similar throughout most of the game, and then build a dungeon like this with a cool gimmick in it where it repeats the same layout, while the gimmick is still pretty cool, and I think they pulled it off in a very good way, you can't shake the feeling that it's also sort of a clever way to disguise the copy pasting they're doing, right? Or not even, it's not really a disguise, but it's just a clever use of it, right? So that's, I guess, why I still like it to a degree. The critique remains, though, that I wish that they would have changed it up a bit more in terms of, again, it's not, I don't have anything against them putting these dungeons in that have the same layout copy pasted 3 times, because it's very, very clever how they've done it, and it's a puzzle, right? That's pretty cool. I just wish that these catacombs from one to the other, the actual dungeons, would all be more distinct in how they look. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. What the fuck is this? Escar, Priest of Blood. What the hell do you have? Whoa! Needed to heal first. Oh, he also has Rot. Ah, it was only the... He's very quick. Doesn't have a lot of HP though. He's actually pretty good at dodging. I don't know why they decided to place 2 dogs next to him though. Lord of Blood's Exaltation. What the hell is this guy doing here? So he seems to be connected to the Lord of Blood, which is one of the guys that we know from Gideon we still need a great rune from. Obviously we've heard the name Lord of Blood a couple of times. It has been mentioned in the past, though I don't know that much about it, or him, or her. Whatever. The Lord, well, him probably, right? Lord of Blood. What is this guy doing here then, though? He seemed like, well, not necessarily a grave robber, but certainly somebody, if he's connected to the Lord of Blood, that is potentially trying to, I don't know, influence this gravesite somehow? Blood loss in vicinity increases attack power. Holy shit. Considering how many weapons in the game actually cause blood loss buildup, this seems to be... well, then again, I think I misunderstood it at first. This probably... So, yeah, raises attack power when blood loss occurs in the vicinity. So it only raises your attack power once the actual blood loss effect gets through, right? Which, even though blood loss is a very, very strong status effect, I feel like, at least every time I used it, it was pretty, because it's percentage based, right? So it's particularly effective against boss enemies, or in general against enemies that have a lot of health. If you can trigger the effect on them, it gets through their health a lot more quickly than through other means, right? Which was particularly effective on that huge dragon in Kaled. That's just lying there, that you can kill. Made that go by a lot faster, because I triggered blood loss on it, like, I think 4 or 5 times, and every time it took off like 23,000 HP or something. That being said, the fact that it only... I think with most boss enemies, you can trigger blood loss once, maybe twice, until they're dead. So, I guess it depends on how long this effect lasts, obviously. Well, if it would already trigger on you just inflicting blood loss on the enemy, then it would probably be completely OP, right? But... A talisman depicting the exaltation of the Lord of Blood. Okay. So the Lord of Blood has just sort of tentacles as a head? It seems like... Who the fuck is the Lord of Blood? Render up your offerings of blood to your lord. Drench my consort's chamber. Slake his cocoon's thirst. His awakening shall herald the dawn of our dynasty. So the Lord of Blood is not awake yet? Is that what it's trying to tell me? I really wonder what's up with this Lord of Blood. I wonder if he's connected to PvP in some form. Like, whether or not if you follow the questline of what's his name, Varay, the guy with the white mask. I think his questline continues after a couple of invasions that you're doing, right? At least that's what he's talking about. So I'm just wondering whether or not that questline would give you more insight or more information about the Lord of Blood, or if those two things are separate from one another. But yeah, the reason why this guy seemed to have been here is probably to somehow take corpses or something out of this grave and potentially transfer it to his lord to potentially awaken him. Something like that, I guess. Okay. So, the Lanedale catacombs are dealt with. Um, 108,000. Am I able to level up? Potentially, right? Doesn't this give me like 50,000 runes or something? Hero's Rune 2, what is this? Should be like 20k, okay. I think I should be able to, yeah. Before I go back into the shunning grounds. Okay, 10,000 more. What are these? 106, 329, and I need 108, 486. 108, 486. So this is, wait, this is 107, this would be 108, and then one more. One more point in vigor. Though I think, to be honest, at least as of now, if I reach Vigor 50, I don't necessarily think that I want to continue leveling it. Well, it's hard to tell, right? Because leveling intelligence more, it does increase my attack power, but only by sort of a fraction, right? I mean, look at this, right? Strength also increases my attack power because it increases my physical damage as well. So I think maybe it would be cleverer to once I get vigor to 50 and intelligence to 50 as well, especially since I do want to go on New Game Plus with this character as well. I feel like it would be beneficial to potentially increase my strength and dexterity at that point, because at least they also increase my physical damage that I'm dealing through my weapon. And they'll give me the ability to, on a New Game Plus run, just equip other stuff as well, without me having to then also level them up as well. But before I do that, I do want to get vigor and intelligence to 50, and then after it, maybe get strength and dexterity leveled up. Though, well, sometimes it's a bit difficult to tell, right? Because like in the case of my weapon, the way the game handled damage calculation, I think it's sort of more beneficial to just raise up one stat because once you subtract the whatever kind of damage negation your enemy has for a particular damage type, once you're sort of over that initial defensive stat, every additional damage that you deal is actual damage. At least that's how I think the damage calculation works. So technically that means that it's better to focus on one stat, but at the same time the scaling gets worse because you reach certain soft caps, right? So I think in past FromSoft games, one of the soft caps was 25, the other one was 40. So beyond 40, your level ups just wouldn't do as much as they did before. And the kind of what I always felt was a little bit of an awkward situation is that I think it was easiest to see in Bloodborne, where even though you were using weapons that scaled with strength, beyond 40 strength, it was actually more beneficial to level dexterity instead of strength, because the differences in strength per level outweighed the scaling of strength versus dexterity on the weapon itself, right? So that's always a little bit of a weird thing in FromSoft games, I feel like. Because in my opinion, I think that the scaling and you sort of putting points into one particular stat should outweigh the difference of the soft cap versus non-soft cap stats. But maybe that would also be OP. I think through this, they also kind of want to balance it a little bit more, especially for PvP. But for PvE purposes, I always felt that that was kind of a weird decision. Not necessarily weird, but just a decision that felt more like a gameplay, sort of game balance thing, rather than something that actually makes sense within the sort of world of the game, or how typical RPG stats should work, in my opinion. Oh well, maybe that's just me. But yeah, it does mean that I probably want to put more points into strength and dexterity after a certain point. At least it does have the benefit of you being able to also just use a bunch more weapons and stuff because of it, right? I think it's sort of a pretty cool side effect of it, at least. Okay. The question remains, how the hell do I open that door? Or can I just open it by walking over to it? Did I ever activate this one? Yeah, I did. No. Okay, so that path basically just leads back to the catacombs then, right? So the question remains, if jumping down all the way to the bottom just gets you to the catacombs as well, there has to be a way to get on top here. There has to be a way to move further up rather than down. I'm really not quite sure how you would be able to do that. Oh, for fuck's sake. As if these guys weren't already annoying enough, right? They then also... See, this time he didn't actually hit me. They also give them these ranged attacks with their fucking darts or whatever it is. There has to be a way to get on top there. Also, I think you can actually go into the pipe somehow. I think that's actually where one of the scarabs seems to be. See, now the other guy is not jumping down for some reason. I don't know, there's something with maybe how quickly you progress through this level or something. It's definitely really, really weird. What the hell is up with you? Bye-bye. And now he just didn't jump down. That basically looks like it leads back to the door that I wasn't able to open, right? So somehow I just need to find a way to get onto the other pipes. I wonder if... maybe you can actually just jump over to them? Somehow? Ah. Last time I ran past him, he actually just dropped down. Also something that I think I also mentioned last time as well is... Aw, are you kidding me? That was weird tracking. Aw, for fuck's sake. Are you... I didn't press circle. Or I did, but it was like a million years ago. Well, clearly I'm not able to just jump over there, so there has to be some other way to get over to that place. Yeah, one thing that I quite dislike about the gameplay is that you can't really control your attack combos that well. So the fact that you always do the stab thing after a roll, I don't really like that. I would like to be able to control that. So I would like to be able to control whether or not my character does the swipe or the stab. I wouldn't have a problem with, let's say, if the stab was the default action after a roll, and changing it to a swipe would require either more stamina or it would be slower, something like that, right? If it would require more frames, for example, I would be okay with that. The problem that I have is that you're straight up not able to change it at all, right? That you're forced to go with whatever the game gives you as an option. That's what I dislike. And that's also a big problem if you're in your attack combo. So every attack combo with, depending on the weapon, has a certain number of parts of the combo, right? So I think with the sword, it's... What was that? 5, right? Until that last big swing. And the problem is when you're in your combo and for some reason you are not able to hit the enemy, but you continue attacking because you realize, oh, he moved to the side or something, and he didn't actually attack, so you are still on the offensive, basically. But suddenly you're reaching the end of your combo, you can't really do anything against that, right? So I wish that the sort of end to your combo would also be more of a manually triggered thing. So whether or not you want to advance your combo or not should be basically a manual choice. Okay, seriously, how the fuck are you supposed to progress here? I feel like I'm somehow missing something. Question is just, what am I missing? Maybe? Maybe there's some sort of hidden access point to the pipes themselves that I missed? So I jumped all the way down, but I didn't jump onto that pipe, for example. So maybe that'll lead me to... Maybe that'll lead me to somewhere I can go into the pipes? Technically, I want to go over there, right? I want to get to that item. Because that looks like it would progress the level. It's just a question of how the hell do I get there? Can't jump over from here, and it also doesn't look like there would be any kind of point. But I mean, I've also looked at these pipes for a while now, and I don't seem to have sort of an access point or a point of entrance. Also, I jumped onto that pipe earlier as well, right, to fight the sea creature thing. It didn't look like it had any kind of other access point either. Am I missing something obvious? Some sort of potential path that I just didn't really think about. I never actually noticed that guy, by the way. Why is that guy not attacking? It's weird. Sometimes he jumps down and sometimes he just doesn't for some reason. I mean, that pipe is open, but obviously I wouldn't be able to jump up. And even if I would be able to go on top of it, it still wouldn't... I still wouldn't be able to jump into it, right? So it looks more as if it's more of a way to get out again rather than to jump into it. I mean, let's just try. I don't think that the solution is to jump down on that particular pipe. Maybe it is, but I can always come back up. Doesn't look to be the case, though. If I jump down now, well, I'm just back at the same point I was at earlier. But if I go back to the side of grace, then... What did I miss? Is there maybe another point where you can get into the pipes? Because it looks like... It doesn't look as if this would be the point to get into the pipes, right? Now I'm just back down where I was earlier. So this only gets me to the catacombs. Unless I missed, I don't know, maybe a secret wall somewhere, but I don't think that's the case. I don't think that this works with secret walls. I think there is somewhere there has to be another point. Maybe there's an entirely different point to start the level or something? Oh, right. I completely forgot about that item as well. Because I think the way to get to that one, but... Then again, it doesn't look like getting on top of that beam would get you anywhere else, right? I really dislike that these guys are here. They're also really annoying to just run by because they're very, very quick. Oh, wait. I completely forgot about this. Yeah, I actually forgot about this, I think. Or maybe, was this a fake out as well? Because I think at some point there was like another sort of similar grate in the floor. So maybe I thought that I had already been here, even though I hadn't. Yeah. I guess I literally must have missed this particular part. Oh well. Yeah, this looks to be an access point into the pipes. Whoa, oh, okay. It's just a plant. When I came around the corner, for some reason I thought it was something completely different. Are you... Seriously? This is gonna take ages to get through. God, I hate these things. Do I maybe just wanna... They're not... I mean, technically they can't move, right? So... That would have taken at least 5 minutes to kill them. And I would have had to literally use up all of my resources for it. Hopefully I didn't miss anything. A rune knock? Oh, I was wondering why this room is empty. It's actually not. Oh, you're kidding me. Wait, what? Why did it not die from one hit? I thought usually they did. Oh, okay. Well done. Well done. I did not see it in the ground there. Usually I saw these guys. Oh, for fuck's sake. Usually I've always seen them. Are you... Can you... Okay, this is gonna be annoying. It's always great when you just can't target enemies, even though you should be able to. Of course, he just runs me over, or something like that. Oh, man. I really don't like fighting them straight on. They're very, very annoying. Once again, an enemy just... that is basically only threatening because it has a very big HP pool. Right, and map. Might make more sense to try and potentially open up the shortcuts first. Oh, well, I don't know. I really, really, really hate when they stun lock you like that. That's another part of the combat that I think they should rethink. Oh, for fuck's sake. I think the stun locking... I get why it exists, right? I feel like it should work differently, though. I feel like there should be a way to get out of it. Both for you and for opponents. Honestly. That's gonna hit me on the... Ah, it doesn't. Yeah. I don't know. I think that the... Okay. Just doesn't care. I attacked... Seriously, how... I must have been like a millimeter out of reach. Also, I wonder if I can... Does this hit it? It does. Of course. Can you... I don't know. Obviously, the stun locking is part of the gameplay and something that you need to be aware of and play around, right? I get that. I just feel like it's not a particularly fun mechanic, right? Especially because it immediately happens, basically, on most attacks, right? Okay, so for this, I need to loop around somewhere else. I think that's my main gripe that I have with it. That's why I like Sekiro's combat system so much, is because it doesn't immediately punish you for mistakes, and it even has like a big... You can basically block everything in Sekiro, but only for a very limited amount of time, right? Which is just a very interesting idea, in my opinion. I don't want to harp on about it too much, but I wish they would have just done something else in this particular case. Why are they not? I thought they would attack me. Oh. Okay, that looks like it might loop back into the other room, potentially. Oh, for fuck's sake, how many of you guys are here? Those go somewhere entirely different. Okay. Can I not? Okay, I can. Oh shit. Are they even doing anything, or are they just here for flair? Honestly, I didn't expect these pipe systems to be as elaborate as they are. That's interesting. It seems like now they're finally doing something. Though the ones at the ceiling are still not attacking for some reason. Also, some of them, for some reason, survive more than one hit. Not quite sure why. Maybe if they're, like, pointed in a certain way towards you? Hi. I can. Doesn't make any sense. Although, then again, it kind of does, doesn't it? Right? Technically, as a mage, you would be able to just sort of stick your wand through, or your scepter or whatever, through a grate like this and just shoot off your magic that way. Okay, so this loops around quite a lot. Where the hell... Did I just not kill him before? Where the hell does that go? Rainbow stone arrow. Let's go this way first. I mean, somehow I think I am sort of moving through the other room as well, right? These air attacks are a bit more annoying than they should be, in my opinion. See, once again, this is sort of where the combat system is just really, really limited. You should be able to manually initiate sort of an upward cut or something where you sort of hold your... Or does it work like that? Maybe that works? I don't know. But yeah, you should just be able to control your sword attacks more. Why are these guys suddenly in here? Ew. Yeah, this room doesn't look... Are you... For fuck's sake, are you kidding me? Once again, same thing. Why do you always stab like that? Like, I didn't want to stab at that point. I wanted to swipe, obviously. I know what fucking enemy will be in here, unfortunately. Yeah, there he is, in the ground over there. Really? Okay, anybody? Nobody else here. Let's see if I can sort of preemptively... Come on. Are you kidding me? He only triggers when you pick... okay. I was gonna say, he... Oh. How did that not... Oh well. Whatever. It's dead. Now I also get where the buggy sound came from the other ones. It was this sort of poisonous mist that they can leave behind. You know, somehow, when I killed them, a couple of them last time, the sound of this poison mist always stuck around for some reason, even though I'd already killed the main enemy. And the poison was gone. Hello. Oh, you can't even... You can hit it, you can't target it. Ah, well, whatever. Detour required ahead. Yeah. Certainly looks like it. This might be a place where I need to fall down into, right? Possibly? That's where it came from. It's interesting that somebody seemed to have placed these wooden... That was a bit too early, guys. Somebody has placed these wooden planks in here for some reason. So... However these sewer systems were used at some point, clearly they're not being used anymore. Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? One of these guys? Are you serious? Maybe I should actually level mind more. Oh shit. It's already out of FP. Oh, fuck. That ranged attack is quite something. I think in this particular case, what's quite funny though is that they kind of let you move back towards the grate. If you run all the way back, he won't be able to follow you through it. I do think that they're overusing these guys a bit too much in here, though. Again, it's just the amount of HP that they have that I feel like is making it more annoying than it needs to be. What the fuck? See, this is what I mean. Why the fuck are there two of these? I can open that shortcut, which is interesting, though. This probably will... No, never mind. It's not closed. Well, at least they allow you to run around it. What the fuck is this? Well, this is a structure that I did not expect. Okay, so this level is even bigger than I thought it would be. Which is kind of crazy, because I already thought that it would be quite big, but then it would be connected not only to other catacombs, but also to structures like that. It's quite impressive. Okay. The thing with these doors is, though, that they feel like they're not actually worth that much in the grand scheme of things. Mostly because they sort of... I mean, what's the shortcut here exactly? I mean, I guess you... well, if you run through and go to the right, then it's a shortcut, right? Because here on the left, if the guy is standing up here, it's not actually a shortcut to get back into the pipes. Okay, before I grab that item, though, let me make sure that I actually went through all the possible options in the pipe system here. Grab everything there is to grab. It doesn't continue. So, I think the only thing that I'm really missing are the 2 points where you can jump down, correct? Those should be the only 2 points that I haven't been to. I don't think... wait, that's actually the wrong way. I don't think I missed anything else. Or maybe there was like another intersection at the beginning part somewhere. So this, I think this just goes down to the item, right? That I just saw? No, it doesn't. Fuck! Wait, what? That's a fake out? Okay. So this just enters the exact same room. Okay. Fair enough. Also, another thing that is a bit weird about the sheer amount of enemies that have very high HP in these levels is that it feels like I possibly misleveled my attacks, right? Let's just jump down here for a second. Ooh. Seriously? 4 damage by jumping on it. But yeah, I don't know, it's just it's giving you a bit of a mixed feedback, I would say, right? Where, okay, so now I'm here. Okay. Where you'd think that since most enemies die fairly quickly, I don't know, I think the reason why it's problematic in the grand scheme of things, so when these smaller enemies die more quickly, it's not that problematic, obviously, right? It's not a big deal if they die quickly. So that's fine. The actual issue is, though, that these bigger enemies with their larger HP pools make you think that, oh, you know, I'm underleveled, I need to put more points into, well, whatever your primary attack stat is, right? Or in general, into attack stats or whatever. You somehow need to increase your attack strength, right? That's basically what kind of feedback these enemies give you. But that's actually not really the case. I feel like particularly the reason why it feels so off, I think, is mainly due to the fact that most bosses don't actually have that much HP, right? I mean, I know that I'm using, obviously, my Mimic for a lot of bosses, but this is where it just jumped down, right? Yeah. So even though I'm using my Mimic for most bosses, it's still... This should loop back the same way, right? Yeah, yes. even if I would fight the bosses alone, comparatively, right? I'm purely talking about the actual number of HP that most bosses have compared to these quote-unquote normal enemies in here. That's what I find weird, because ultimately that's just strange, right? The fact that these enemies, these big guys in here just have way more HP than... Wait, they don't care about me anymore? That's weird. The fact that these guys basically have as much HP as most mini-bosses and catacombs and stuff is weird. Either increase the HP across the board, which I think would be boring overall, right? If everything just takes way longer to deal with. I don't think that would necessarily be the most interesting way to increase the challenge of your game. It depends though, right? The more fun the bosses are to fight in terms of their particular skills and stuff, the better a longer fight becomes, right? Obviously, if the fight's a lot of fun, it can last a long time, and if it's not, then yeah, it gets annoying if it lasts too long. Okay, how the fuck do I open that door, though? Clearly there's still a pipe access that I missed somewhere. It's not behind these plants, though, right? Nah. I don't think so. I'm pretty positive that I went through all the possibilities in this pipe, right? So the upper door there should be accessible through, I don't know, some other pipe then? It's kind of funny that the first drop down is actually the one you want to go to. It's quite interesting. Oh, well, fuck. Now I forgot about this one. I need to replenish my resources anyway, right? So technically I could... I mean, I've unlocked the shortcut. I could just... Well, it depends. The thing is, the round room, like the big room with the round staircase on the side that I just entered, didn't actually look like it would loop back into sort of this main structure here. That's why I'm thinking that I'm potentially missing an access point here, but then again, the closed door that I just went through, where the giant hand grabbed me, it seems to be higher up than most of these other structures. As if you're meant to take some other path to go there. And then I think technically this is also on the left side of the sort of middle thing here. You know what? Let me go back to the side of Grace. Also, it's quite interesting that this is literally below the lake. Like the way this extends is quite crazy, actually. But I think these pipe structures that I was just in, seems to me as if they're all sort of on the left side looking this way, right? If I look this way, everything on the left side of this sort of main street here in the middle, that's where it just was. So wherever that sort of cell door thing connects to might be accessible from the start of the level or something. It doesn't look like it's necessarily accessible from here. Because then the rest of the structure... Oh, they're not very observant, are they? Well, he's going to see me, though. Oh, yeah, I should also grab that item. Well, maybe it's not the most intelligent thing to do this with 37. Can you... Fucking hell. See, this is why this usually doesn't work properly. Stunlock is real. See, I don't know whether this particular part... This seems to just go down, right? But clearly there's something else still above me as well. I was wondering whether or not I could maybe jump back over there, but... Let's just take a look at this place in general. Somehow this does somewhat remind me of a Divine Tower. I know that they look different, like the Divine Tower structure is definitely different than this, but it's still a giant tower, obviously, so... I'm not exactly sure how, or rather what this is supposed to be. Yeah, I mean, this seems to mostly lead down, but in order to access the other door, I would have to go up. Well, then again, maybe there is some sort of elevator here or something at some point. Oh, really? Well, whatever. He's doing that himself. I wonder if there's a point to me going here. I mean, maybe whatever is the actual final boss of this sort of whole level, maybe that's down here. Grate in the floor. Is that a place you can get to? No, it has walls on all sides. What is that sound? Oh, wait, they're in the floor? You know, I mean, I know that these plants are poisonous. They actually give you fire grease. Bit of a problem. You know what? I think, you know, if I were to do another new game run, I think, you know, only focusing on one weapon as the way I've been doing it now. Well, I know that I also have a ranged weapon, and obviously I'm also using my staff and everything, but if you're using a magical weapon, or in general a weapon that has a certain additional effect, I think you should also always have in mind that it might make sense to use some kind of normal scaling weapon as well, with just normal physical damage. Because the greases allow you to just do so much and react so well to certain situations and enemies that, seriously, another one that's locked? That it's in my opinion, it's just way too beneficial to use the greases. So, sort of purposefully excluding that from your arsenal by limiting yourself to magical weapons is not the best idea, I think. Okay. This might actually... Yeah, that looks like pipes are accessible from this point as well. This looks like it might be looping back to... Are you fucking kidding me? How the fuck did he get up? Swear to God, if there's something else attacking you here, that would be so bullshit. Yeah, I don't know. I think, you know, the main problem that I have with these guys as well is not only that they're kind of overused here. Knew it. But also that they're just the exact same enemy every time, right? I think if you put that many of them in here, then you need to have more variants. Omen Bairn. Is that a talisman? And an Omen Cleaver. And why is there a gravesite here? Golden Centipede. That's weird. And he was even... Wasn't he kneeling in front of it? That's strange. Take a look. Is that the first time that I got this cleaver? I actually think so, right? Iron cleaver. Where the hell is it, though? What kind of weapon is this supposed to be? Oh, there it is. Wait, it's a normal curved greatsword. Oh no, never mind, it's a greatsword. Heavy-bladed curved sword of colossal size awarded to Omen as a tool of war. This weapon is made to take advantage of brute strength. The pattern etched upon the blade is the remnant of a deteriorative malediction. Indeed, when bestowing a weapon, preparations must be made for taking it away. Okay. Yeah, the thing is, I know that they have different weapons, right? So they're the ones that have this cleaver, some of them have axes, and then they also are in two different variants, like the ones that look quote-unquote normal, and then the ones that have these growing tentacles out of them, right? Have tentacles growing out of them. That's the correct way to say that. So there are different variants, it's just not enough. I don't know, gets a bit boring after a while. There's just too many of the same enemies down here, I think. And what was the other thing that I got? Was that an actual talisman or was it something else? No, it's not a talisman as far as I can tell. It's here. Also, I completely forgot that I have stuff like this, right? So these are sort of in battle usable items. Omen Bairn. Holy fuck, that doesn't look disturbing at all. What the fuck is that? Like a baby that has the same stuff growing all over it? Doll of a Curse-born Bam. Use FP to unleash wraiths that chase down foes. Okay, well the effect's a little bit disappointing though. Omen babies have all their horns excised, causing most to perish. These fetishes are made to memorialize them. Please don't hate me or curse me, please. Oh, wait, so the fact that they're cutting the stuff off of them is sort of a way for them to try to maybe remove the curse? And then this is the form where they haven't been cut off, right? So now I understand this a bit more. Omen babies born of royalty do not have their horns excised, but instead are kept underground, unbeknownst to anyone, imprisoned for eternity. Wow, okay. So that's why there are these two different variants. Some of them have these weird horns growing all over them. They look more like tentacles, though. Aren't they moving, or are they actual horns? Well, they might be horns. What the fuck is going on with them, though? First of all, why do they have that? Why are they looking like this? Why are they cutting it off as well? I mean, clearly it's some sort of curse, but they must have realized that cutting them off doesn't really change anything, though, right? I mean... Seems like a weird way of dealing with that. Okay, I feel like this should loop back to where I originally wanted to get to. Though I do need to remember that there are still two metal doors that I wasn't able to open. Ah, that's a ladder that you can kick down. Oh, that's cool. Ah, okay. So this goes back here now, finally. So slowly it's all coming together. Okay, and I maybe would be able to make that jump, but I don't think there's actually any point to it, right? So I think I'm supposed to go this way. That's interesting. In this case, he crawled up from the pipe much earlier than I would have expected him to. Usually they only crawl up sort of once you're already past that point. Why did I do that? Okay, so now I'm able to get into those platforms. I'm still not able to reach the higher one, though, it seems, right? Where he's standing? That's still definitely higher up than the other pipe. Maybe you're able to make that jump. Wait, so... let's jump down here first. It's kind of easy to kick them off, but at the same time you can also very easily fall off yourself. Oh no, never mind, you can just jump up on it. For some reason from the top it looked like there was a much bigger height difference between... oh, hi. Between the two platforms. Okay, now I also think I'm pretty much done with this room as well, except for the pipes that you can run into, obviously. Hello. Oh. He actually curved around a lot more than I thought he would. Okay. Let's see, so now this... nice. This allows me to kick down this ladder. Not necessarily the best shortcut, but definitely usable one. Oh. Well, that went far. I do like these shortcuts, though. They're different, right? Is what I like about them. So, while the way FromSoft's levels typically loop into each other and how shortcuts are used is pretty cool, pretty great, and works well most of the time, I would say that maybe with the exception of Dark Souls 1, they're also somewhat predictable. They're still very cool and very surprising a lot of the times, but they're also predictable in the way that typically levels have one or two shortcuts that loop back around to probably the start of the level, or maybe to the other shortcut, right? So by taking multiple shortcuts, you're able to go to the boss room very quickly or something. So I like these in-between shortcuts that aren't necessarily directly linked to a site of grace, but still make it easier to traverse the level should you die, right? I think it's pretty cool how they've done that. That there are these, I guess, different stages of shortcuts. Some of them straight up get you to a site of grace and are very, very, very beneficial, and other ones are not as beneficial but can still be very helpful in certain particular cases, right? Okay, no idea where that leads. Seriously? Why is... That thing had even more HP than they usually have, I felt like. Does this loop around somehow? So there are 2 points to jump down to. And this is just a loop, right? Yes. That's the rat that basically lured me in here earlier. Before I jump down, let's take a look this way. That's kind of strange as well, that you suddenly get a blue scarab in here. Not necessarily the point where it's most beneficial, I would say. Okay, holy shit, this is an actual labyrinth. Okay, there's a red one. No, never mind. I thought I knew where he was, but... Hi. What the fuck are you doing? How did you get in here? Oh, that's just the red one. What? Oh. Yeah, that's a bit of an issue, right? That these gnome guys, what were they called? Imps. That the imps that are stuck on the outside of the pipes can sometimes glitch into the pipes. That's it's a bit unfortunate. These seem to be the pipes that are in the room you start off in, right? Another red one. Does this go anywhere? No. Huh, interesting. Usually they use these as a trap, or rather, the like crystal lizards and stuff in Dark Souls are usually to lure you into a trap. It feels like they're not doing that much in Eye of Yellow in Elden Ring at all. Like sometimes it felt like they were doing it, but only sort of slightly. Never really. Never the way they've done that in past games. Grown in ants afflicted by frenzy. It's used for pain relieving properties. Why is this here? Maybe the noble guy in here was afflicted by frenzy? I don't know what he would do here though, right? I mean, in the same vein, it also, once again, just doesn't really make sense how many corpses exist in this place. It's a bit unfortunate that I have to keep bringing that up, but I know it adds to the atmosphere, obviously, and it's an easy thing to do if you've already, you know, created the models for it and everything. But it doesn't change the fact that it doesn't make sense. Wait, so this is just a dead end as well, though, right? Fuck. Just... Oh boy, okay, this is actually a bit more confusing than I thought it would be. I thought there was another way that I still needed to check out, but I guess that wasn't. Why are there so many of these scarabs in here? I don't know what they're doing. Well, I mean, Oh, is this finally the pipe that I was looking for? I think it is, right? Yes. Yes, it is. I guess the scarabs technically collect, like, poop, right? Or, you know, something similar. So in a way, it makes sense that they're here, but, Still quite interesting that they would be within the pipes themselves. Okay. So now I think I've cleared out everything here, right? This is the way, this is where I started the level. Well, not quite, but this is where it came from originally, I hope. Is this the original loop then? This is where the... No. Maybe? Let's just jump down. It's basically the only thing left, I feel like. Oh! Huh. Okay, so I need to jump down the next hole over. This is back in the starting loop, And the second hole, the one that led me to... Oh no, never mind. Wait. This loops back here. Oh. Okay, there is another reason why this exists, this shortcut. It's because the level also sort of loops back in on itself. Interesting. Oh, fuck. I forgot what direction I was going originally. Is this... Oh, wait. Never mind. This is where it just was, right? So I ran back this way. Wait, did I? I think this is where I need to go. Maybe? Fuck. So there should be... Ah, yeah. I was wondering, I was looking for the drop down point that had the item. Okay, and now I can open the door to get here more quickly. I'm not 100% certain whether or not I actually got everything in here. It feels like I might have missed something, but... Maybe not. Huh? And now there's jars. They're always in places you least expect them in. So, do you guys not care about me? I think they're gonna attack as soon as I pick up the item, yeah. Ritual pot. Why are they so defensive about their ritual pots and stuff? Oh, holy shit, this goes... Whoa! This goes a lot further down than what I expected. Are you dead? Yeah. Oh, that's one of the guys that fell down earlier. I completely forgot about him. Yeah, okay. Interesting. I have expected the bottom of this to be the boss room, but apparently it's not. Okay, so... let me think about this, though. I'm still missing 2 closed doors, though. I'm pretty sure. But I'm missing 2 doors on the left side of the level. Oh, for fuck's sake. So this looks like it either continues or possibly leads to either a different dungeon or a boss room. Something like that. Forsaken Depths. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, even though it's a very, very different type of level, but I do get Blighttown vibes from this, in a way. Or maybe not actually Blighttown, but technically in Dark Souls you also enter sewers first, right? And then you get to Blighttown. So I guess in that regard it felt very similar. Feels. Yeah. Okay, but actually, let me check on something here for a second. I just want to make sure about something that's usually can be a bit weird. Okay, yeah, never mind. What was I gonna say? Blighttown, yeah. I'm still I'm really not quite sure how you would access the other items, though. Maybe there is some sort of other access point at the very start of the level that I'm not quite aware of. But I do want to check out where this leads. So I think I'm actually going to... Well, first of all, I should be able to... See, why does this just... Oh, no, never mind. Wait, when did they do that? Did they do this with the latest patch? I didn't even realize. They finally put in the description how many runes you actually get for these things. Well, then... Wow, okay, that's a cool effect. How many more do I need? 1,800. Okay. They must have done this with the latest patch. They got released... Wait, when did it get released? Like on Thursday or something? Oh, wait, okay, wait. It doesn't say here, though. You have to change to this... Ugh, that is so weird. Ah, well. Better than nothing. At least they finally tell you how many runes you get for one of them. Okay, let's put this into intelligence then. It is a very cool elevator, though. Huh. For some reason, I thought that this structure that I'm in right now would connect back to a tower that you can see in the actual city. But I don't think it does. Technically, we're just, I think, below, I don't know, a random building. Is this just leading into more catacombs, though? Maybe? Ooh. Entrance looks interesting. If this is just a normal catacomb dungeon, that would be fairly disappointing, though. I feel like these sewers deserve more, but maybe I'm judging too early. At least this looks very impressive, sort of the way it leads down. It's just that, once again, it's just a copy-pasted level element, so the... yeah, that's... man, this... Oh, that looks so awesome! But at the same time, so not. So, actually, this looks really, really cool, right? In and of itself, if you don't really... Like, if you exclude the rest of the game from this, the setup for this is really, really cool. So, obviously, this room is entirely unique, right? It looks pretty awesome. The elevator takes you down a long while, and then you enter, right? And it's all these cobwebs, and the lighting is really, really cool. You know, with all these white candles burning. Then you enter this room, these statues leading down the staircase, and then they lead you towards what seems to be like a big sort of chapel thing, church thing, whatever, right? So if you just look at this visually, it looks incredibly impressive. The problem is, though, that at least this particular element, right? This particular staircase setup has been used multiple times in other catacombs already. So it's just straight up a copy-pasted level element, which takes a lot of the impressiveness away from this level in particular. So I wish they hadn't done that. Okay, this is a boss room though, right? This also appears to be... This is almost... I wonder if this is supposed to be sort of the culmination of all the different catacombs that I went through, right? Sort of the ultimate original Erdtree burial site in the Lands Between. I hope it's not another one of those weird worms, though. Mog. Oh, that's him! Wait, what? So it actually is somebody else. Oh, that's awesome! I thought that Mog was just sort of a weirdly different name for Morgoth. But he's actually somebody completely different. And he actually, for the first time in a long while, has proper boss HP. That was weird. The first hit that he did looked as if it had way less range than the second one. But I think that's also how he held the weapon. It was just sort of different. Well, still a bit underwhelming. Blood Flame Talons, but I guess that's on me for using my Mimic. Mog. So that was actually Mog. I did not expect him to be entirely... I don't know. I mean, I was sort of... I felt like it was weird that it said Mog again instead of Morgoth. Somehow I just thought of it just being a different name for the same guy, though. Clearly it wasn't, but... Huh. Also, kind of weird that, once again, they just give you another side of grace. Huh. So yeah, this must have at some point been sort of the ultimate Erdtree burial site. And he was, I don't know, trying to use it for his own gains or something? Cathedral of the Forsaken. Makes me wonder, well, how are these Forsaken and these weird horns that are growing all over them, how's that connected to the Erdtree and the burial sites, though? Because the roots in here seem to be okay, right? I mean, at least that's what I've always interpreted them as. Like, these balls of corpses, basically. I always thought that was the normal way of getting an Erdtree burial. Maybe it's actually not, but... This doesn't look corrupted or anything, right? So... Not quite sure what he did here. What's the thing that I got? Some sort of this thing, right? Blood Flame Talons. Also, this seems like it connects to the Lord of Blood. Somehow? A Blood Oath incantation granted by the Lord of Blood creates blood flame lacerations before the caster, which explode in an instant. After dealing damage, blood flame continues to build up onset of blood loss for a very short time. Let's see what this gives me then. Erdtree's favor +1. Wow, okay. That's weird. Raises maximum HP, stamina, and equip load. So, yeah, I mean, what was this Mork guy doing here then? If the... I mean, even this talisman is just sort of a quote-unquote normal Erdtree item. It's nothing corrupted, nothing blighted, nothing blood-related, except the enemy itself, for some reason. Okay, I did get quite a lot of runes, so I need another 12,300, 12,400 if I'm doing it with runes. 12,400, so let's use one of these. And one of these. Should have been enough, right? Oh no, never mind. I'm dumb. Now I did 10,500 instead of 12,500. Yeah. So one of these. I wish actually it would be pretty cool if they would let you use the runes while sitting down at a site of grace. It's a bit annoying that you always have to stand back up, but oh well. Okay. Seems like this must have been... I mean, this is pretty much where this level leads towards, right? The sewer level. Forsaken Depth. It's actually quite the distance between the two sites of grace, right? That's annoying. I'm definitely missing a couple of things here. The problem is I don't really know how to access them. So it feels like I actually need to run back. Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? I'm really not sure where I would have to go in order to be able to access the parts of the level that I'm still missing. Because I'm really, I really want to move on as well. So I don't want to spend too much time in here. He's probably going to hit me up the stairs, isn't he? Oh, well. Guess I got lucky. Yeah, for fuck's sake. Oh, what the? Are you kidding me? These guys can run up the staircases? Or why am I calling the ladders? Oh, fuck. That's something that I certainly did not expect. Yeah, I was really... So, that's the thing, right? This particular item... Oh, for fuck's sake, can you just... Oh. I mean, the item on the wooden beam, that seems to be something that should be accessible from somewhere within the capital itself, possibly? Because that looks like it could be some sort of well or something, right? And it would have to be pretty much... where would it have to be? The roadside is here. Sort of below the main street, right? So it would have to be sort of here in the middle-ish somewhere. This just leads back up, though, right? I mean, I don't think that I'm able to get to the other... So, the thing is, even if I would find that particular well and be able to jump onto that beam, I think it still wouldn't give me access to... the other doors that I'm still missing. I don't think. Let's maybe try and find the well first. So... Is there a well here somewhere? I don't know, it can't be that high up though, right? Are there enemies here? I don't think so. The thing is just, I thought I was fairly thorough in... Can't you just jump down? What's the point of having the elevator here? Well, I guess you can come back up. But I thought that it was fairly... Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? I just want to... See, this is why I sometimes hate that enemies just respawn all the time, right? I don't know, maybe they could have some... I don't know, well... certain trigger at the very end... something like that, right? When you kill the last boss or something, that enemies just stay dead in that particular area that is associated with the boss or something. Oh, that was faster than I thought it would be. Once again, a stabbing attack for some reason missing. But technically the well would have to be here somewhere, right? Sort of in this general area? Really? God, their grabbing attack is really annoying. Maybe I would... I think I should maybe go... Should probably go back down, right? And just mark the exact spot that I need to go to. But... yeah, I don't know. As I said, I thought I was pretty thorough with this general area, so... I'm a bit confused that there's supposed to be more. Because, I mean, this leads back down to the sewers, right? But this whole sort of thing... Do you see the back rat jumping up? That looked really unrealistic. This room doesn't really have a well either, though. Oh, for fuck's sake, now I activated all of them. Just leave me alone for a second. I don't know, I wish there would be... I don't know, I mean, just despawning all the enemies as soon as you've dealt with a boss in an area or something, I realize that might be kind of boring, and you could also potentially run into problems in terms of, you know, being able to farm runes or something similar. So, I get that they're not doing that. But, I don't know. Oh, there's actually an item here on the roof. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Black bow. Well, at least it was worth it to come back up here. Longbow carved from black wood to resemble a blade, one of the most difficult bows to master. The blade-like body of the bow is light and cuts through the air. Though a longbow, it can be wielded similarly to a short bow. Oh. Dexterity 20, that's not that difficult. Okay, yeah, I think this is a bit... Let's go back to the underground roadside and try to just stand directly below the well. I don't know if that's possible without alerting the enemies, though, which might be a bit annoying, but... I mean, I guess I can just sort of approximate it, right? So if I'm looking this way... Ah, okay. Technically, with the distance as well, it should be here somewhere. Oops. So now let's go back up. Let's see if I can find something that leads into this direction. Because I thought that it was in this sort of lower area of the city, but actually it doesn't seem to be the case. It seems to be somehow sort of below, like here, right? Wait. Maybe it's literally this? How would you... There is... You see that platform in there? This looks like... might actually be the correct spot. How are you supposed to get through here, though? This doesn't look like it's just able to open. I thought I was pretty thorough with this whole city in general, so... I would be surprised if I missed some sort of way to open this. Well, the problem is, it looks to be the correct sort of point that you have to jump down from. But if it is, then whatever mechanism you need in order to get to open it up, well, could be anywhere, right? Time for you don't have the right. Could be that there is another entrance point. Seems to be the only one of these grates here, though, right? Doesn't look like the street has any more of them. It's made out of gold, though. Like it doesn't look like something that would be able to be destroyed by jumping down from a higher point, for example. Like, if I were to go back up on the rooftops, I don't think I would be able to get rid of this or destroy this simply by jumping on it from a higher point. Well, that's weird, though. I mean, I can always come back, right? It's not necessarily something that I need to be concerned with right now, but it's just... It just doesn't look like something that is able to open. That's sort of my main point, right? It just doesn't look like something that... Oh, hello. Completely forgot how many of these guys were here. But Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look like it has any sort of mechanism or something, right? Hmm. It's also not even really close to any sort of rooftop. And I think jumping down from that roof would probably just kill me, so... Wait, let's just... I think I actually placed the marker quite well. Nope, not this one. So let's just place the cursor right on top of me. Why doesn't it snap to your position? That's a bit weird. Yeah, let's just place this here so that I remember that it's here. That'll hopefully also tell me in the future that I'm also missing those other metal doors down there as well. I'm trying to remember what I could have potentially missed. The weird part about this is that when you look down it, it literally looks like something that you just meant to jump down to, right? With that additional platform there. Maybe it's a fake out. Could also be the case, but yeah, I don't know. This just looks kind of strange. Ah, well, you know what? I placed the marker there, so I'm able to go back to it. Honestly, I think at this point, I just want to move on. I really, really want to move on. I want to get to the Flame of the Giants and figure out what's going on here. I don't want to be stuck for another hour in the capital, because I think that ultimately the item's probably not going to be that special anyways. Again, can always come back to it. If I would have some sort of idea of where to go, right? If there was still sort of a place where I knew, oh, there was maybe like a certain path that I didn't take or whatever, right? Or down in the sewers, there was still like a pipe I wasn't able to access or something. Then I would try to go back and do it. But since I felt like I actually looked into every sort of nook and cranny and I went into everything there was, I just don't really have any sort of immediate idea of where I could go, which is why I kind of want to move on for the time being. Is this even really snow? I think it's supposed to be, though, right? It's just tripping me up a bit because the capital had this weird white sand, and technically we didn't move upwards, right? We're actually slightly more down. Oh no, never mind. We're not. Wait, are we or are we not? I think this bridge led upwards a little bit, but yeah, in terms of the sort of the height of where we are, it's not actually higher than the capital itself. So it's weird that there would be snow here, right? That just feels kind of strange. Hey. What the fuck is he using? Oh! Ah, never mind. I think that's what he's using. Of course. I love it when enemies chain attack you. Always great when you're just unable to do anything. Oh well, I didn't really get far, huh? That was kind of bullshit, though. The fact that his attack just literally went through the mountain. Honestly, with how good most of the hitboxes in this game work, I actually find it quite strange that FromSoft seems to still have a pretty big problem in terms of properly dealing with sort of objects being in the way of attacks, right? I don't know why that's such a big deal for... I know that that's really difficult to deal with. Oh, hello. I was actually right. So I guess this was one of the giants at some point. That's weird. I think originally, when I saw it through the fog here, I thought it looked like a skull. But then when I looked down on it from the Divine Tower, it just looked like a big rock, but I think that was probably just a lower resolution object or something. Because this is clearly a skull. And probably one from the giants. It's kind of crazy to me how giant these giants apparently were. Because we also have these, like, I always called them fire giants. I don't think that should be their actual name, considering that these are linked to the flame of the giants. But the giants you can actually fight, right? The ones that have this weird flame within them or on their feet, or, you know, sometimes it's in different places. They're quite small compared to these actual giants? Question mark? So, oh, hi. He did a 180 in mid-air, I think. They're very nimble. But if that's the size of the actual giants, didn't they fight a war against them? They're very sneaky, aren't they? But yeah, didn't the capital or somebody else, Godfrey? I don't quite remember, but didn't they fight a war against these giants? How the fuck did they do that? And didn't they also win? So how is that possible? If that's a skull of one of them, literally one of these giants looks as if it was as big as at least half the capital itself, right? I mean, even that giant dragon corpse in the capital would probably have been no match for them. I mean, that dragon looks bird-sized compared to these guys, doesn't he? I mean, maybe I'm misinterpreting the sizes here a little bit, because it's, you know, obviously they're not, like, right next to each other, so it's not that easy to compare their actual size. Okay, this is a weird level. Why the fuck is it so weird to climb up here? But if this is the actual size of the giants, and there were multiple of them, how were they ever defeated? And also, why the whole lands between would just be a tiny, tiny island for a giant of this size, right? What are those militia guys doing here, though? They're in all kinds of interesting places, but they never seem like they quite belong where they are. That was just a trap, right? I hear one of them. I mean, they're really, really interesting in terms of enemy design. Oh, there he is. They're really, really interesting because they're quite unique in how they fight, right? The fact that they're so stealthy, they use smoke bombs, they use these poisonous traps on the ground. They also have, I think back in Caelid, they had sort of spike traps on the ground as well. And they're quite sneaky and small, but still also very, very nimble. They have a lot of different attacks as well. Like, I think there are at least 5 different variants of them, something like that, which is quite a lot for an enemy type that looks very similar on the outside. So in all of those regards, I really, really like them. It's just that I don't know how much sense it makes in terms of where they are, actually, right? I mean, I feel like, well, I mean, maybe they're meant to be these. Maybe they're not necessarily guarding this place so much as doing an expedition themselves here, but we don't really. I feel like for the amount of places they appear at, the game should actually provide way more information about them. I mean, maybe there will be more information about them at some point. Maybe they're actually originating from a place that we haven't been to. Maybe they actually belong to this mountain or something, right? There are definitely still a lot of possibilities, but at the same time, sort of just the places you encounter them at and the way you encounter them as well just makes for quite a weird experience. Okay, what the fuck? How... Where am I supposed to go? Oh, never mind. For a second there, I thought I would fall down. Fall down the cliff. There's a bunch of bloodstains here. I wonder... I mean, of course there are more of them. Because I saw 2 of them earlier, but I guess I already killed them. Halfway expected them to be in the trees or something as well, but that's not the case this time, I feel like. Wait. Okay. Well, now he's come. It's... One thing that they also show, unfortunately, is that the AI just isn't, I don't know. There's just something weird about it. I really don't want to blame the game too much for it, because I feel like, in terms of AI, FromSoft actually does more, I would say, than your average game. But that's not necessarily saying much, because your average game has, like, really, really, really stupid AI. To the point where sometimes I wonder why they even bother. When we're talking about, I don't know, Far Cry, Call of Duty, especially those first-person shooters, right? But also a bunch of other games. I don't want to criticize game companies too much for it, because I know that it's really, really difficult to design good AI. So I get that they're not doing it because I think it's also something that, at least in the case of a game like Far Cry, I don't think that the audience of it even demands it, right? I mean, if you play Far Cry, then just by starting up the game, you basically already have to completely shut off your brain, right? Otherwise, there's no way to get through that game, or those games, rather. Same with things like Assassin's Creed, to a degree. Like, their worlds can be very, very interesting in terms of what they look like, but for the most part, those games you really need to turn off your brain completely to even remotely be able to enjoy them, right? And I'm just not that type of person. I can't shut off my brain completely. And, that doesn't mean that you need to be dumb or anything to play them, right? They can be a guilty pleasure, right? I do like certain movies that I know are dumb, right? Or not very intelligent, but they're still nice entertainment. And sometimes it's great to be able to shut your brain off, right? But obviously it works different for everyone, right? There are movies where it can shut off my brain because it gets other sort of stimulation, right? And in those particular instances, it might be the action scenes, or maybe I really like the actor or the actress, or, something else. Can be anything, really. And obviously in those games, Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, most of the time it can be the visuals or something, right, that is so stimulating that you can shut off the other part of your brain, like your logic and stuff like that. So yeah, I think introducing cleverer AI into a game like Far Cry would actually sort of diminish the enjoyment that most people get out of those games, right? Sounded like there was a third one. Oh, there you are. You were pretty slow. So yeah, there is certainly a time and place for good enemy AI, right? Not every game particularly needs it. And in the case of Call of Duty, for example, where you have very, very linear, or at least in the older games, very, very linear levels that don't really require much thinking either, right? It's more about the gameplay itself. The same goes for a game like Destiny, for example, right? Destiny really, really shines because of its gameplay, and in a way, Destiny needs dumb AI because then you have the most fun, right? If it's really, really easy to kill your enemies, and it's really, really fun doing it because the core gameplay is designed very well, then that can work very well together, right? It doesn't work in these particular instances, though, right? As I said, I really like these enemies, this enemy type, because of the variety that they provide, because they are so different from a bunch of other things in Elden Ring. But that being said, they also definitely show where the AI still needed a bunch of work. And so, well, they provide like a cool, different way of engaging with enemies, or enemies engaging with you, rather. I also think that they, at the same time, just clearly don't work as well as they should, unfortunately. And the problem is that you can sort of extrapolate that, right? Because, like, when you see this particular AI at work, the mistakes that their AI makes are the same mistakes that the enemy AI makes all the time, right? Meaning that... That's another skull, by the way. Meaning that once you realize how the AI works, you can transfer that knowledge to every enemy type, which is a problem in a big open game like this as well. Like, the bigger the game is, the more of a problem it becomes, right? Because usually you want your game to have a lot of variety, and usually that is something that FromSoft is really good at, right? Most, like Dark Souls games and whatnot, they have a lot of variety. And that's one of their biggest strengths, especially also compared to other games of the same genre. And, well, the variety is what makes enemies interesting, right? That's also why I'm, disappointed when I see the same boss copy and pasted into a different boss arena, because, well, you already know how it works, right? Sometimes that can be good if it works out thematically, or if they put a neat spin on it, right? I mean, dual bosses can be interesting. It all obviously comes down to how it's designed, right? There's a lot of different types and things and ideas that you can have in order to make things still interesting, even though it is the same enemy. Either way, if you introduce a lot of enemy variety to your game, obviously your players will probably have a ton of fun all the time, because, well, there's a lot of variety, a lot of stuff to learn, to see, to challenge yourself with, right? But if you see some fundamental thing that the AI does wrong, right? One of the things that I can think of the top of my head, for example, is the way they're doing traps and stuff, right? So when enemies are ambushing you or trying to ambush you, those things are set manually, right? So they set a certain trigger point on the floor, or some sort of location the player needs to be at in order to trigger the enemy to walk and attack a certain other place. But since it's set manually, it can't react to your actual position after you've triggered the trap or the ambush, which results in a lot of these awkward things, because especially for me, somebody who's, fairly slow in advancing through levels, and who, stops frequently to either look at the environment or to make sure that I am not ambushed by enemies, you can run into the problem that they're just running into nothing, right? And they trigger way too early. But they have to for other players. So if you're at normal walking speed, right, a lot of the time, I feel like they're triggering for normal walking speed, right? So let's say behind the tree was an ambush and I was just walking like this, right? The way the ambush is manually set up is so that with me walking normally past the tree, the ambush works out to where the enemy will exactly sort of cross my path and backstab me, or whatever they're doing, right? Depends on the enemy, obviously. But since I'm walking a lot slower, like either RP walking or not walking at all, but I'm already standing on the trigger point, what will happen is that the enemy will just run into, well, nothing, basically, right? Completely messing up what was supposed to be an interesting ambush. And once you realize that that's how Elden Ring works, right? That they had to set those ambushes manually, you can't really be surprised by them. They still managed to get me like once or twice, but for the most part, most ambushes haven't really worked for me, right? Which, in a way, you could say, oh, I'm just cleverer in terms of traversing the environments or whatever. I mean, that's not actually the case, right? But in a way, it also kind of feels bad, because I feel like I'm missing out on these fun moments, right? These fun surprises that can happen in certain levels. And that comes down to the fact that they had to design that manually, apparently. Instead of dynamically adjusting enemy behavior depending on your player, right? And that's just one example. There are other examples as well where I feel like that you sometimes just see certain enemy behavior, and if you see it again on another enemy, you realize, oh, it's not the enemy that is behaving like that, it's the general AI of the game. And the problem is, at that point, right, once you realize one fundamental weakness of the AI, that fundamental weakness will basically be there for every single enemy, regardless of how much enemy variety you have in your game. So the bigger your game is, the more enemy variety you have, the less of these AI problems you want your player to know, or obviously, you know, the best solution would be to not have them in the first place, in order to prevent your player from being able to exploit the same weakness on every single enemy, regardless of their variety, right? Because in a way, that would completely eradicate all of the enemy variety, and therefore all the time that you as a developer put into the game, right? To make it interesting throughout the whole runtime. Yeah, and I feel like, I don't know, in FromSoft games that's a particular issue. But then again, it's only an issue because they actually put some thought into their AI, right? And they actually try to, at least to a certain degree, make enemy behavior and AI behavior more interesting than your typical average AAA game. So, yeah. You know, the more you try and the more you put into your game, obviously, the more things can go wrong, right? Also, why the hell is there a statue of Marika here? Is there going to be some sort of giant enemy that'll attack me? There has to be something here, right? Can I jump up here? Of course I can't. Some of these, I don't know, somehow some of these rocks look weird. Never quite sure if you're meant to be able to get onto them or not. I mean, that's a big open space. It certainly looks like there's going to be some bigger enemy there. Ah, that's where the map is. Okay. It's interesting, though, that... So, it's actually just this path, right? This looks like there is some sort of giant... Oh, that's the lift. Okay. Grand Lift of Rold. I'm still missing the other half of the medallion, though. I wonder if I can get this here. This looks like it just ends, though, as if there's like a gap between the lift and whatever this is. Black Blade Kindred. Oh, interesting. Oh, it's another one of these guys. Well, that's weird, though, that I wasn't able to summon right away. Whoa! The fuck are you? He's one of the guys with the twin blade. Oh, he doesn't really have that much HP, though. Oh, that's... Well, that's weird. Feels like... I don't know. It might be hard to tell. Oh. But it feels like he has either the same... Oh. I thought he was going to go for my mimic. Let's just do this. I feel like that's easier than trying to hit him with my weapon. What is he doing here, though? Gargoyles, black blades, and black axe. Okay. Huh. Why are these gargoyles both in Caelid and here? I mean, these are the black versions, right? Whatever prompted them to... I don't even want to call it being corrupted, right? I would say there is something else at work entirely. But... Oh. Ah, interesting. So the lift in this particular case actually looks quite similar to the grand lift that leads up to the capital as well. Just looks a lot more mysterious because of all the fog. Yeah, these gargoyles are a weird sort, right? You'd think that originally they might have been protectors of the capital, but then there are all also these black versions. Quite a few of them, actually. Black axe. Valiant gargoyles, blackened corpse wax. Such is the mark of those who serve Malekith, the Black Blade. But what did Malekith do? Were they able to corrupt them somehow? I don't really realize how that would... Like, first of all, how do you corrupt them? Why would that change their weapons? What does it have to do with this corpse wax as well? It all seems intriguing, but ultimately hard to... Ultimately, it's very, very hard to tell what it means. I wonder if you can accidentally run into these guys during the boss fight. That would actually be pretty crazy, wouldn't it? I guess you can. In a way, it's a little bit of a weird arena in general. I was even slightly concerned that it would just despawn my Mimic as well, because it felt like the range of the summoning pool thing, or not the summoning pool, but the, that small summoning stone that allows you to summon spirits. It felt like that range was fairly short for how big this entire plateau seems to be. Mist ahead. Yeah, no shit. It's a pretty big area in general. I mean, the entire sort of path leading up here. It's a very, very cool atmosphere. But in a way, it's also a very empty level. Not that much going on here. Bunch of these militia guys, and that's about it seems like. Okay, thing is already here. There is another scarab that I didn't see. I guess, what's the point of these scarabs being here, though? Sometimes I don't really get their placement of these things. Because, I mean, first of all, there is a statue of Marika next to the boss fight. So even if you die to the boss fight, it's very unlikely that you'll even lose anything. And I get that these militia guys can be pretty overwhelming at times, and you might lose a lot of, healing resources because of that. But Wait. The fuck? Oh. Hi. Wait, I could have summoned her? Oh shit. Well, let's still just summon her. I don't... Why can I still do that? That's weird, though. Millicent has returned to their world. That was weird. I didn't realize these summon signs could still be activated even after you've killed the boss that they are meant to be associated with. It's been a while since I've seen a summon sign for a boss fight, though. I mean, sometimes since, like in this case, there's a lot of potential directions you can approach this plateau from. So it's not, unlikely that you'll just run by the summon sign, like I just did. I mean, I still saw it in the end, but I wonder how many of these summon signs I missed in certain places just purely because they're very, very hard to find in these big open environments. Huh, what a shame. I mean, I don't necessarily think that it advances her quest line or something. That would be kind of weird. But it's still cool, though, right? It makes these NPCs feel a bit more alive. The fact that they want to help you through these encounters. Which is also why I like to summon them, right? It's not even about them helping me during a fight. I don't really care that much about being challenged in FromSoft's games on the first playthrough. The first playthrough has always been more about, the story, the environmental storytelling, the item descriptions, and the world and its atmosphere in the first place, right? Not necessarily the challenge that the world provides. I know that that's a little bit of a problematic approach because at the end of the day, even if I fight everything solo on like a New Game Plus or other New Game playthrough, obviously I already know their moves. I already know what to expect in certain places. But as I said, I'm just not that interested in these challenges on like a first playthrough, to be completely honest. I prefer actually... Ooh, wait! That was a weird lighting change. But yeah, I prefer to just soak in the game world and everything. That being said, or rather, that's because, or that's why I like to summon these cooperators on my first playthrough, because it makes it feel like it feels like it makes sense, right? You meet these NPCs, you are helping them, and in return, they are helping you. I feel like that just makes a lot more sense, and I mean, to me, I know that, arguably the RPG parts of FromSoft games are definitely taking a step back against the action parts of it. But in that sense, I still like the, I guess, RP thought of actually cooperating with these NPCs, right? For a reason as well. And so, yeah, I just like to summon them and like to interact with them more, or as much as I can, rather. Because I feel like, and I know I've mentioned that a couple of times as well during the playthrough, they, in terms of quest lines and in NPC interactions, I still think that FromSoft needs to step up their game big time. Their NPC design, especially the voice acting and everything, is still pretty great. But yeah, I do wish there was way more especially natural interaction with them, right? Just natural conversations. At least to me, it would make FromSoft's worlds feel a lot more immersive. Um, you know, this way it's way more about the atmosphere and I think sort of the grand idea behind these worlds and what they're supposed to represent, right? In the big picture of the lore of the game. But I would like them to be a lot more immersive in sort of your general interactions with the world as well. And I feel like that's where they still need to innovate a lot. And again, that's why I like Sekiro so much, because they actually at least try to do that there, right? Where it feels like at least, even though there's clearly still the same sort of FromSoft structure behind how the quest lines work and everything, it still feels as if it's at least somewhat of a moving world with characters that actually have agency beyond what you are doing within this world, right? Which is, at least in my opinion, how an actual RPG should be like. Yeah, I just wish they would do that more.
Turn back.
What?
Ahead lies the land of the giant's flame.
Yeah, I know.
And the way forth is forbidden. Hear me. The burning of the earth tree is the first cardinal sin. Doing so will unbind destined death and slay the world itself.
Not if we kill it first.
Who would dare put you up to such a task? Most certainly not the fingers.
It's interesting that compared to all the quote-unquote normal NPCs that you talk to, these finger-reading crones, I don't even know what they're supposed to be, because they all look the exact same, right? It just feels sort of unnatural, as if they've been potentially sent here by the two fingers. Not necessarily, maybe they're not really even like a real living sentient being, but more of a way for the fingers to interact and talk with Tarnished and to the world at large. It's interesting, though, that all the other sort of Melina and who else was there? Was it Gideon? It wasn't Gideon, was it? Who did I talk to that also suddenly endorsed the? Wasn't it the? Yeah, the finger maiden, the very old one, is sitting right next to the two fingers at the round table hold. Her, right? So the two fingers started communicating with the greater will, and she said something along the lines of, "Oh yeah, that's going to take a hundreds of years, right?" And then she basically said, "Well, I guess it can't be helped. There's nothing else that we can do, right? We don't really want to wait, so, if you want, just go ahead and burn the Earth Tree." That was basically what she said, right? I would have thought that but then again, these finger reading crones are kind of weird in that they're also basically copy and pasted NPCs that just exist all over the place, and just in general, up to this point, seem to have been just sort of a reminder of where you need to go, right? Almost a quest marker that's not actually a quest marker, if you will, or a quest log, however you want to look at it. But now, for the first time, it's actually them, or in this case, this particular one, that tells us, no, you shouldn't do that. Don't do that. Don't burn the Earth Tree. Definitely an interesting spin.
Turn back ahead and the way. Hear me. Doing so.
Okay.
Most certain.
Same way as the other ones, though, she doesn't really change her dialogue at all. Well, the problem is I'm still missing the other half of this medallion that apparently activates this grand lift. Let's see, I need 114,330. Can I level? What do I have? 82, so at least 3 of these. Oh no, never mind, I could have used 4. What was it, 114? And this is 12,500. I can actually use 2 of them. When did I pick up all these runes? Sometimes I don't even really remember doing that. So no, it's another 5. That would get me to 114. And then, what did I say? 330, right? So that should be enough. Okay, another point in intelligence. Well, this is going to be interesting now, because I'm really not quite sure what I'm supposed to do here. Unless the second part of the medallion is just right here. Seek Giant. So I'm pretty sure I'm just not going to be able to activate this, right? Try underground. And then praise the high road. Oh, wait, what? Huh? Oh, I have the other one. I completely forgot about that. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't look... Are they meant to have red eyes? I completely forgot about this. Right. I got the, was it Melina that gave it to me? I got like another version of it, right? Hmm. I mean, last time somebody said to me that I'm actually not able to get the second half of that other medallion. Or I wasn't able to get it at that point. Well, hello, Archery. But okay, let's take a look at it. I still have the medallion though, right? Yeah. So that was this one. Operates Grand Lift of Rold. I wonder if there's some sort of significance to their eyes glowing red. Conjoined split medallion depicting the flame peak. Vanishing the medallion activates Grand Lift of Rold. The Forge of the Flame of Ruin is said to be found upon their peaks, and as here Melina wishes to travel in resuming a journey together. Somehow this exists as well, right? Depicting the Halleck tree. Brandishing the medallion with both halves conjoined will activate the Grand Lift of Rold, granting access to a hidden path. I mean, maybe this is where I'll actually be able to find the other half, which might potentially get me to the Halleck tree, question mark? Oh, hello. What is up with these white trees? Why are there ghost trees here? Fire Blossom. Visions of Dunwood. Well, now I'm actually high up. This lift does get you quite a lot higher up than you would originally think. I'm actually, now I'm actually already on the same height as a couple of branches of the Earth tree. It's kind of crazy. This looks quite beautiful with these snow ghost trees, or snow white ghost trees, and the snow is what I was going to say. Yeah, I wonder if, I mean, the only other way this grand lift could go is down, right? So I wonder if having both sides of the Halic tree medallion, instead of getting you up here, would potentially move you down? This is also interesting. I'm actually higher than these white stones or whatever they are, because they were able to be seen from down below as well. There's another one of those mausoleums, Mountaintops of the Giants. Huh. Guess also quite unexpected that the lift brings you up quite a bit, but then you also have other parts of this land that are further down? Those are the outskirts of the capital. I mean, this entire area looks pretty awesome. More normal catacombs, though? Seems a bit strange. You wouldn't necessarily expect these. Well, then again, I mean, this lift looks more or less exactly like the one that leads to the Altos Plateau and ultimately to the capital. So it must have been built, well, by the capital at some point, right? Well, hello. What are you? Is everything a ghostly figure up here? That's interesting. Mountaintops of the Giants West. Okay, so there are two maps. What? Okay. Wait, so there is another portion here as well? Wow. Okay, see, this is how they... There's definitely a little bit of a, I guess, fake out going on here, right? Because even though you can already see the outline of this land, on the map it appears to be bigger than it actually is, right? I mean, this entire sort of side of the mountain is completely inaccessible to the player. It's literally just this very, very small path here that you're actually able to walk on. Which is fine, right? I'm not complaining about that. It's just interesting that they decided to do it this way. It's also interesting that this map also now uncovers sort of the entire Erd tree here. So this half is this entire down section, though, that I was able to look at, right? The ones with the big, or whatever these big white things are supposed to represent. I find it interesting that there is another minor Erd tree here, and one that is also seemingly dead. Wait, which was the other one that was dead that I was surprised about that it existed in the first place? I think it was this one, right? This was the dead minor Erd tree. It's an interesting way of uncovering the map, though, right? They're really, really, like, I guess, guiding you towards a certain point. And it's also interesting that they have another one of these telescopes up here. Makes me wonder if this is another section of the map. What's the point of this? Is this literally just a big boss arena? That's kind of what it looks like, right? But then again, it also has these smaller ruins on it, so maybe it's not? Question mark? It's a bit foggy, though. Whatever that means. Huh. Weird. That looks like one of those, what were they called? They have definitely appeared as a boss enemy in a couple of catacombs already. I wonder why everything else, so everything else is ghost, and then you have this black ghost here that seems to be Rimmed Rower. Seems to be guarding the place, maybe? Oh, hello. What the hell are you doing here?
Finally, we meet the Tarnished, who would be Lord. Oh my. Why the long face? I fear that you were previously acquainted with this vessel. Well,
Oh?
that is most unfortunate. For he is dead.
Why?
As for his flesh, he gave it to me. Shabriri, I hope you can make your peace with that.
You were called Shabriri? Well, that doesn't sound very good, though, does it? I mean, Shabriri, at least as far as I know, I've only known sort of... Oh, for fuck's sake, I feel like this might be connected to Lightseeker Hayeda, right? I'm really, really annoyed by that questline, that you need a normal Shabriri grape and then the special one. But if you already have the special one, you still need a normal one in order to progress the questline, and I have absolutely no idea where the fuck that Shabriri grape's supposed to be.
You were about to sacrifice something precious.
Am I?
The life of a fair maiden that you would toss into the
Oh.
fiery forge.
Well, yeah, I guess I am.
Only so that you may be Lord.
No,
What a
that's
thing to ponder.
what she
This
wanted, though.
secrecy requires her sacrifice, whether she wishes it or not. But how would the Lord, crowned so, be looked upon?
Well, let's just sacrifice you then.
Chosen,
I don't know.
tarnished, and would be Lord, dare to tread the path of true rigor. Spare the poor girl, and singe your own flesh in her stead. If you are prepared to show resolve and attain lordship through righteous hardship, then heed the words of I, Shabriri.
Oh, well, now it's getting interesting, isn't it? So, he's suggesting that we sacrifice ourselves instead of Melina, which, well, up until this point, I had no idea that that was an option. Okay, so I wonder how that would work. The fact that he says he's called Shabriri makes me kind of wary of that decision, because I wonder if it would drive my character crazy, right? If there's some sort of frenzy thing, whatever have you, that would affect my character. And there has to be, right? So the thing that I find really curious here in this particular case is that usually in FromSoft games, right? I would think that, okay, yeah, sure, that's one of the endings, right? You burn yourself, and I guess that's it, right? You die, and the world is born anew with Melina as the golden as the Elden Lord or whatever. Okay, fair enough. I'm not quite sure if that can happen in Elden Ring, considering that it's an open world game, and I know I said so last time as well. I think, or at least I expect you to be able to just continue exploring the world even after you finish the game. I guess one thing that they could do is just sort of rewind time, right? I said so last time as well, is that a couple of open world games like to quote unquote pretend that you didn't actually trigger the end of the game, right? I think, I don't know, Breath of the Wild does that, for example, I'm pretty sure. That you can continue going through the world, but they'll just pretend as if Ganon still exists, right? You can't actually defeat him and sort of change the world forever and then still wander through it. Because then they'd have to change all the NPC dialogue and whatnot, right? A couple of games do that, so let's say, I don't know, the Elder Scrolls series, for example, you can finish the main quest, and the game just continues, and people will react to that in a way, but it's also, I guess, it sort of shows how badly designed the main quests are, especially in Oblivion and Skyrim, that, the impact on the world is negligible in a way, even though it shouldn't be. Now, what I kind of don't really want to sacrifice Melina, but then again, the problem with Melina is, as I also said multiple times already, we don't really know who she even is. Like, does she really exist, or is she more a spirit that follows us? Where did she even come from, and what's her purpose? I mean, the way she herself explained it seemed to me as if her whole existence was basically depending upon Tarnished like me existing as well. So, would that really make a difference? Right? Is what I'm asking myself. Like, would there be a difference in whether or not Melina sacrifices herself or I sacrifice myself? Could Melina even exist without me? I mean, I'm sure she can, but wouldn't she lose her purpose? Depends on what kind of existence she lives in the first place. And since there aren't really that many interactions with her, unfortunately, it's very, very hard to tell. Also, it seems incredibly random that this would be the NPC that this Shabriri decided to inhabit, because there was sort of no sign of him, like, being somebody else. I mean, I guess he isn't. Maybe it's actually... I wonder if this is random. I don't think it is. This was the Dragon Slayer or whatever beforehand, though, right? So...
Chosen, tarnished, and would-be lord, descend into the depths far below the Erdtree capital. Seek audience with the three fingers and the flame of frenzy. If you inherit the flame of frenzy, your flesh will serve as kindling, and the girl can be spared, setting you on the righteous path of lordship, the path of the Lord of Chaos. Burn the Erdtree to the ground and incinerate all that divides and distinguishes. Ah, may chaos take the world. May chaos take the world.
You know what? I would be a lot more inclined to follow that suggestion if you wouldn't sound so crazy, and especially if your followers, or the followers of the Three Fingers, hadn't repeatedly tried to attack me, right?
Chosen descend in Sigurd.
Wait, so he says
chosen to descend into
the depths far below the Erdtree capital. Right. That is actually something that I kind of forgot about, is that we were told that the Three Fingers are sort of far below the capital. Where are they supposed to be, though? I mean, this Cathedral of the Forsaken already seemed to be pretty far below the capital. So where the fuck are the Three Fingers then supposed to be? Is there another way to... Maybe that's where the Grand Lift of Rolls leads to? If it also leads to that, like, hidden path? Maybe that you can sort of loop back and get beneath the capital? So that would be something that I would have to do beforehand, though. So... what's this called? Zamor Ruins. Shabriri. Hey, I can talk to Melina. Let's see what she says about all of this.
There is something I'd like to say. My purpose was given to me by my mother, but now I act of my own volition. I have set my heart upon the world that I would have, regardless of my mother's designs. I won't allow anyone to speak ill of that, not even you.
That's all you have to say? So, I mean, that makes me think that she really wants to be sacrificed to this flame, right? And again, considering what I've seen with the Flame of Frenzy and the Three Fingers, and that's not really something that I want to do. Considering that I know it exists, I would like to kill the Three Fingers potentially, if that's an option. I don't know, though. But even though, since I now know that it would be an option to spare Melina, while I, could see myself doing that, if she herself really wants this, then who am I to deny her that, right? So I think, at least at this point, that's probably what I want to do, right? Is follow what she wants and sacrifice her. Because I don't think that I want to be associated with the Three Fingers. I don't know what it ultimately leads to, though. I mean, the fact that we're burning the Erdtree regardless of whether or not she does it or I do it, doesn't that already mean that we're sacrificing the Golden Order and what the Greater Will and the Two Fingers want anyways? So that's why I'm really not inclined in following the Three Fingers, right? Because no matter what, even though chaos, can certainly be a good thing under very particular circumstances, I don't know what is the other option? Because if we're burning the Erdtree regardless, certainly the Golden Order won't be a thing anymore, right? At least not the one that was bestowed by the Erdtree, or however that worked in the past. So, sort of regardless of that, I wonder if, what will be the actual outcome if Melina is the one who sacrifices herself? If we don't have the chaos that the Three Fingers want, but we also don't have the Golden Order, then what do we have, ultimately? I mean, maybe we'll find out more about that. Also, the clouds actually look pretty awesome. Also, the fact that Melina is so sort of adamant about what she wants really makes me double question him. Right? Because I don't think that he really cares about Melina. I mean, obviously he doesn't, right? He never said he was. He just said how it would look, bad for me if I became the new Elden Lord, but only because I was sacrificing Melina. But yeah, that just seems to be something that he wants, not necessarily something that makes sense in the grand scheme of things. I want to talk to Hayeda again. I don't know if that makes sense. I just... Man...
Hello? Would you donate him on a pilgrimage when I eat one of...
Okay, so... Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know where I could have missed a Shabriri grave. Absolutely no idea. Could literally be anywhere, to be honest. One thing that I also still find quite intriguing is that somehow there was this one mage, right, that was sitting here in the Church of Irith. And he wanted to have access to Raya Lucaria again. And I actually found another key and gave it to him. And he said, "Yeah, I'm going to go to the academy." But I never found him again. I even went back. Like I went back to Raya Lucaria, I think twice even. Especially since I also wanted to try out Patch's hint, and ultimately just didn't realize what he meant in the first place. In terms of how you get to Volcano Mana early, I just didn't get what he was telling me. But yeah, even though I went back, I didn't actually take a look at all sort of pieces of the academy, I guess, but I was fairly certain that wherever that guy went, it wasn't necessarily within the capital, at least not right away. Maybe he went somewhere else, right? Maybe I need to find him somewhere. I wonder if that's connected to another Shabriri grave. I don't really know. Or maybe I did something else wrong. Maybe you need to do something in a particular way to get all the Shabriri graves. It's just so weird because she's just standing here waiting for you to get another one of those graves, right? And there is literally zero, like absolutely zero hints as to where another one of those could be. And the thing that makes this really, really weird is that I think I have the thing that she needs at the very end, right? So if you give her another Shabriri grave, I expect her to probably move further towards Raya Lucaria, and then you can probably give her that, like, ultimate Shabriri grave that I have, that I got from that one guy that invaded me close to the Tower of Frenzy. Since I don't have a normal one, I can't progress the questline, and I wonder if this is connected. I don't know. At least the name suggests that it would be, in some form or another, right? It's just that's not a coincidence, obviously, that he's called Shabriri of all things. Even though it seems very random that he would choose that particular body. Whatever that even means in the first place, I have no idea. Well, what that means, right? Why is this guy, whoever he is, suddenly just a completely different person? Alright, let's see. Is this the only enemy in here, or are there multiple ones? Why are you still hit by that? Ooh. Wonder if he stays dead. Why does my mimic stay around, though? Is there another one of these guys? Man, I really, really wish the game would do more in terms of its music. I don't know, the music's just way, way too similar from region to region. And it's really, really missing unique elements. What is that guy all the way at the top? He looks pretty dead though, right? Ooh, that looks like it was a giant sword, or a giant's sword at one point, right? All of these things look like that. There's an ice troll over there. Well, there's a bunch of these guys here. I guess let's try and clear them out first. I wonder how many of them are here. I see 2 more over there. Usually want to get rid of these guys before fully exploring the place. These ruins are quite big. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Did I hit the other one? Ah, how did... Why? Of course. Are you fucking kidding me? These are kind of crazy, right? Like, how many of them are here? And I hate... With how much range they have on their spells in particular, this feels a bit of an overkill, to be honest. Oh, hello. Are you... Okay. Why do I have... Oh, that's the perfume bottle from my mimic. I'm really always surprised about the shield. Are you fucking kidding me? How many of these guys are here? I feel like that's a bit crazy. Still need my mimic for the last one. There's definitely at least one more. Oh wait, what? Huh? There are at least 2. Holy fuck. Zamor Ice Storm. Is that what they're doing? Might be, huh? Are you fucking kidding me? Really? Oh, now my mimic's dead. What the fuck? At least they're sort of slow in a very particular way? Are you kidding me? How many of... Oh, oops. Oh, I thought... The range of that is just crazy. For fuck's sake. What the hell did they do here? At least they're sort of passive sometimes. This is a bit too crazy, though, isn't it? I don't know. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? I don't know. I feel like in this particular case they went a little bit overboard with how many of these guys they placed here. Oh, for fuck's sake, I hate the timing with that. Sometimes they attack and sometimes they just don't. It's completely random whether or not they do. And then once you attack them with a strong attack, they sometimes just don't really care. What the fuck is up with them? How many of these guys was that? This is a literal boss enemy earlier in the game, right? And, I mean, I guess they might have a bit less HP than the original boss enemy. But this is a bit... I don't know. This feels the same to me as the sewers, right? To the point where... I don't know. It's just a bit too much. Because they're all the same enemy, right? That's the thing at the end of the day. They're all the exact same enemy doing the exact same things with 1 billion HP, all placed at the exact same location. So... Smithing stone minus bell bearing 3. Smithing stone 5 and 6. So smithing stone 6 gets you to plus 18, right? Well, that's not bad. At least that's usable. It's a bit late, still. But, oh well. What was the other thing that I wanted to take a look at? Was it an incantation or... No, it's a sorcery, right? Zamor Ice Storm. Ice sorcery of the town of Zamor. Strike the ground with the staff to create a freezing tornado. Charging enhances potency. Cloaked in icy tempests, the Knights of Zamor have challenged the fire giants since ancient times. Huh. Okay, so these weird mages that are all over the place here, they were actually fighting the fire giants at some point? Like, what? Also, how exactly do these ruins fit into the entire picture? Because these are human-sized, right? So, wherever these came from... I mean, well... Considering the size of some of the, like, things like the Grand Lift of Dectus and everything, I do still wonder whether or not there is some sort of missing piece of information about the, like, humans and... Why can I not go through that? Humans and the giants living together at some point? Not entirely sure. Then again, I'm also really unsure about what these quote-unquote normal giants are even supposed to be. Like the big ones that you can actually fight, that are kind of all over the place as well. That tend to shoot arrows at you at certain points. How do they fit into the picture? Because maybe that's why the capital built certain things bigger. So that they can, like, if they utilize those particular giants as some form of protection, then maybe they wanted to to build their places in a way where they could actually protect them, right? Because they were able to actually venture through places. Hello? It's a white eagle. Why are you attacking me? I don't want to kill you. What's up with these guys? Oh. For some reason I thought that was a different enemy at first. That's interesting. What the hell is up with these eagles then? Why are they hostile? They haven't had blades put at their feet. Huh. It's pretty cool though, right? Looking at the lift. Zamor ruins. Well, I guess whatever these sorcerers are supposed to be, like these ice sorcerers that I just now fought, maybe those are actually the guys that lived here in these ruins? I guess that makes sense, right? Because even though they seem to be slightly taller than humans, they're still pretty similar in shape and size, in general, so... The thing that doesn't really make sense, though, is that they would build ruins that look exactly like the other ones, right? I mean, obviously I get why these ruins look similar, because they're just these particular assets they are using for ruins in the game. They place them here as well, but in terms of theme, it doesn't really fit, right? You would think that whoever these weird Zamor sorcerers are supposed to be, it doesn't really make sense that their structures would look the exact same compared to all the other ruins that we found throughout the lands between. But oh well, that's it's a minor thing. Huh. So that does mean that I've cleared out most things here. Oh. Huh. Also, why does this have the Guidance of Grace? And this one as well, but not this one? What's the meaning of that? Oh, hello. What is up with you? Like, why? I guess it's just nature sort of maybe trying to fight back against people invading. Can you stop that? God, sometimes... What? How the... That was unnecessarily annoying. It made it harder for myself than it needed to be, obviously, but I also didn't realize there were two of them. I didn't realize there was one of them in the first place. Okay. I wonder if he is actually pointing at normal catacombs. Like, how does this all fit? Especially if it's... I mean, just because this land is forbidden now, obviously doesn't mean that it always has been, right? I mean, of course, this could have just been a completely normal part of the lands between at some point. Wait a second. Oh no, never mind. That was outside. So somebody was calling me or something, but nope. It's just people on the outside. I wonder what's up with these weird... Maybe they're not actually swords or weapons. Maybe there's some sort of ancient ritual staff or something that has been put into the ground. I don't know. I find it very, very strange in terms of how they're setting this up, right? So this is supposed to be a forbidden land, which you would assume hasn't really been accessed by anyone for a very long time. Whoever these Zamor sorcerers were, well, then again, we've seen them, right, or shadows of them in catacombs. So I wonder if we've seen them there. Then does that mean that they were also at one point involved, maybe with tree burials or something? I don't know, for some reason that just seems like a very, very strange connection with everything here, right? Most of these things here just seem so... I don't know, I mean, this entire thing, the way how you access them, I mean, well, it's sort of, it has these two strangely opposing backgrounds, seemingly, right? Where the lift that leads you up here, and a few other parts and ruins and whatnot of this place lead you to think that it's definitely, or was definitely part of like normal. How did he? What the fuck? It feels like it was definitely just a normal, I don't know, part of the lands between at some point, right? But it still also has this weird, I don't know, not only is it forbidden, but it was also part of giants and something like that. I don't know. Somehow I just can't really make sense of this environment quite yet. Just feels like there are these two weirdly opposing backgrounds to this that seemingly don't fit together at all. Possibly just because, as always, we're missing information. But just as a setting, right? It feels like it's just making way less sense compared to a lot of the other places that you visit within the game, at least up until this point. I don't know. Everything that was sort of set up for this just seems like it has this weird contradiction with the things that you then actually find here, right? And then sometimes there are instances like this where you're sort of asking yourself, well, is this just a means to make sense of the item that they placed here? Like, did they want to have an item here, and that's why they placed this corpse here in order for the item to make sense? Or is does this corpse actually have any kind of meaning? Like, does it make sense that this corpse exists up here, right? Was he part of these, what are they called, Zamor, right? Zamor, was he part of those sorcerers? Like, what is he doing here? Also, his clothes, right, don't really make any sense when you think about the environments he's in, so, like, what's the deal? Why put this here if it doesn't really work in a lot of ways? Why is it so difficult to hit that second hit? It's almost as if they get iframes when you hit them once. Not gonna lie, that looks pretty awesome though. That's this weird, thin pathway. Aren't those fire monks, though? The fuck are they doing here all of a sudden? So, okay, so the fire monks, I guess they're worshipping the flame of the giants? Are the fire monks different? Like, do they worship the three fingers? Not quite sure if I remember that correctly. I feel like there might have been information about that I just don't really remember all that well at this point. Let's just deal with him. Rise of Punishment. Sounds pretty awesome. Oh, that's one of the ones that has this flame on their head. I didn't realize earlier. I thought they were just the normal ones that's usually there all the time. Oh, 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Well, that was... Huh. Quite interesting. So this obviously looks pretty awesome as a setup. What's up with these two? They... Sometimes... That is just so weird, right? How enemies sort of like exist. Why do these two just don't? Why do they not care about what happened about the other ones? Like, especially with how they're set up, you would think that they would build a pretty good ambush for people who might not necessarily look up. But nope, they just don't interact with the player at all. Also, a couple of them are dead, interestingly enough, right? It's just a bunch of corpses of them lying here. So somehow, I should be able to get up there as well. I wonder how that works. Okay, let me grab that one item real quick, and then I think... yeah, I wonder why... We'll get to that in a second. The thing is, I need to take a break here shortly, unfortunately, so... Let's take a look. These are the catacombs that the statue was pointing towards, right? So, I assume there's probably going to be a sort of grace in here. Hopefully. Giants, mountaintops, catacombs. Yes, there is. Okay. So, beast eye quivers. Oh, cool. Let's rest here. I'm going to take a lunch break real quick. Or not that quick. As always, going to be about 20 or 30 minutes. And when I come back, not only are we going to do these catacombs, which hopefully will also lead me to the top of the mountain that I'm currently in, and then we'll take that giant narrow staircase or whatever it is that looks really, really awesome and see where that leads. Yeah, so that's going to be the program after the break. as always, as I said, 20-30 minutes, and then I'll be back. See you then. Okay, that was a good lunch break, and now we can get back into it and hopefully see where this leads us. So first of all, I expect there to be a lift of sorts that'll get us to the top of this particular mountain, because it didn't look like there was any other place to get to it. Or any other way, rather. One thing that I kind of like about this general area is they have optional exploration in here still, but at the same time, it also it feels like a very sort of linear end towards, well, the very end of the game, right? It's a pretty neat setup. And something that I certainly appreciate after such a long while of having this really open world. I think it's actually quite refreshing to have to suddenly have more of a straight and linear path. I always expected one of these statues to come alive at some point, but I guess they don't. What's he doing there, though? Very obvious trap. Unfortunately, so far the game hasn't really explained these statues to us in general, like, at all. I wish that, I don't know, there would have been a bit more in terms of that, though. Then again, in general, a lot about these catacombs and stuff just hasn't really been explained all that well. Or at all? Oh, wait, what? Isn't he... He only had that very small fork-like thing. That looked weird. I don't know, did it just feel like that to me, or did the visuals look as if his hand sort of suddenly extended further than it should have? Never seen it quite like that. Maybe it was just something weird with the animation because he was still in his falling state or something. Not quite sure. At this point, though, I have to say that these imps are kind of getting a bit boring, right? They're, like, not really threatening. I mean, I guess they can be annoying at times, but overall... Well, this goes down, though. Well, that's going to be interesting to see if it, in fact, does lead upwards at some point. It goes down quite a lot further than I expected it to as well. Let's see. Also, another thing is that, unfortunately, especially this particular case with this elevator... Oh, hello. Well, that's a neat secret. Yeah, they're clearly always doing something just a little bit different to keep it interesting, but, yeah. I don't know, it's still... These types of catacombs are definitely... You know, for a very, very long time, I was okay with them repurposing these structures. But now it's really starting to just get quite boring, to be completely honest. Oh, there's another one to the right. It's just now I feel like we've very slowly. It took a while. It took way longer than you'd expect it to, considering how much they reuse these particular assets. But yeah, I feel like we finally reached the point of them feeling very, very similar to Bloodborne's Chalice Dungeons, in a bad way. I think the biggest issue aren't even the assets or the structure of it, but more so the fact that now all of the enemies are also always the exact same, right? There's no enemy variety whatsoever in these anymore. And very rarely interesting loot as well. So, honestly, I wish that they would have done a lot more with those flame pillars, for example. I feel like... I know I'm repeating myself here, but I honestly think that... The fuck? Oh, hello. I honestly think that... Why are you attacking me? They just missed, you know, really, really big opportunities in terms of making interesting puzzles out of these set pieces. Because as much as they look alike, the way they've been designed just somehow... I mean, obviously they've been designed like this on purpose, but the way they've done that really, really shows how well they were able to come up with a system that would allow them to create interesting level structures, right? I mean, that's not the easiest thing to pull off, like, at all. Other companies, Bungie, for example, was struggling with that quite a bit. Or rather, even though they had something that was like this, right, that did use sort of randomly generated repeating assets, and they tried to make that something interesting or special or something that would allow them to also create sort of infinitely repeatable levels. Oh, hello. That's a bunch of those explodey pots. Yeah, even though they did that, they were never quite able to actually, you know, do something with that. Wait, can I... Why can't I target them? I thought they would explode at some point. Can you please? Thank you. Well, that's a bit annoying. So you don't actually want to run away from them. You basically want to let them jump onto you and... Oh, okay. That actually did hit me. Okay, I feel like I was really lucky there. Not only did I get blown, you know, just far enough to not be hit by the blade, but I was also still in my recovery state, so I wasn't hit by the second explosion. What are these chairs? Like, what the fuck is up with these setups? Who would place a chair like that in front of a coffin? And that's another thing, right? The fact that these structures do repeat so much and only have repeating enemies in them, even though these explodey pods, thankfully, haven't been used quite that much. Also, these guys actually, I think, were never actually placed inside these dungeons. Really? Wait, since when does that actually hurt? Why do they have so much HP? Are you kidding me? Am I not meant to kill them? Oh, there's a bunch of these guys in here. And oh, fuck that. Why are they even here? I guess, you know what? You could probably lure the explodey pods in here. And just blow them up that way. Wait. That's a trap button, isn't it? Oh. It is all the way back there. I didn't see any holes in the wall. Which confused me a bit. But what's up with this? Oh, well. Another big one. Are you fucking serious? Why did my first hit not connect? Oh well. I guess their spinning attack was threatening at one point or another, but it's not anymore, clearly. Well, now you can see. I guess they didn't load in or something. I also still need to remember to take the different elevator at the start of the level. Where am I now? Oh, okay. This is just on top of where I was earlier, right? Why did I still hear something move? Oh, wait. Did I just not see this guy earlier? I feel like I should have been hit by that. Wait, are you kidding me? Are they doing this again? Or did they... I think I could also just straight up kill them, right? Rather than just... Please don't tell me this is, like... If this is literally another one of these dungeons that repeats the same assets... Where it repeats the same structure multiple times... It is, isn't it? Oh man, why? Fuck, how can you fuck up something that is as awesome as this? Like, how, why? Why would you design such an awesome thing and come up with like such a cool idea? Oh, whoops. I thought he had already jumped. Like, how do you come up with such a cool idea of repeating certain, like, layouts and make a puzzle out of that, and then just do the exact same thing in 3 catacombs back to back in an open world that's as large as this one? How do you fuck something like this up as badly as this? I'm really sorry, but that's just really annoying at this point. Like, what? Why would you design dungeons with the exact same gimmick 3 times in a row? There was no reason why they needed to do this. Oh, man, that really... The problem is that this now also diminishes the other two. Where I said that it was actually my favorite one, and now it's rapidly becoming, well, not that. Mostly because they just took the same concept and repeated it another 2 times right after the other one. What the fuck is that? Oh, wait, what? That was weird. Can I kill it? I should be able to, right? Ah. It actually has less HP than I thought it would. Why is the poison of these guys damaging me? Usually it doesn't do that. Didn't even drop anything. The only thing that's now missing from this dungeon is if one of those bad worm things is the final enemy in here. Hi, Lion. Yeah, that's, I honestly, this is, I don't even know what to make of this. Honestly, I'd have to think a long time to find another game that used like something like a really, really brilliant concept. This is just the place that I was in earlier, right? I would have to think for a very long time to come up with a game that that used a concept like this, and like did something that felt really, really brilliant, but then fucked it up. Like, what a weird thing. I don't know. I've never seen anything quite like it. Especially not to this degree, right? Where you literally design something that is really, really awesome and such a unique spin on what you've done before, and then you just repeat the exact same idea without any like real altercations to it, and just, I don't know. I'm really baffled by this. I'm really surprised that they did this, especially with how it's placed within the world. That's the weirdest part to me. They could have put this anywhere, right? I mean, maybe not anywhere, considering like you would obviously have to change up the enemies that are in here, but overall I think it pretty much could have been anywhere. And so yeah, what an incredibly weird choice. Maybe they didn't realize, maybe it was on accident that they placed them like this, but something this particular? It honestly feels like a very, very weird oversight. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. I already did this part though, right? I'm pretty sure. The worst about this is really, it's a concept that I think only really makes sense once, maybe twice, right? But I mean, that's essentially the problem, right? The concept is so in a way so unique, but at the same time so distinguishable from other sort of layout concepts in these dungeons that repeating it, you know, as soon as you realize what's happening, the coolness of the gimmick is over, basically, right? So you want the realization to come in as late as possible, and if it comes in, you also want the player to basically be rewarded, right? Through, well, at that particular point, basically find the boss room or whatever, right? Find or the secret item or something, right? You want to reward the player with the actual reward of the dungeon as soon as the player correctly identifies how to deal with everything. And, well, if you're reusing a very distinguishable concept like this, then obviously the player will realize it basically right away, which, you know, takes away that particular, you know, accomplishment or whatever that you would otherwise feel. And that's, well, a big issue, right? Okay, where the fuck does the secret elevator go, though? Oh no. You're telling me this literally continues down to another dungeon? Hopefully not. Maybe this is just... what the fuck? Oh, hello. Wait, that's... Those are usually the bosses in these kinds of things. He even has fitting HP. Oh, for fuck. God, I hate their fucking, Are you serious? I was still in my getting up state. How did that... Oh, they give you a state of... okay. Well... oh, sorry. I guess that makes sense. Oh. Literally, like, right here. Well, that's not so bad, then. How weird, though, that they suddenly... Why suddenly place this here? Also, why does he even see me? Oh, what the fuck is going on with that timing? I think they messed something up there. Or maybe it's... I don't know. That was weird. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh. That is so weird. I don't... So technically you shouldn't be able to hit me twice back to back with the same attack if you're still on the ground recovering from the first one. That doesn't make any sense. So either I somehow pressed circle too late, though I don't know how that makes sense. Well, fuck, now my... Maybe before I attempt this properly, I should... Oh, get me. God, you fucking kidding me? Okay. This is just going to be... I hate it when I always need to get my runes back. So what I will do is I will come back to this fucker as soon as I've leveled. Because then I can just concentrate on the fight. That's the worst part. I hate the mechanic of having to pick up your runes. It just doesn't make any sense anymore, in my opinion, and it's just a weird mechanic in general. Because those guys, they're not that difficult to defeat, but it's been a while since I've had to actually engage with their timings, and yeah, as you saw, their timings can be quite weird. Also, the layout of the room is really annoying for the fights. Don't know why they decided to do that. I hate... Why would they design it like this? Why is there a room here that you have to go through before attempting the boss? Oh, wait, there's a couple more... Oh, for fuck's sake, I completely forgot about that. Forgot that the entrance to this was a lot larger than I remembered. Ah, whatever. I just didn't want to lose the level. I'm always really annoyed when that happens. Okay, I need, what, 20,000, about 20,400. Wait, is it 400? Yes, 20,400. Should be able to get that. This is 5,000. So 2 of these. And 16,322. So these are 4,000. Or 2,000 rather. 2 of them. And then another 200. God, this just takes way too long. This is actually something, right? This weird inventory management is also, by the way, something that could be avoided if you wouldn't drop runes on death. Because if you wouldn't drop your runes, you wouldn't have to have a mechanic that lets you get runes without dropping them on death, which is the only reason why these runes exist as items, right? Is so that you still get rune rewards even when you die, right? As sort of a backup mechanic of letting the player progress at least somewhat, even if they're not able to get through a certain part, or even if they lose their runes because they're not able to pick them up again. But yeah, it's just weird inventory management at this point, especially since I really think that the game should actually sort of get rid of the smaller value runes at some point. I don't know, I feel like that might be a difficult thing to do and to make work properly and be balanced properly as well. For fuck's sake, are you kidding me? I specifically ran to the left and somehow he was still able to hit me. And of course they managed to actually get onto the elevator. Oh well. I could also just do the normal boss first, but now I'm really intrigued what's down here. Also, I want to take revenge on the weird statue thing. Yeah, obviously, no, that wouldn't be an issue. Yeah, I think, considering how annoying this rune counting is, and having to repeatedly go into your inventory, then again, you know what? Actually, as cool as the animation of actually acquiring the runes is, it's pretty dumb that it's not instantaneous, right? You should just be able to click on the icon in the menu and it should just immediately give you the runes, and that would be it. The fact that it closes the menu, plays the animation every single time, yeah. If it at least would open the menu automatically again, right? At least then it wouldn't be as annoying. But for some reason, nope. It has to open the menu every single time. How did... He didn't even target properly. Oh, I love this boss room. This is such an incredible room design that as soon as you turn the corner to fight the boss thing, you're immediately up against the wall and the camera has no idea what it's supposed to do. That is, wow. Really, really awesome. Really makes you stoked for the fight to come, right? Ugh. The fact that it's literally just a copy-paste enemy that I've already fought like at least 5 times doesn't make this any more interesting, right? Also, it has like quite a lot of HP for some reason. What's up with the... That's just strange. Oh, great! It can even go below, so to make this even more annoying. Why is it... I swear, they've never done this in the past, that they jump to the wrong... What the fuck was... Oh, it can also completely... Oh, that's great. It can completely mess up the timing of its own attack by literally going up the staircase. Great. It's cool. Such a clever design. At least it has a sound cue. Is it stuck now? Are you kidding me? God, this is dumb. What the fuck were they thinking here? There is a reason why this was placed in boss rooms beforehand. Because it doesn't make any sense to not be in one. See, it's literally shooting over top of me because the whole room is just not designed to have this in it. What? I don't know. That's always like... Genius and other trash really are very, very close in Elden Ring at certain points in time. Also, I'm actually quite confused why it constantly did the exact same attack instead of... Because it was fairly close to me, right? Holy shit, that immediately does frostbite? It was fairly close to me. Why doesn't this constantly attack, though? Why does this suddenly have different rules compared to the other ones? Okay, they really went all out on the traps here, huh? Also, I was... Oh, for fuck's sake. 2? Seriously? Every single time? Yeah, I was pretty dumb, because you can just deactivate that from a distance, so... I don't actually know why I didn't do that. Well. These catacombs were definitely not interesting enough to be this big. I should probably deactivate those as well. Oh, oops. Why did I use the magical one? Not that it really matters. Are you fucking kidding me? There is another one of those down here? Well, that was a pretty obvious wall. Don't know why though, but... I wonder if the trap can hit the thing as well. why is this here, though? Why is it not treated as a normal boss? That's the weirdest thing about all of this. Because this is the end, right? Oh, no, it's not. The statue in the back is probably some sort of secret passage. Oh no, it's another frost one. Okay. Let's see, I want to know... Technically, it shouldn't actually be hit by this, right? Because it's also frost. Oh, for fuck's sake, I should have waited a bit. Should have known that that would happen. Okay, can I... Let's see. I want to lure it here. Wait. I think it was hit by it, right? Nope. For some reason it's actually not getting hit by it. I don't really get why. Hello. Really? Am I out of its range already? The fuck? Does it not have a weak point? Now it's coming all of a sudden. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, these things are really weird. I pressed circle for fuck's sake. Didn't it get hit by the first? Oh, they have. Oh, hi, Froshy. They have high magic resist. Yeah, I mean, definitely saw that. But I thought I for sure thought that I got hit by the icy breath of the trap one time. I really wanted to be clever and kill it with the trap, but somehow that didn't work. Maybe it was, I don't know, their hitboxes are weird. I don't know if they deactivate the hitbox or something when they are in the air. Or maybe these traps seem to have, even though they're this fog that goes through the tunnel, I think they only have one instance of damage that is actually occurring. So maybe it flew up right when the fog went through the tunnel or something. Well, then again, it also wouldn't really make sense to kill them like that, because that would mean that they're hit by frost fog, and even though they have frost magic themselves. Okay, so this looks like the exact same platform like from the sewers. So is this actually movable? This can be all there is to this optional part of the dungeon, right? Likely God, sure. I also wish you could turn these around, but... Maybe I just thought that this was another access point somehow. So how were people able to get behind that? Oh, maybe because of the... Oh, yeah, right. When you manage to jump up onto these things without destroying them? Yeah, okay. I mean, this also doesn't look like it can move. The other one in the sewers clearly had space behind it, so that it was able to move. It still looks kind of weird, right? Why would you... I mean, obviously they just reuse the asset, but it doesn't make any sense that it would be built this way. Right? It's just, like, why would you build this railing right next to the wall? Doesn't make any sense if it can't move. Then again, I guess you could explain it by saying that it was able to move at a certain point in the past and just isn't able to move anymore. I mean, I guess that would be a feasible explanation. Also, considering how far down I am, doesn't really make any... I was really expecting there to be some sort of hidden passage that would lead to the top of the mountain, though. Unless I'm missing something here, but I don't think I am. It's just a really, really weird way of hiding these firemonk ashes that aren't even really that special. Where are they anyway? Oh. Didn't they have like a torch or something? The hell? Here. Oh, wait, what? It was at the bottom. Maybe I completely misremembered the the picture. Okay, so that's one of the bigger dudes. Not the ones with the fire on top of their head, but the sort of in-between version of them. That's probably still fairly strong. Ashen remains in which spirits dwell, a spirit of a stout monk who monitored the giant's flame, versed in fire incantations and himself steeled against fire. Though he was charged with keeping watch over the flame, after many years of solemn duty, he has succumbed to its allure. So that is actually quite interesting. I was really wondering why they decided to have the fire monks also appear throughout various other parts of the country, rather than just keeping them. Because I honestly think that their design is pretty cool. Like, they're one of the more unique enemies that you find throughout the open world. And I guess the fact that they're also around that one fortress behind the volcano can also be explained fairly well, right? I mean, certainly they would be drawn to other flames. They would definitely be drawn to a volcano. I don't quite know why they exist in other parts of the lands between, though. I feel like there's such a cool design, but somehow the fact that I've already fought all of them, that they are so familiar to me already, makes them far less interesting compared to what they would have been if now getting close to this flame of the giants, it would have been the first time to actually encounter them. I wish they would have kept these enemies secret a bit more, because there's such a they're a pretty cool idea. Though I do want, like, why do these monks exist? Are they just an order that got established because they found the Flame of the Giants and said, oh yeah, that's really, really cool. We take this on as our new god or something like that. Or were they tasked with watching over it? Because it feels more like they... then again, it says they were charged with keeping watch over the flame. By whom? By the Giants? Didn't they fight the Giants at some point? But yeah, they were meant to protect it, but after a while they possibly saw its potential or were drawn to it. It also depends on how the flame itself works, right? And maybe it has some sort of magic in it that draws you to it. What is also really, really interesting is the other thing that I found up on the mountain here, which was the... Oh, it's an Ash of War, right? Wait, is it? These briars. Maybe it's not. Oh no, never mind. It's a sorcery. Yeah, this one. Briars of sin and briars of punishment. Wounds the caster with thorns of sin, sending a trail of blood thorns running over the ground to impale enemies from below. The guilty, their eyes gouged by thorns, lived in eternal darkness. There they discovered the Bloodstar. What I find really interesting about this is also how it all connects somehow, right? The seemingly unconnected things from before suddenly make a lot more sense when you consider them as a part of more or less the same, I guess, problem, right? So these monks, and I assume also other people potentially succumbed to the Flame of the Giants, which then spawned these thorns, which were ultimately used by the god of death, and also sort of erupted out of the god of death after he died. And then there's also the connection with their eyes being gouged out, and because of that, they probably tried to get the Shabriri grapes and everything, which gave them back their eyes, but also gave them frenzy somehow. There are so many sort of cross connections here between these different things that when you encounter them for the first time, you think that they're a completely distinct group of something that is happening. But the more you play through the game, the more you realize that it's all connected and possibly has sort of the same roots as well, or at least came into existence because of the same reason, right? Obviously, I can't say for sure at this point, but there are definitely really, really interesting connections. Really disappointed by these catacombs, though. I don't know why. You have two of these really annoying watchdog enemies here that don't even drop anything interesting, and then you just get these spirits of a fire monk. Ah, well. I guess. Let's see what the actual boss is like. Don't have that many resources left, but... Oh, of course, it's a worm! Hey! It's only the, what, 9th time that I fought one of you? Well. At least it doesn't have that much HP. Certainly by far the best thing about them. That they're fairly easy to deal with a mimic. At least in this case they do give you a little bit more room, right? Oh, I could have... Oh well, whatever. It's dead anyways. Hey, Glovewort Pick a Spell Bearing. Huh, interesting. That's the, Glovewort 4, 5, and 6. Okay. Not that you would ever need that, but... oh well. Yeah, this dungeon felt unnecessary, honestly. Not only did it repeat the same concept as the other two that literally came right before it, but... I honestly wish they would have taken another look at these and, I don't know, somehow considered removing them altogether. It doesn't even really need to be here, right? I actually very, very like that this section so far has been quite linear. Doing ruins like this that give you a reward pretty much immediately as soon as you find the secret sort of door or staircase that leads down to the door, that's fine. But with these ruins here, it kind of destroys the pacing of the zone itself, right? Because you get this really awesome look at where you're going, right? This really, really unique and pretty spectacular landscape. But then you know, oh wait, there are catacombs right next to me that look like every other catacombs in the game with enemies that I fought a billion times already. But you kind of, you want to know what's in there. You want to know what, kind of rewards you get. And maybe there is something unique or some unique spin or whatever. And then, I really wish they wouldn't have done that. I really, really wish they would have just not put these here at all. Would have made for a better zone. I know that's complaining on a very, very high level, right? It's really nitpicking, but still. Does leave me with the question, though, of how the hell are you supposed to get onto this mountain? Well, before I do that, let me go back to Gurang and give him the Death Root. This has to continue at some point, right?
Tarnished. Death, my sin, should not be touched by the hand of man. I shall grant thee my cause. Feed me more.
Still more? Stone of Gurang. The way he said that makes me wonder if you can actually consume them yourself. Never tried that. That would be quite interesting. Let's see. Hurls a boulder before the caster. Long ago, Gurang was a beast of such terrifying ferocity that his former name meant death of the demigods. I mean, I guess these incantations aren't so bad, but... Can you even consider this a questline? I'm not entirely sure, but... Once again, it's almost a bit too long. It's hard to tell. Okay. And they had such a cool tease as well, right? When he suddenly attacks you. I wish they would have done more with that. really make you question of whether or not this is the right thing to do. Okay, let's see. Maybe I just missed the way that leads up this mountain. It's a bit strange though, because the only... I mean, there has to be a way to get up there, right? Maybe it loops back around in some sort of weird way? It actually might be, now that I think about it, right? Because this clearly isn't it. I mean, this is definitely not how you get onto this mountain. The only reason why I was slightly confused is because it has this sort of overlap or something. At least that's what it looks like on the map. So I thought that maybe there was some sort of, I don't know, path beneath it that would lead upwards, but yeah, I don't think there is. Maybe it honestly just does loop around. Might be the case. Still not quite sure if they are actually interested in fighting me or not. Also, yeah, I wanted to comment on this once more. So, a couple of them are actually dead on the ground, and also snowed over, it seems. So, for some reason they decide to come here. Maybe, are these the ones that are still left, that are still fulfilling their duty of watching over the mountain, possibly? Wouldn't it be strange, though, that they're looking towards the mountain, right? You'd think that if they were meant to... If they're meant to protect it, wouldn't they... Ah, fuck, of course that's... It's a pretty awesome weapon that he has. I wonder if he can drop that. Oh, he does that multiple times. Okay. Not too concerned by that. They definitely... Oh, hello. Ooh, okay. He goes pretty hard, huh? Pretty awesome enemy design. At least they've kept the ones... I mean, this is not the first one that you fight that has the flaming head, but at least they've kept those pretty out of other parts of the game. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, well, I guess you could say that they're doing both things at the same time, right? They're praying to the mountain and they're protecting it, clearly, right? So that makes sense. I wonder why... So I guess the ones that died, they just died because they were protecting it with their life, basically, right? They just sat here until they died, and that was it. It's an interesting wall. I didn't realize that this was built. Kind of a weird setup, isn't it? it's a pretty awesome place. Like, this is... The design of this is pretty awesome. So set up. The fact that it's a snowy mountaintop with these jagged edges, but then also these castles with giant bridges and stuff. Frozen trolls and giants all around you. Is that... Do you see that effect? Is that just... That was a weird effect. Those small smoke clouds? As if some invisible person is following me. Weird, right? But yeah, this whole... I hope the giant over there with the bow is not starting to shoot at me, because I feel like it would be pretty annoying to spoil this awesome moment. That's one of the... I mean, he looks pretty similar to these fire giant things that I fought earlier, right? That's literally one of them. But they can't be the original giants, if the original giants were much bigger than them. What's going on with him? Lost Ashes of War. I wonder if he was... Maybe he was actually part of the Fire Monks or something? Oh, that looks awesome. It's one of the original giants, right? So, the fact that only their heads really remain... Same in Caelid as well, right? Well, then again, at least in this particular case, it also looks like sort of the chest area also remains, right? And the shoulders. So they've slowly become part of the lands as well, right? Man, this is... I don't even really know what else to say to this. These types of setups are just so incredibly awesome. He already turned to look at me. He's gonna shoot at me, isn't he? Yeah, of course he is. I almost wish they wouldn't do that. Although then again, I mean, I am approaching this very, well, clearly forbidden place, right? So it does make sense that they would try to stop me. Also, it's kind of neat how they're giving you cover here, right? Looks very natural in a way. Oh, of course, I mistimed my roll. So you, though you'd think that they actually deal more damage, but oh well. Let's actually try and deal with him first. I hope there's nothing else that's gonna attack me. I mean, I have a feeling there might be other giants or other very dangerous things up here, but maybe not. Hi, buddy. Well, I always forget that you can also just hit them in their chest when they fall down. Yeah, you can definitely see a ribcage there. So it's not only their heads. I'm still really confused about these fire giants, though. Like, are they actually living beings, or are they some sort of machination, or some weird summoned being, or built being? Potentially even built by the giants, for some reason. Though I don't know why they would design something that is smaller than themselves. But yeah, everything about them is sort of weird. Are they like part of the actual giants, or are they something else? Are they maybe their descendants or something? That could also be the case, right? Maybe that's why they're smaller. Maybe giants just, for some reason, got smaller and smaller over the years. I wonder why this region is so special, right? Why is it blocked off? And how you're even supposed to get there? It's probably some sort of cave that leads down to that. I'd imagine. Also, now that I'm getting closer, I thought that was a bridge at first. That's a chain, isn't it? Wow. Possibly a chain to somehow catch that giant? I wonder if it was connected to him and then maybe the rest of the mountainside just grew around it somehow over thousands of years. I really just wish that we would know more about the whole setup here. I like the mystery, but it's a bit too much mystery to the point where it's hard to care about them if you don't know anything. Something that this does, well, I wouldn't necessarily confirm, but something that I suspected from the start is that these kinds of ruins, right, these really, really big ones that you also find all over the place in the Lands Between, they were potentially built by the original giants. Because it would kind of make sense, right? Not only do you find them everywhere, but I don't know, just their size and everything seems to fit with the giants. Also, every time some of these fire giants exist somewhere, you know, at least in a couple of particular places, they're definitely also always close to these types of ruins. Also, just the sort of general setup of the ruins themselves, where they are placed in the world, makes it look as if they were there first, right? It almost, parts of the Lands Between, especially at the start in Limgrave, it almost looks as if everything else has sort of been built on top of these old giant ruins. So in that regard, I guess it would make sense that, you know, they would have also been, not only are they giant ruins, but they are literally the giants' ruins. What the hell was that? Huh. So I wonder if that temple on top of maybe that's actually where we're trying to get to? Is that where the Flame of the Giants burns? In a way that would almost make sense, right? Because it's also so close to the Earth Tree. It's kind of crazy how much of this is just this giant, sort of empty, snowy place. Though it definitely makes sense that it is as empty as it is, right? It's actually a pretty cool part, which is what I was mentioning earlier with the ruins. I feel like the sort of uniqueness of this entire place and everything within it really makes it so special and makes it like you're truly approaching sort of the end of the world, this forbidden land that nobody has been to for hundreds of years, or, well, I don't actually know how long, but it has this very, very unique feeling to it. But then, for some reason, they placed catacombs in here as well, and what looks to be a merchant on top of that rock. So yeah, it's a bit of a weird design choice, I feel like, right? It's clashing with each other a little bit. Ancient Snow Valley ruins. Okay. In order to get onto this, though... Huh. Well, that's actually a good question. Where does this continue? I guess either it's this way, so all the way over here to this waterfall, or what I assume is a waterfall. Oh yeah, it should be. This is the giant frozen waterfall that leads further into this area, right? Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Or, well, I don't know if it actually leads down there, but I definitely saw it earlier. It's interesting, though, that this area, I mean, maybe it's just not really... Maybe you just can't quite see it on the map, how these places connect, or how they're accessible. Why are there bloodstains here? People try to maybe jump? That could be the case. I think in order to get to that guy, though, if it is a merchant, I think it looked like it from further away. He was also sitting right next to a bonfire, so... Especially with these spectral animals as well. The atmosphere of this place really is something else. I almost wish they would have the technology for thicker snow. That would certainly add to the atmosphere even more. Here's something moving. It's another one of those giants. Yeah, this is getting more and more intriguing. What exactly are they?
It is I, Lieutenant. We're almost there. Castle Sol lies just off to the north, where the other medallion is housed. It will grant passage to the land of the Halig Tree.
Halig? That's how that's pronounced. Okay. Hello there. It's been a while. About like 100 hours or something of playtime since I've talked to you last. Okay. So that's where we want to go first then. And acquire the... How does this fit together exactly? If I'm able to get the other half of the medallion and get to this Halig tree, whatever it is that like a third option between either burning Melina or burning myself and the Earth Tree? Maybe getting to the Halig Tree would be another ending or another potential path that I could take? Oh, see, there are also dead ones. Dead giants. And these huge ruins all over the place. If I want to get to that castle, though, like... Do you want to go south or north? Let's deal with this giant first, though. Looks like I should be able to just hit him at the feet as well. Hey, buddy. I always underestimate the range of that. Oh, for fuck's sake. I thought I'd already killed it by that point. Oh wait, he's not dead. Oopsie. Well, I think there is still this one giant in Caelid that for some reason has an insane amount of health. I wonder if I just didn't hit his weak point correctly or something. I like the sound that you do moving on the ice. It's actually pretty cool. Also, what are these beastmen doing here? Actually, is it worth fighting them? Probably not, right? Ah, there is another giant. This is pretty insanely large, this entire section. Okay, so that to the left there looks as if I'm able to go up here. I don't even really know if it's worth fighting the giant. Don't necessarily think that I'm missing anything in particular here. Oh, there is the site of grace. As I said, I definitely just like the setup of this. Just the sheer size of this place is insane. Freezing lake. Another one of those sorcerer towers here. Well, something clearly will attack you here on the lake. Let's use this telescope. It's been a while since I've seen some of these. Okay, so... Well, this is quite the large area, isn't it? So that's a very short... Or was at one point a minor Erdtree. It's not anymore, though. I mean, overall, it doesn't look like there's too much here specifically, right? There's this giant lake, which I assume there might be another dragon that attacks you here. There is this sorcerer tower that for some reason exists. Oh no, never mind. That's where the Flame of the Giants is. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So that's where I need to get to. But I probably want to do that last, right? Until I've basically cleared out this entire thing. So, since Latena spoke to me, said I should go to the castle. I think that's kind of what I want to do first. Maybe it's quite hard to tell, right? It's a bit of a weird thing here, because I can access this sort of lower portion first, like this entire thing. Then there is this upper portion. I assume there will probably be a point that you can move to here, right? I have the Sight of Grace. Let me very quickly just take a look at whether or not I potentially miss anything here on this sort of lower portion of this mountain. Any sort of cave or anything else. Okay. In order to get that item, a giant would need to crack it. I don't actually... This is probably going to be just smithing stones, so I'm not that keen on... actually dealing with that. It's very interesting. So the golden seeds of the Earth Tree. I mean, the Earth Tree is technically a lot closer to this entire region compared to others, right? Compared to Limgrave, let's say. So I'm honestly quite intrigued by the fact that it seems that this is a little bit of a hostile place for the Earth Tree. Well, then again, it's very hard to tell how this all really fits together, right? Fire Dread, hi. Well, you have a fitting name for this area. Is he gonna hit the statue? Thank you. Okay, smithing stone. Well, at least it was a smithing stone 7. But yeah, if this is very... Well, is it though, right? That's definitely a question that I can't really answer at this point. Is this really an area that would be hostile towards the Earth Tree and its seedlings? Just because the flame can potentially burn the tree doesn't mean that the area in and of itself would be hostile towards it, right? Man, this is such a huge area. It almost feels like I'm missing something here, but I don't necessarily think I am. I mean, you know what? Let's just deal with these guys. Why not? They have a lot more health. Than I thought they would have. Oh wait, they're actually... Oh, that's fun. The bats are fighting the beastmen. What the hell is going on? That sounded strange. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why did it... Sometimes it's interrupting. So if you use a spell, but you're out of FP, obviously your character does this weird... Oh, what? I'm out of FP motion, right? But... What was making the sound earlier? Oh, whatever. Yeah, your character makes this weird motion of looking at your staff, right? And saying, oh, I'm out of FP, I can't cast. And sometimes pressing your flask, I guess immediately after the animation starts playing, it doesn't play out entirely, right? You can pretty much stop it and just use your flask instead. But then sometimes that doesn't work. Sometimes you are still playing out the entire animation without, without just using your flask. And I don't really... It's just a bit weird. I mean, I do like that the animation exists. It's kind of a cool and unique thing as well, that not a lot of games tend to do. But at the same time, it should just be flair, right? It shouldn't be anything else. Are you kidding me? Summoning the Mimic is only for those couple of bats? What's the point of that? Also, why are... Like, what happened here? People literally made a mountain out of dead giants? How did that happen? Oh, hello. What are you doing here? I mean, clearly it wasn't these guys. I don't think they would be capable of killing these giants. This must have happened a long time ago. Also, there is a wind current, interestingly enough, that let you get up here. Maybe I should check out those two mountains first. The one with the dead minor Earth tree and these ruins. Feels like those are probably the most uninteresting places in this entire place. Shack of the Lofty. Traveling maiden. Possibly another maiden that also tried to get to the Flame of the Giants? Maidens traverse the lands between for different reasons, some to seek audience with the Fingers, others to find the tarnished who they were destined to guide. Well, we know that already. Why are these clothes here, though? Really wish they would tell you more about this. Looking at it on the map, I half expected this HUD to be the entrance point to whatever cave. That's another dead minor Earth tree, by the way. To whatever cave would lead you down to this area. Apparently it's not. It's like a small city down there. That looks cute. Huh. I wonder what this place is. I wonder maybe... So what's so interesting about this is that these white structures, right? They also look tree-like, but at the same time their texture almost looks more like stone rather than tree bark. But what's most interesting about them is that they The only other place where I've seen them so far was in Nokron and Noxtella. So I wonder what the connection is there. Maybe the Halic tree looks similar to these, so maybe these are remnants of whatever this Halic tree is supposed to be. Technically, considering where this area is placed and where the lift is and everything, maybe that's actually the area you're able to access when you acquire the second half of the Halic tree medallion. Still feel like Halic tree actually makes more sense, because it somehow isn't the name Nordic? It feels like it. Yeah, I mean, with this wind current here, honestly, I think that would actually make sense. I'll check out these ruins first, go over here to the minor Earth tree. This is also where the chain leads over to the other section, right? Maybe I'll grab the map at least. And then I could loop back here behind the Earth tree and then sort of clear out this upper section, go down, clear out the castle and everything, and then afterwards start going this way. I think that would work. Honestly, now I'm really intrigued by the fact that they didn't place anything else in this valley here, right? I for sure would have thought that at least one cave or something would have been there. I really like that they didn't. I really, really like that this is just this big, almost empty, open space of wilderness, with just a few beastmen and, well, these fire giants or remainders of them in it. Because it creates this really, really cool, forsaken atmosphere, right? No, oops. What's also interesting to me is looking up there, right? There is a bunch of those huge giant skulls on top of the mountain there. It almost looks as if maybe they also kept eternal watch over this entire place, and somehow, you know, over potentially thousands of years, they ultimately just turned into the very mountain that we now see. Hi. What the hell are you doing here?
Is someone there? A customer? Well, how long has it been?
I mean, you do realize where you are, right? They always wonder why they never have customers, yet they're in the most secluded places that you could possibly imagine. A vagabond. Hey, more starting gear. Nice. Sells lightning great bolts. Missionary cookbook. I have 13 of these in my inventory. Yeah, I really don't need to grab these. I wonder if you can get way more stone sword keys than there are actual places to use them in the world. In a way, that would make sense. Would also feel pretty bad, though, if you just have way more than you'd ever need. Missionary's Cookbook 7. Let me see. I always forget what the freaking cookbooks are. It's here, right? Rejuvenating boluses. Oh, alleviates death blight buildup. Okay. Fair enough.
Something else?
Cool. It's quite strange, though, that they're placing him on top of the mountain instead of right next to the site of grace. I mean, it's not like he has anything special. Like, if you wanted to get back to him, that's actually quite a long ways to travel, right? Wonder why they decided to do that. Huh. And then it's also so strange that most of the enemies up here are just straight up normal enemies. Once again, that does make sense, right? I much prefer that there are these bats here, because they're just sort of natural animals, I guess, right? Makes sense that they're here instead of something that just doesn't make sense. Just want to take a quick peek at whether or not there are... Ooh. Hey, it's a much larger tree than the other ones. Why do they suddenly have this reddish leaves? Huh. Maybe that's just the, sort of the midday sun falling on them, but... It's quite an interesting look. Somebody's sitting on the bridge. Just grab this real quick. Hey, Soma Smithing Stone 9. Oh, cool. Once again, the ruins are pretty big. Wonder what I'll find here, because the last ones had like 1 million of those frost sorcerers in them. This looks like as if there are only bats. Stargazer's Ruins. Well, if they were... Oh, what? Wait, huh? Why do they have much less HP than the other ones? Well, that's weird. But yeah, if you wanted to do some astronomy, right? You probably would like to come here. Being so close to the sky, high up in the mountains, clear air. Probably a pretty good idea. Okay, this is actually eerie. There is just this one jellyfish in the middle of these ruins, and nothing else? Sister?
You promised me when we turn 14, we go to see the stars.
It's not this guy, though. Who or what is talking? I'm confused.
Sister, where did you go?
Because the sound seems as if it's coming from this jellyfish, but I can't talk to it?
You promised me when we turn 14.
And what's going on down here? That's not normal fog. That's a seal, yeah. Oh. You know what? I was wondering, if there aren't any enemies here, then why would you be able to summon? I think I know why. Maybe the sister the jellyfish is talking about is the actual jellyfish that I have that I can summon. Oh, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. And also, I hate to say it, but it would sort of diminish most other spirit summons. Because that would make way more sense, right? If your spirit summons would be actually usable outside of combat, if their sort of lore background and their whole existence had any point beyond just fighting, then it would make way more sense that all of those different ones existed. Oh, that's one of the other ones. Ah, now I see. They're not actually the exact same. The ones with higher HP have these eyes on their wings. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay, so how the fuck do I... Can I summon again here if I get rid of my current summon? Hopefully that works. Man, that would be so cool if that's actually how it works. But yeah, as I said, that would somehow, I don't know. Aw, shit. Oh well. I guess let's just try this again. Come back here and then summon the other jellyfish. Let's equip it. Floating spirit that illuminates its surroundings. Prone to tears, the jellyfish girl searches for a distant home, will bravely spew poison at foes on her summoner's behalf. It seems her name's Aurelia. This has to be connected to this, right? And it really makes you think how much more special these spirit summons could have been. Well, this is a very special one because you get it from... I forget her name. The girl with the red headscarf, the thing that I'm wearing right now. That is now at the round table holds, strengthening your spirit summons. She's the one that gave me the summon, right? So it's pretty cool that there is this, whatever it is, connected to it. Just really makes you wish that the other spirit summons would also have a bit more of a purpose. I just really struggle to make sense of why they decided to put so many of these spirit summons into the game if they don't actually serve any kind of particular purpose. Right? Because there's clearly ones that are just way more powerful than other ones. How did that still connect with him? Wasn't I way too far away for that? Oh well. Why is this called Stargazer Ruins though? Wait, that thing dropped a golden rune 10? Are you kidding me? Okay. Sure, I guess.
Where did you go?
There you are.
Dear sister, you're finally here. No time to waste. Let's see the stars.
A seal was broken. Fancy spin! You actually get an emote for this? That's pretty cool. So Oh, okay. I still have them, though. I almost wish it would remove them from your inventory. That would have felt like a much more meaningful thing, I feel like. Oh well. Also would have been pretty cool with a bit more dialogue. Primal glintstone blade. Oh, that's a talisman. An old glintstone blade that has been stained with blood reduces FP consumption of sorceries and incantations at the cost of maximum HP. The old sorcerers would slice open their hearts with these blades to imbue a primal glintstone with their soul. And thus did they die. Holy fuck, that seems pretty brutal. Reduces FP consumption of sorceries and incantations at the cost of maximum HP. I mean, it's not a bad thing, though. The effect is pretty cool, obviously depending on how much maximum HP you lose. But, yeah, that's honestly... seems like a pretty neat thing. Well, this was cool. At least it was a very unique interaction, right? And the way... how you get the jellyfish and everything, that it has an actual name, all of that is pretty awesome. Definitely a lot more unique than a lot of the other summons. But at the same time, it also makes you realize just how much more they could have done with this, right? Oh, whoa, that was the wrong button. Couple of these smaller beastmen here. I'm sort of expecting there to be a tree spirit, though. Maybe there isn't. I mean, technically, it's a it's a tree that died, so I guess it makes sense that the spirit would have potentially left it. Oh no, never mind. I think there it is. I still find that animation just sort of weird. The fact that it drops sort of out of the sky for some reason. Oh. I was too slow. How was I able to still get out of that? Ooh, what? Wait. What? Cerulean crystal tier, crimson bubble tier. Was it somehow able to clone itself? That's a skill that I haven't seen. Why are there these tree spirits still, though? If the tree itself died, what are they still doing here? And how do they survive? I mean, I guess their survival isn't really based on whether or not the tree is still alive. Or maybe, I mean, technically the tree could still be alive, right? Just because it's missing most of it. Restores HP when near death in mixed physique. That's a very weird effect. This would make sense as a like a talisman or something, right? Not necessarily as something that you need to, because if you need to drink your flask first, to potentially drop near death. Weird. Resulting concoction automatically heals one's HP in the moment before death. However, this effect only occurs once and will expire after a certain duration. Well, this'll probably last as long as the shield, which lasts, I think, somewhere around like 3 minutes or something. So it's probably not a very... It's probably quite a good effect overall, but... Wait, was it this one? No, it wasn't, right? Oh, it's the other half of the cerulean tier. Okay. That's also kind of a weird thing. I wish they would have... I mean, I guess... Obviously it makes sense because you can insert 2 of them into your flask. But... I kind of wish that there would be a way to combine these without losing both slots of your flask, because honestly, that doesn't really make that much sense to me. I feel like it's just I don't know, a little bit of an unnecessary effect almost. The fact that you sort of... I mean, obviously, technically it heals way more, right? If those cerulean tears or those tears give you back either all of your FP or all of your HP, that is, depending on how much HP or FP you have, can be a lot more than just whatever your flask would give you. I see that item. So in that regard, you know, it makes sense. Oh, for fuck's sake. Ah, but wait, I still hit you. Why? How did I still hit him through the tree? That was weird. Yeah, so it could potentially be more healing or whatever, but considering the other effects, it's also just kind of a boring effect, isn't it? Right? It's just about the most unspectacular thing. Oh. Did I miss that? I think there is a cave beneath the ruins that I didn't take a look at. Oh, well, that's actually pretty cool. Let's go back there. Let's check out that cave, and because it means that I can also potentially deal with that other upper portion a lot better. What are you doing here, though? God, is that annoying. Why is horseback combat so clunky? Doesn't look like there are any hidden caves on this spot here. Also, where the fuck is the chain? It's actually over there, isn't it? Like it's way further here somewhere. I think it's actually maybe there. Not entirely sure. Clearly, it's not here. So. I don't know, with how big and spacious these areas are, does feel as if I might be missing something. I mean, I clearly missed this cave behind there, though. I think that's more due to the fact that I thought, you know, considering how special these ruins were, and how you deal with them or dealt with them, sort of felt like there wouldn't really be anything else here, but I guess there was. But yeah, these areas, as I said, it makes sense that they're open, like very open and fairly empty. I think that's a pretty cool design choice overall, but at the same time, they're almost not empty enough. I mean, this is clearly still, you know, part of the same world that I've been in the entire time, and there's clearly still a lot of interesting stuff here. Are you kidding me? Is this... Wait, did it say examine? Oh, wait. They did a lot more damage than I thought they did. Stop annoying me. I should have just dealt with them right away. Oh, fuck. Well, this was way more annoying than it needed to be. Oh well. Maybe I read that wrong, and it was it had something to do with the message. No, literally says examine grave. No. It's actually really sad. Here lie Aurelia and Aureliette, who never saw the stars. Well, I guess now in spirit form, they are actually able to see the stars, huh? Oh, that's awesome. Such a neat little detail. Again, something I wish they would have done way more often. I mean, obviously not the same thing, right? But the fact that something in the world actually connects back to this. Well, it's not really a quest line, is it? But this interaction that you could do here. It's pretty awesome. So, interestingly enough, this also does, at least to a degree, answer why these jellyfish are always around graves. Somehow, this jellyfish form seems to be the remains of certain spirits. No idea why they become jellyfish. I mean, could potentially be a hint that these lands were once underwater or something, right? That ultimately, at the end of the day, most people in the lands between were maybe water creatures at some point, and when they die, they just return to that state for some reason. Might also have a completely different effect, or a completely different reason. No idea, honestly, but yeah, that was pretty awesome. Yeah, as I said, it definitely... Oh, what the fuck are you doing here? Also, why are you shooting the ground? Wait, isn't this usually a summon from these... Oh. Are you kidding me? How much HP do you have? What? What are you even supposed to be? Are these the remaining spirits of a giant or something? Oh yeah, this is not annoying at all. What? hell? The fuck is going on here? The last time I saw a skeleton like this, or did I kill it? It doesn't drop anything. The last time I saw a skeleton like this was when I fought one of these those who live in death guys, like the ones that row on their boats. That was the last time I saw one of these guys. What's going on down here? What a weird interaction, right? It feels like, was he placed wrong? Because he was also shooting on the ground. It feels like he was potentially placed too far into the ground or something? Oh, what is that? This looks like a frozen tree spirit, doesn't it? What the heck? What is going on here? I mean, it definitely makes sense that... Oh, another one? Really? Oh, that's a mausoleum. I was wondering, what the fuck? Why is there suddenly a gong going off, but... Okay, something is clearly summoning these guys, right? Question just being what? Hey, there's a bunch of these frozen tree spirits here. Death right, but oh, that thing. Okay. Oh, seriously? Yeah, again, you know, I don't even know why this type of enemy exists in Caelid. Or here. I mean, either put it in Caelid or here, but not in both places at the same time. I feel like that's sort of unnecessary. I mean, is it just me? Doesn't that sort of diminish its existence everywhere? Where the fuck is my mimic? Oh, it's behind him. Also, it just has an insane amount of HP, I feel like. They didn't really get rid of the annoying parts of it, though. Oh, hello. Which is mostly the fact that he can land on, like, weird... Oh, for fuck's sake. You know, fighting these things would actually be pretty awesome on, like, an open plane. But every time... Oh, the fuck. Every time anything like these even smaller elevation differences come into play, it always makes it just unnecessarily annoying. Death Ritual Spear. Wait, that looks very similar to a weapon that I already had, though. Does it? Doesn't it? I have 3 clubs. When did I pick up those? Oh, it looks awesome. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe it's just because that particular sort of design appears on multiple different places. Ritual spear used by priests of old who were permitted to come among the death birds. The priests became guardians of the birds through the rite of death, which also serves as an oath sworn to their distant resurrection. Spear Call Ritual. Thrust the spear high, bearing prayers into the sky to summon a downpour of spectral spears. That's what it did at some point, right? That looked actually pretty awesome, not gonna lie. When all of those spears came down, because they also stuck around for a while, right? That was a pretty awesome sight. Okay, so I could go down here. I guess this is how you access the castle. You know what? Since I'm here already, maybe it actually makes more sense. Yeah, I think... So the castle probably... It has to have a site of grace somewhere, right? Probably at the entrance somewhere. So, let's go to the castle first, since I need to do that anyway. And then after it, I can just come back here, clear out this upper portion, and basically move back to this site of grace as well. Since I've already cleared out these 2 things. And then... You know, I can just move over here. I think that makes sense. The only thing that I didn't particularly like about this bird is, once again, its HP value. Because it was suddenly... It's not even the overall value that's the problem. It's just the sudden spikes that are a little bit annoying, right? Because you're never quite sure if you're properly leveled or not for any particular area, right? I mean, in this case, this bird definitely had a lot more HP compared to most other bosses that I fought, you know, in the last couple of dungeons and whatnot. Wait, was there a fire burning there earlier? I guess so. Yeah, I don't know. It's just this weird difference, right? Obviously, it makes sense that a deathbird like this would have higher HP. But, there were definitely bosses. I mean, didn't I fight one of the gargoyles earlier? And that had not even half the amount of HP, I think, compared to this thing. So it's just this, again, it's these weird differences that are always kind of strange. And they seemingly don't... The problem is they don't really make that much sense overall, right? I guess if there is a clear difference in design of the bosses or in... Oh, more lightning. I don't know, if there is something that tells you, okay, this is supposed to be a much tougher fight, right? In those particular cases, I would agree, then, yeah, okay, you know, sure. Give them more HP, make it an awesome fight. And in a way, you know, looking at how cool these death birds are designed, I think to a degree it does make sense that they would also be, you know, really tough to defeat. I mean, it definitely makes sense. Oh, there's the site of grace. Right in front of the castle, just as I said. But... yeah, when you... when you have a very inconsistent sort of design language with your enemies about whether or not they are actually tough to fight or not, it just becomes this weird guessing game. And yeah, at the end of the day, you're never quite sure, okay, is this an enemy that I'm supposed to do now or not? Also, I mean, I think one of the biggest problems is just that it destroys the pacing of the game somewhat, because you feel like there should be. I mean, you're expecting a certain pacing, right? So, for example, here, since we are getting very, very close to the end, or not, well, not necessarily the end. I said that multiple times. I don't know what's coming next. I feel like there's still something, at least those floating ruins, right? There's definitely still at least one level still to come after you burn down the Earth Tree. Unless I've missed it, the entrance to those floating ruins somewhere else. Okay, this just works the same it always does, right? Whoa! Okay, that hitbox triggered a bit earlier than it should have. Also, I just now realized that... Is it crashing down? I think it is. Or not? No, it just stopped. I just realized the thing that I'm, like, cleaning off of the whole thing, those are sort of skulls or something. Oh, what? I wonder if... Oh, shit. I wonder if there's any sort of significance to that in particular. If you're meant to... If you're maybe freeing the spirits of the deceased through cleaning up the feet of the mausoleum. I don't know if that makes sense. To be entirely honest though, I know this is also nitpicking, but I feel like they could have done way more with an enemy design like this. This is such an awesome idea to have these huge beings walk around and you actually being able to interact with them. But after the first one, it's literally like the same thing over and over again, right? It becomes completely uninteresting, so... I wish they would have done something different with these in particular. Okay, is there actually anything interesting that I don't have yet that I definitely wanted? Let's just get this one. I don't really... I know that I have his sword. I have most things already. I think I'm missing like two things from boss enemies. Castle Sol, main gate. Why is this called Castle Sol? Definitely a very intriguing name. Also, now I'm actually at 50-50. Huh, nice. Okay, so from now on, I'm actually going to level Strength and Dexterity. I don't know if I'm going to level them... I would say probably 20 first, though usually, at least in Bloodborne, I think 25 was the first soft cap. I mean, there's also still Arcane. considering that, you know, my build is way more sorcery oriented. Well, then again, if I'm already planning for a potential New Game Plus run, I probably want to get all of my other attribute points to 25 as well, at least, right? Which is obviously going to be a lot of levels, but since the game still continues, I think, yeah. Let's put strength and dexterity to 20 first, and afterwards I'll take a look at whether or not it makes sense to level arcane to 20, or to level strength and dexterity to 25 first, and then arcane to 25 or something. Hey, one of the lions. Okay. It's gonna be interesting. Wait. Oh. Huh? Why is there a guidance of grace pointing towards a castle all of a sudden? That's weird. I guess it's time to clear out this castle then. Ah, seriously. Oh. That could have gone very badly, very, very quickly. Sometimes the Mimic really takes a long time to act. If you just want to heal, it can be very annoying at times. Oh, there's the other one. Wait, why was it... Was it already half dead? That's kind of strange, though. Why place two of these lions in here? Because two lions were the exact same enemies that were in the castle in Caelid at first, like when you first visited. Kind of a strange enemy choice. Not a bad one necessarily. I actually quite like these lions, though I wish they would only place one in here, because it makes a lot of sense. No, it is a lot of fun fighting the lions. I just wish, you know, instead of letting you summon, just place one lion in here, and you know, you can fight him solo or whatever. I think that would have made more sense. Also, these banners, that's literally a sun, isn't it? I guess it's a sun. Why does it remind me of Dark Souls so much? That is weird. Why is the sun bleeding? What is that supposed to represent? And also, why is a castle soul high up in the mountains like this, in snowy mountains? I mean, I guess usually, technically, you're closer to the sun here, right? I guess it makes sense in that regard. Once again, people have been hung for some reason. Wait, is this the only access point? Let me take another look at these things over here. Why are there so many... These gravestones don't make any sense here. Why would you place gravestones literally right next to the entrance of your courtyard? Unless maybe for some reason they were transported here? I don't know. It's a cool castle, though. Even though the placement of things doesn't always make sense, the overall design is still really, really awesome. Well, hello. What are you doing here? Why are there slugs What the hell is going on? That's a weird thing. The only thing, yeah, I don't know. I know I mentioned that a lot already, but oh, hello. At this point in the game, unfortunately, I do have to say that, you know, there are quite a lot of repeated assets and whatnot. Like it's... I just wish they would have... Seriously. What? How is he not hitting me? Guess I must have been just outside of his range. That was weird. But yeah, you know, as cool as these structures are... Holy shit, hello. The fact that they're all so similar is... Oh, for fuck's sake, really? I mean, yeah, I don't know. I wish... Oh, what? The what? Oh, hello. That was weird. Again, with the sheer size of the game and everything in it, it kind of feels wrong to criticize the content itself, right? But I must admit that, like, for the longest time, there was just enough uniqueness, and I think I actually said that at some point, you know, quite a long time ago, actually, that I feel like Elden Ring was really, really, like, playing very closely with the threshold of where things become too repetitive, right? And I think back then I said, while there is a lot of repetition in a lot of the assets and everything, they still manage to make it unique enough to where it's still very, very interesting and cool to explore and go through everything. I do have to admit, at this point, as much as I like the snowy aesthetic and everything... Oh. Hello. What's going on up there? As much as I like the snowy aesthetic here, it's very, very hard to overlook that the entire... Wait, is this where I came from? No, it's not, right? It's very hard to overlook that all of the assets, pretty much the entire castle, is just kind of a copy of all of the other ones. And I guess the biggest problem with that is that you don't really... Like, I really don't entirely know why I'm here, or rather... I mean, I guess I know why I'm here. It's for the medallion. But, let me put it another way. It's not very clear why the castle is here. That's my problem, right? Because up until this point, I haven't heard anything about a castle soul. I don't know who lived here at one point. I don't know what the purpose of this was. I don't know who built it, who maybe occupied it over the years. Nothing, right? And combine that with the fact that it looks like all the other castles in the game, without any sort of unique feature to it. Just yeah, it's really definitely struggling to hold my interest at this point. Or rather, that's a bit too harsh, maybe. I think one thing that has become quite clear throughout this playthrough is that I just like to speculate about stuff, right? One of the best things about FromSoft's worlds, and the thing that I like the most about them, is this sense of discovery, the sense of, you are looking at this world and trying to figure out what the hell happened here, and trying to piece together all the different neat little details and hints and whatnot, in order to make sense of the world that you're presented with, right? The problem being, if all of these little details sort of swim into one another, right? If they ultimately don't really seem to matter, because the exact same castle, or at least the exact same assets, are just used in a completely different castle elsewhere, even though the banners are different. Ultimately, how much can you really tell by looking at the environment, right? It definitely diminishes this sort of exploration effect of trying to figure out, well, why do these things exist? Why do they look like the way they look like? What happened here in particular, right? So, for example, I just ran by 3 guys that were clearly hanged. I don't care about that at all, because I've seen the exact same asset a million different times already, displayed in the exact same way, right? So the fact that people have been hanged here doesn't interest me at all. But it should, right? It should be, there should be a reason for it. There should be an explanation, something that happened here. But it really feels like it's just been an asset that has been placed here in order to make the space look more cluttered at the end of the day, right? Which is fine in and of itself, but when that's the only way in which you're telling a story, that's sort of the big problem that I have, and that I wish Elden Ring would have done differently, is that I really, really wish they would have put more emphasis on the story. I wish they would have put more emphasis on the NPC dialogues and stuff. And the fact that they haven't, just, there is a certain... Oh, hello? Hello. Oh, what the fuck? There's just a certain type of, I don't know, what would you... Oh, for fuck's sake. I always forget how far they can just follow you. Oh, no! Seriously? I accidentally went into my PlayStation menu. No idea, I'd never done that before. Fucking hell. Well, obviously my strongest weapon isn't really worth anything against them if they can just phase out of existence for a second. Oh, for fuck's sake, now everything has respawned, hasn't it? I guess the lions haven't. Huh. Well, that's neat. Well, what's the fastest way to get back there, actually? But yeah, that's, it really, really diminishes the environmental storytelling that they can do if you repeat assets as often as they do here in Elden Ring. Usually wouldn't be that big of a deal. Oh, for fuck's sake, I died, like, very, very close to the shortcut, didn't I? Yeah. you have to go either or, right? Either you create a world that works as well as FromSoft's worlds usually have in the past, where they're just insanely sort of detailed. I mean, I'm not saying that it was perfect in the past either, right? But the thing is that in their past games, they were always able to focus on what was important and put that sort of in the foreground, right? The way they put your sort of attention on certain things and details. Are you kidding me? For fuck's sake. Really? Of course. I shouldn't have tried to just run through. Oh well, it was only 20,000 runes. Not really that much. Ugh. It's just, I have to go there again. Where was I? Yeah. I feel like they did a better job in the past of... I think... So, for example, in Bloodborne, right? In Bloodborne, the grave... The gravestone assets and everything, they're definitely overused, right? No other game would be able to get away with how many fucking gravestones are placed in Bloodborne. The reason why it works for Bloodborne, and I know I said that as well at some point, is that Bloodborne has this almost dreamlike feeling. And a lot of what they're doing, even visually, right? Even the chromatic aberration effect, for example, that they're utilizing in the game, everything really tells the story of it being this sort of dream world, right? And because of that, in this particular regard, it just works, right? It works in this particular way where the fact that they're reusing all of these assets so much actually does make sense. But the problem is, it doesn't here, right? It doesn't make sense in Elden Ring to the insane extent that they've done that here, because this is supposed to be a world with different factions and stuff in it, right? I mean, this is presented as if this would have been a castle occupied by, well, I don't know who yet, but definitely somebody unique, right? Somebody with like a unique identity and stuff like that. Where the fuck? Are you kidding? Where did you come from? Can you... For fuck's sake. My camera turned and I dodged into the wrong direction, even though I was pressing the right direction, but my character said, nope, I'm gonna jump to the right, even though you pressed the stick backwards. Oh boy. Oh yeah. It works in Bloodborne, doesn't work here. I guess that's sort of the bottom line, right? And unfortunately, that makes a place like this just extremely uninteresting, even though it shouldn't, right? I mean, this should be a very, very interesting place. I should be really, really intrigued as to why this is called Sol, or Castle Sol, right? What does that mean? Who lived here? Why are we even here? Why is this medallion of the Haligtree here specifically? But even that, I already know, won't make any sense whatsoever, because the other medallion of the, like, Dectus lift was also at two completely random castles, or forts, that seemingly didn't have any sort of connection with the medallions in the first place, right? And unfortunately, that really makes you question a lot of the other decisions that they've you know, that they have here. Of course, that just goes through the wall. Always fun when that happens. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why? Sometimes they shoot me really well, and sometimes they don't. Why? Oh, of course. See, now they didn't hit me. For some weird reason. Oh, this castle really is getting on my nerves. Just... Oh, I can still hit him even though I can't see him. I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah. This is very unfortunate. Because I feel like the problem is, even with all of the brilliant design stuff that they've done here in Elden Ring, it just honestly feels like the game is almost overstaying its welcome. It's a problem that Nier Automata has as well, for example, right? Nier Automata does some really, really cool stuff, but it's completely and utterly destroyed by how badly paced it is. Like, Nier Automata, how did that not hit him? I got my sword swing off. See, now it worked. Oh, for fuck's sake, are you kidding me? Can it please be consistent? For fuck's sake! Oh, man. Yeah, I'm really... Maybe this is a good time to stop, but I don't want to let the castle get me down. It's just unfortunate, right? Because Nier Automata could be a good game. Like, it honestly could be. It's just that its RPG elements are utter trash. Like, it's really, really just complete bullshit. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever that it even has RPG elements in the first place. It should just be a straight-up action game with action sort of upgrades. In the grand scheme of things, it is, but it also has levels for some bullshit reason that doesn't make any sense at all. Of course. He can't seem to decide when he actually shoots. Sometimes he just shoots earlier, and sometimes he doesn't. Oh. Why did he not hit him? Why? Are you kidding me? Seems like they're able to actually hit you better if you're running for some reason. And I actually think I think it was in SkillUp's review. I don't know if you know him, but he's a YouTuber that also does game reviews, and he pretty much said that Nier Automata was 10 hours of amazing, surrounded by 40 hours of absolute mediocrity, right? And I honestly agree with that. Which is a big shame, because I feel like the good parts of Nier Automata are really, really good. And it's legitimately trying to tell... Oh, for fuck's sake. It's legitimately trying to tell, like, a fairly unique story for video games, right? Like, it's definitely doing a lot of stuff that other games just haven't done, at least not in that particular form. But the problem is, yeah, it just becomes incredibly uninteresting, like, to the point where you really don't care anymore, right? Nier Automata overstays its welcome so much that at a certain point you just don't care anymore. Like, even though I wanted to know how it ends, I just didn't finish it, because it was... After a certain point, I just said to myself, yeah, what's the point, right? This is getting more and more uninteresting. I'm not interested in the gameplay whatsoever. Are you fucking kidding me? Why didn't that hit him? Really? How the fuck did that arrow still hit me? There's somebody up here now. Well, except these guys. At least they don't have a shield. But yeah, the problem is that Elden Ring is reaching that point for me currently. I'm still really, really interested in how the game continues, right? The main story and the fact that now my mission is to burn the Earth Tree. All of that is really, really awesome. The general setup is still really, really cool. But yeah, it's just completely messed up by the fact that it's well, that was a lot cleaner than before. It's reusing so many assets so much that it ultimately, you know, feels like a lot of the stuff that you see within the game world, and also its sort of setup and how things connect and why they connect and everything like that ultimately doesn't matter, right? It's being presented in a way where you think that it matters, but it doesn't actually matter. At least that's what it now seems like, right? Why are these closed? It's weird. Why are there doors if you can't open them? Oh, there's a fog wall. Let's see if I'm able to activate the shortcut. So yeah, that's... again, I'm probably coming across as way more negative than I want to be. Because, again, the game's still absolutely phenomenal. In a lot of ways. It's doing a lot of really, really cool stuff. But, here's the thing. If the game would be smaller and shorter, it would actually be better. Right? You literally just have to remove things from this game, and it would be better. And that is such a weird thing, right? That is such a weird thing to be saying about a game, that works. Oh, for fuck's sake. Bye-bye. That worked way better than I thought it would. But yeah, I don't know. Honestly saying just remove stuff from the game and it's better, it just feels way too harsh of a comment on a game that's as good as this, right? But still, it has a lot of truth to it, and I think that's kind of weird. And I think that's because it's so weird, it is something that needs to be talked about, because, yeah, at the end of the day, if developers feel the need to just fill up their game with stuff just so that people think it's awesome, that I think that's just not the right way to approach this, right? It's just what differentiates Elden Ring from your typical random Assassin's Creed or whatever is obviously that the mediocre copy-pasted stuff in Elden Ring is still light years ahead of most other open world games, right? That's kind of the crazy part, how good the quality of this game is, that it still holds up even in sections that, you know, don't have any unique sort of elements to them. But that's also its own sort of, like, in a weird way, that's its own downfall. Well, downfall is not the right thing, really, but, you know, that's sort of this awkward situation that you're suddenly in, because it has such a high quality in so many different ways that, you know, when you come across things that feel off or that feel like they weren't properly thought through, then suddenly you notice that way, way more, right? Whereas if I'm playing Far Cry, for example, I expect the game to be utter trash, right? I wouldn't blink twice if I see a reused asset or a reused enemy or whatever in Far Cry, because the game is just bad. But in here, it's a bit of a different story, right? Great sun, frigid son of soul, surrender yourself to the eclipse. Grant life to the soulless bones. Sure. Eclipse shuttle. The fuck is that? Is that a weapon? It is. Curved sword. Storied sword and treasure of Castle Soul that depicts an eclipsed sun drained of color. One of the legendary armaments. In Soul, the sight of an eclipse inspires a dreadful awe, preventing an onlooker from averting his gaze. Unique skill Death Flare. It's a pretty cool name. Set the lusterless sun ablaze with the Prince of Death's flames, inflicting the death ailment upon foes. Follow up with an additional input to bring down the armament, triggering an explosion. The Prince of Death's flames. Okay. So this castle does have something to do with death? I guess I was told that. Oh, for fuck's sake. Having these enemies spawn in, like, very far away from you gets increasingly annoying as well. Wait, why wasn't I down there? I guess I have to access this some other way. Where the hell are you going? Oh. I guess he lost sight of me? That was weird. Oh, is there a staircase to come back up here, though? Huh. It's really quite awesome how you're able to, you know, traverse these castles. Oh, that was sneaky. Oh, for fuck's sake. Of course I'm stuck on something. Can you please just stop hitting me for like a second? Of course it doesn't. Why am I constantly stuck on something? For fuck's sake! Really? Oh, these weird wooden bars or whatever. It's especially annoying because they get phased out, right? Like you can't see them anymore, but you're still stuck on them, obviously. I mean, you can still see them, like, faintly. Okay. What's the point of the shortcut if you get a site of grace here? Wait, doesn't this lead to what looked like the boss room? Why are these guys here? Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, what is going on? Am I suddenly or rather overestimating how quick my weapon is? Also, that sounds like another one of those eagles on the outside for some reason. Oh, hello. once again, I wish that this this whole setup with these spirits would also be explained somewhere. Are you serious? Why is he not dead? How the fuck does he have so much HP? Don't they usually just fall down on their own? But yeah, if you know, if the entire... Oh, another one? Could you please just fucking do what I'm pressing buttons for? Are you kidding me? I'm pressing L2 R1 like a million different times and it just doesn't happen. Again, it just... What is going on? That didn't really happen before. Well, I think, for, like, in a weird way, Banished Night Helm. Did I already have that? In a weird way, if you're getting impatient with the game, it feels like it's, like, weirdly, sort of, almost as if it feels that you're getting impatient with it, and then suddenly it just does things that you're not expecting, really. This looks pretty awesome. Why does he have a dragon on his head? Thick, full set of armor covering the entire body. The Helm was won by knights who, whether by misfortune or misdeed, were forced to abandon their homes. These fierce warriors were each and all accomplished. Perhaps that is why, despite the territorial losses, they were still named knights. Well, that doesn't really make any sense, though, right? Like, aren't they... I mean, aren't they here for a reason? Isn't this their home? Why would they be here if it wasn't their home? What? This is a really, really weird shortcut. I guess it would be more easily accessible via the first Site of Grace at the actual entrance to the castle, rather than the second one. Which is quite intriguing, because now I'm sort of questioning why the second route exists. Is that just so that you can... Isn't there one here? Oh no, never mind, that's where he is. Problem is, I'm already running low on FP again. Well, now that I have the shortcut, though, I can more easily explore these parts, I guess. That just leads back to the beginning. And that's where the other knight was, right? So I think I'm slowly sort of... Why did that not hit? What the hell is going on? Somehow the dead rats are, like, in the way of hitting the living ones. And that hit somehow. I was standing here, and somehow my sword hilt hit the rat. Definitely a couple of weird things going on here. Oh, hello. Only problem being that now I'm completely out of FP. What is this here for? That's where it came from? Oh. Okay, I guess it's just a shortcut to this knight. Oh! Wait, never mind. If I hit him, he's just gonna teleport upwards towards me, right? Unless he can't? I guess he can't. Wait, what? Why is he not able to teleport up to me? That seems weird. Usually they can, right? Wait, are the magical bolts actually dealing? Doesn't really make that much of a difference. Are you fucking kidding me? Seriously? Stop walking backwards, you dumbass. Guess he tried to heal? I think that is their heal, isn't it? Really? Really? Are you kidding me? Fuck's sake. Ah, this game sometimes, man. So many weird interactions. Cerulean Ember Medallion +1. Don't I already have the +2 version of that? I think so. Okay, so... what a weird optional path. Just to the medallion? Also, how the fuck are you supposed to get that item? Guess you can walk around on the edge somehow? Kind of a weird setup. Yeah. This castle is just really missing context, to be completely honest. I guess it's probably retroactively going to get some, because whatever kind of boss we're going to fight, ultimately it will probably mean something. But, oh, you know what? I guess there is, I guess there has to be a way to get onto the roof here, and ultimately get onto the roof of the cathedral. I don't know, can I walk on that? Yeah, I can. I don't know if this is the intended way to get this item. I feel like it wasn't, but oh well. Guess let's actually go back to the shortcut and take that back up. Though, I mean, probably want to rest anyway, right? So... wait a second. Did it clear out everything? I think I kind of did. I think I went everywhere I can at this point. Yeah, let's heal up and take the shortcut to the boss. And guess see what that's about. Yeah. Again, if you're not giving your castle any kind of unique features, having some sort of really, really cool build-up, something that explains why this castle exists, or makes you excited for it as well, right? Before you even approach it. I mean, there was this one line of dialogue, right, saying that, oh yeah, by the way, the second half of the medallion is here, but, well, it doesn't really explain anything, right? Let's see what kind of boss we're fighting here. I have a feeling it's going to be another knight or something. Also, I should probably unequip the jellyfish. Yeah. Let's see what this is. Hello. Commander Nile? Well, I was sort of correct. Oh. He looks the same as those, he looks very similar to the guy in Caelid, doesn't he? Or, wait, was he in Caelid? inhale it? What the fuck is going on with this HP? Can you please... Oh, this guy's going to be annoying, isn't he? Oh, you can just change... Sure. Okay, seriously, how the fuck are you supposed to fight this alone? Also, what the fuck is going on with his HP? What the fuck? How many different elements does he have? Of course. I pressed circle. I was actually pretty good with that, I thought. Oh, that was definitely too early. Ugh. That's a weird attack. Huh. Veteran's Prosthesis. That was a weird boss fight. Like a... He was... For some reason, it was insanely easy to evade most of his attacks. I'm not entirely sure why. He was pretty awesome in terms of what he could potentially do. I mean, that was a lot of different elements all sort of mushed together, right? He had frost, he had lightning, he had some wind stuff. He was basically all of the knights combined, if you will. As always, this would probably be a much better fight without the summons and without him summoning the two knights. I don't exactly know why he does that, especially since one of the knights is the one that always goes ham. So if you're not able to deal with that quickly, this is just insanely annoying at the start. I don't really know. What a weird setup for a fight. And then he seemed like a much more threatening enemy than he ultimately was. That was weird. I expected him to be much more difficult in terms of how you were supposed to dodge his attacks and everything, but well, I mean, obviously, I also, being ranged was pretty good because even though he had this gap closing attack that was pretty fast. It took some time for him to use it, and for some reason he also decided to just slowly walk up to me in between everything else, so there was a bunch of time where you can just hit him from range. So obviously that makes the fight a lot easier. Honestly, I don't know what the fuck is suddenly going on with enemy HP. Like, ever since I've been down in the sewers, it feels like they're just placing a bunch of enemies with very large HP pools everywhere. Just way, way larger than compared to everything that came before, for some reason. I don't know. It's definitely a very weird setup. I don't know what to think of this fight. You finally get something that's a lot more unique, and then it's ultimately also kind of disappointing in how it turns out. Maybe I just got lucky in terms of in terms of the attacks that he actually started using. Not really sure. I even messed up a couple of fairly easy dodges. His jumping attack with the lightning, when he uses his sword, is sort of this lightning spear and jumps into you. You have to dodge that fairly late, and I dodged way too early a couple of times. But that's something that, you know, doing this in multiple attempts, you'd easily get down. So, yeah, just sort of a weird fight overall. Kind of a very cool one, but also weird. Okay, let's put a point in strength, shall we? This doesn't actually make a difference, right? Which one so one more point in intelligence also just increases the attack power of my armament by 1. Increases the defensive power against magic, though, but yeah, let's go with 15 strength for the time being. Yeah, I honestly don't really know what to make of this. Feels like a very cool setup, feels like a very cool boss design, finally something more unique. But then it's still not really that interesting. Also, what the fuck did he actually drop? Did he drop something? Like, did he drop a weapon? I actually... Somehow I... Because this is... Isn't this the weapon that I got in Caleb? He was very... Commander O'Neill. Why is that name so similar? He had almost the same name. Oh, right, he dropped this. Veteran's Prosthesis. Bladed prosthetic leg and wreathed with the power of lightning. Ah, that's what the Hawks are using, right? Think? Instead attached to the fist. Wait, what? Commander Niall. Niall? Veteran of Castle Saul, offered this prosthesis in exchange for the lives of defeated knights held prisoner. He went on to lead these men as an army of no nation. Unique skill, Storm Kick. Thrust the prosthetic leg blade into the ground, creating a storm. Follow up with a strong attack to perform a lightning-infused jumping attack. Ah, that's pretty awesome. So you can actually do what he was doing, right? Stand on the ground. Probably not really usable against most enemies, because it felt like it was taking just way too long to actually get that off, but... Certainly still a very cool thing. Offered this prosthesis in exchange for the lives of defeated knights held prisoner. Oh, now I get it. Okay, so he was essentially sort of going and looking at all of the knights that were imprisoned somewhere. And he just said, oh, all right, I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna deal with these guys. And he made an army out of formerly imprisoned knights. Interesting. Doesn't really explain why they were so ghostly. Like, what being imprisoned has nothing to do with being a ghost. So, not exactly sure how that fits into all of this, but I don't know. It's a pretty cool setup, all things considered, right? It's just, as I said, if they had, you know, built him up a bit more, if you would have known about his name prior to coming here, or if I don't know, somebody mentioned that a bit more, then I think it would have been just way more interesting at the end of the day, right? So this is probably just going to lead up to a room with a medallion in it, right? I have a feeling. Or just a roof with a medallion on it. Halig Tree secret medallion left. Lord Mikella, forgive me. The sun has not been swallowed. Our prayers were lacking. Your comrade remains soulless. I will never set my eyes upon it now. Your divine Halic tree. Oh. Okay. Well, that sounds a lot more interesting. So, whatever this Halic tree is, or rather, wherever the hidden path of this, Valek, hello. Wherever this hidden path of the whole thing is leading, I think that maybe there's a way to sort of create an eclipse. I don't know how dependent. I mean, you would think that the Earth tree is dependent on the sun, at least to a certain degree, right? To grow or something. I don't actually know, since the Earth tree seems like this godlike thing. Don't know what the sort of connection there would be in general. Having said that, though, clearly conjuring up an eclipse or something similar would probably have pretty big implications on the world at large. At least a lingering eclipse, not necessarily one that just, like a real eclipse just is there for like an hour and then it's gone again. But like a permanent one almost, right? I wonder if whatever this Halic tree is, maybe by sort of magically covering up the sun, the Earth tree loses, I don't know, power or something, and through that the Halic tree will be able to grow. Sort of depends on what the Halic tree is or why. I mean, as I said, I have a feeling that the place where this quote-unquote secret path is leading will be down there, right? Where I'm looking right now, where the other mausoleum is as well. So I'm wondering if that's the case. What exactly does that mean? Because that just looks like any other area on the map. So what's the special significance there, right? Why? I mean, maybe there's something hidden in that village that we can see down there as well. Okay, before I do anything with that, though, well, first of all, let's take a quick peek behind the castle and see if I missed anything there. Yeah, with the whole burning down the Earth tree stuff, that's going to be an interesting thing as well. Still not quite sure what kind of implications that has on the world. And ultimately, what it will mean. It definitely, at least as of now, it seems as if I know about at least two different endings. One being Melina sacrifices herself and burns down the Earth tree. The other one being me sacrificing myself and burning down the Earth tree. I feel like whatever this Halic tree is, maybe actually starting an eclipse. Maybe that's a third ending. I don't really know. I mean, technically, I feel like there should also be an ending where you don't burn down the Earth tree. At least it would make sense if there was one, right? Being able to... Though I wouldn't really know... I guess somehow there would have to be a way, if that's the case, to actually follow the two fingers, do what they want, with the greater will ones. But I don't know how you would go about that in particular, because, well, the whole reason why we're burning down the Erd Tree in the first place is because it's been covered up by these thorns, right? So I mean, that with the Halic Tree, I knew already. I mean, you find the first half of the medallion fairly early on, I think, right? I think the first time you get that is... I mean, Gideon talks about that as well. And that's very, very early. I think shortly after you enter the Urnia or something. So yeah, I'm really wondering how that's all connected. Well, yeah, obviously, I have the two sides of the medallion now. Well, I mean, it literally says on the medallion, right? It says that there's a... Oh, more of these guys. There's a secret path hidden or accessible via the Lift of Rold. So I guess it's not that secret, which is another thing that is... weird. Because it really feels... The way they've set it up and the... sort of the information that you can gather on certain kinds of things, like the Erd Tree or the Halic Tree, I still find it weird how they pronounce that. I would always call it Halic Tree. But yeah, it's very weird how little information the game actually gives on that tree. So it sort of feels secret, yet the game also tells you about it really early on. I mean, don't you always use buttons for these kinds of special passages? Oh, wait, there's an item here. Okay. So I guess it would kind of make sense to go there first, though. The only other thing is I definitely want to take a look at this upper portion here. It doesn't... On the map, it looks kind of empty. Maybe there's just an optional boss there or something. I still wish you could stop that lightning if you grabbed all the flowers. It's just kind of weird having it in the background constantly. Okay, let's see. Where did I stop last time? Oh. Huh. I was wondering there for a second. So these guys, they definitely also respawn. So that looks like there is... Maybe there is actually some sort of secret caster or something? Ah! I knew it. That's not you. Where the fuck is the boat? I guess it's up here somewhere? Or did I miss it already? Where the hell is that guy? Or maybe it's someone or something else this time around? The hell? It's not you, though. I'm pretty sure. Is it just a... maybe it's one of the bigger skeletons, but I feel like those were just summoned in. This place is also just a lot bigger than I expected it to be. I mean, I guess it's a pretty big rocks mountain side. Bunch of these death guys. Still wonder what these weird... Why are there so many of these tree spirits that are just frozen? How did they get here? Or rather, I mean, I guess I get why they are here. It's more of a question of why aren't they alive anymore? Oops. I guess whoever spawns the big skeletons must be back further here. Wait, what? Why is there... Okay. Well, I didn't expect this to be here. There's another site of grace here. Snow Valley Ruins Overlook. Okay. Well, now I'm back in the middle. Also, the Guidance of Grace is actually pointing at the second half of the medallion. Really wonder why it's doing that. It seems like a strange thing to point at. Because you'd assume... I don't know, for the entire time I definitely assumed that I guess the Guidance of Grace was connected to the Earth Tree, more or less, so somehow I just think it's kind of weird that it also guides you towards things that could be potentially harmful to the Earth Tree, or at least, unless that Halic Tree is connected to the Earth Tree somehow. I mean, depends on how you look at connections like these, right? Obviously, they can be connected in a positive way or in a negative way. I guess maybe this Guidance of Grace can't really help it. But this is not what I'm trying to deal with. Here ahead. I definitely heard something. Ah, there you are. Where the fuck are you hiding? You still have... Are you kidding me? Why does he still have so much HP? Really? Oh, that's the other snail that's shooting at me. Oh! Huh. He can also hit you with that. I did not know that. It's probably easier just to do it this way. Well, hello. I've never seen them do that. I guess this is the first time that I'm actually sort of fighting them. Help and Steeple and the Death Road. Huh. I don't really get why they're hiding him. Like, what's the deal with that? It's actually such a cool setup with these big skeletons coming out of the gravestones, but then the solution is to sort of go off to the side rather than follow the path where the skeletons are actually spawning. I don't know. I feel like this would have been cooler if they would have placed him sort of in between the gravestones and made it so that you had to deal with the skeletons' ranged attacks while also dealing with the boat captain. I don't know. I feel like I really, really like these enemies, the boat captains, whatever they're called, because their setup is pretty cool, right? They themselves aren't necessarily the strongest, but they either summon in really, really powerful, or at least really big skeletons, or they're surrounded by these other living and death enemies. And usually they also have pretty cool arenas attached to them. They're always in very sort of particular places. This as well, right? This entire sort of mountainside setup with these huge gravestones where these big skeletons appear out of. It's a pretty cool setup. But ultimately, I don't know if they should have given them more attacks or it should be more varied, or I don't know. It always ends up being this weird fight where either you get close to them and they're pretty much annihilated right away, or they just run away and it's this sort of weird catch-up thing where you constantly just look for them. I don't know. Still a very cool concept. I really like them. They also, not only do they look pretty cool, the fact that they're connected to Deathroot as well, and the animation of him, for example, summoning that water beneath him and like shooting off this fountain around him, even though he didn't hit me, it was visually pretty cool. Okay, before I continue here, I wonder how much more Deathroot I can give him. There has to come a point where he, I don't know, changes somehow. Either he actually succumbs to this and changes into, I don't know, some horrifying beast, or he just dies, or something. Or maybe he becomes a spirit, similar to these...
I won't forget. Again.
You said that already.
My appetite. My sin. I must have more. I must consume more.
Beast Claw Great Hammer, okay.
Feed.
Still needs more. The thing that makes me... Or the thing that I find peculiar about this is... I don't know, maybe it's just because of what I have sort of in the back of my mind with Bloodborne, but the fact that Bloodborne has 4... what were they called? 4... umbilical cords, right? Yeah, that's what 1/3 of an umbilical cord is the actual item. But you get 4 of them. I guess because you can potentially miss one, right? Or you might not find all of them, but you can still access the secret ending even though you don't get all of them, which I think is a pretty cool way of handling that. Considering just how vast this world is and how easy it would be to miss a piece of Deathroot somewhere. I wonder if that works similar here. Because I would have thought that it might, but now, I don't know. With how many I've already given him, I feel like it might not actually do that. Great hammer with a striking end model to resemble 5 beastly claws. The black nails protruding from golden fur are said to represent Sarosh, Lord of Beasts, who went on to become King Godfrey's regent. Sarosh. I heard about that name already at one point. I just don't remember where. Regal Beast Claw. Slam the hammer into the ground, rending the land asunder with the armament's 5 bestial claws. Sounds pretty awesome. The thing that I also find weird is that he attacked me like 4 death roots ago. So whatever kind of effect they have, either he is very, very good in terms of self-constraint, or I don't know, that just seems strange to me that he would have attacked me somewhat quickly and then never again. Really not sure what's going on with that. Okay, let's check out the rest of the overlook. I don't think there was really that much more there. It's basically just these normal enemies, right? What I find very interesting is when had I sort of accessed this particular area from this side first, would have potentially been a lot easier to see where the boat captain was. The thing that's very intriguing about this in particular is it seems like there's really a lot of them here, but it's mainly just this big open field with a bunch of gravestones and a bunch of these guys. That's the other side of graves, right? It doesn't particularly look as if there's anything too interesting here. I guess it wouldn't really make sense to have another sort of boss fight here. Which is, by the way, something that is really, really weird about that ghost boat. I'm constantly changing its name, right? But they usually had a boss HP bar. And the amount of HP that it had pretty much seemed to be about the same as the other ones that had a boss HP bar. I don't know, maybe they just decided to not give it one to potentially not make it immediately obvious what the big skeletons are all about. Then again, the reason why I immediately knew that they were connected to this fisherman guy was because the other fisherman that I fought the last time also summoned this big skeleton. He only summoned one, though the one that he summoned was sort of permanently there, and I think it could also move a lot better, whereas in this case it was just big skeletons coming out of gravestones and they sort of disappeared again and didn't really do much beyond that. So yeah. Okay. Hopefully I didn't really miss anything up there. I don't necessarily think I have, but it's quite hard to tell sometimes. Uh, I guess... Should I try and unlock the map first? I know that takes some of the mystery away, and the reason why I'm always hesitant on doing that is mainly because it can lead to, I don't know, a cool cutscene or something else. Something awesome that you know, want to properly enjoy and not just looking for the map, but at the same time, it feels like these could be the last two map pieces of the game world. Maybe not, but I mean, it looks like they are. So, if I'm correct, and this left part here is where the Halic tree might be, then unlocking the right part as well, even though I'm not approaching the Flame of the Giants as of now, might still be a good idea. I guess... Then again, looking at this lake... You know what? No. I want to go back to the Grand Lift of World and figure out what the fuck is going on with this medallion. Do you react in any sort of way to what I've done? No, of course not.
Doing so, who would most certain?
Okay. Yeah. I know. Dangerous and all. Okay, so this is going to be interesting. Okay, you can just literally switch between the two. Makes sense, I guess. So, the last time I called on the elevator, right? When I held up the medallion that Melina gave me, the normal one, I guess, their eyes turned red, like the stone on the medallion itself. So, the secret medallion, I guess, will probably have a different effect on their eye color. And I assume what'll happen is that the lift moves down rather than up. Because that's where the other plateau thing sort of looks to be at. The thing is, though, once again, they make it seem as if this medallion is really, really sort of secret. See, there it is. Their eyes turn green. Yet, not only are the pieces fairly easy to find, and you even get a couple of hints as to where they are, at least the first one. The second one, not so much, but then again, the second one you actually get, like, the NPC is literally talking to you when you approach Castle Sol, right? It's still going up, though, so I was definitely wrong on that front. But I guess it's just not moving up as far as it usually would, probably. It feels like we're still in the mountainside, right? Still where the lift would normally still continue to rise. Which is also kind of weird, because usually if this would be a normal lift, or if it would operate the same way that lifts usually do in FromSoft games, without a cutscene, that is, you'd potentially just be able to jump off at this particular moment, right, when you see the door, rather than having to collect a secret medallion that is not so secret at all. I mean, what I was going to say as well is that I don't exactly remember when I first heard about this medallion. I'm pretty sure that it wasn't too difficult to actually get the first part, though. I mean, the sort of biggest thing is, Hey, what's up? How you doing? The biggest thing with the medallion in general is that Gideon, right? The NPC that is practically your, well, Gideon almost acts as like a quest list of sorts for the entire game. Not exactly, because he doesn't list side quests and stuff, but he still lists sort of the main objectives that you have, right? Mainly the where you find the Great Runes. But he also talks about this medallion, so it's really not that secret, is it? I don't know. Maybe you still have, in order for him to actually talk about it, you still have to find some sort of initial thing that I, for some reason, found. Didn't really feel like that, though. The thing is just, I guess this will lead to this plateau that I was looking at the entire time. If it does, even that would be kind of strange, considering that you can literally see it from up above, right? So the map practically tells you about it, because obviously there has to be something on the west side of the current map where you are as well. But then you can literally look down onto where this leads, or where I think it'll lead. If it doesn't, though, obviously I take this back, but I assume that's where I'll end up now. So... well, yeah, of course, it makes sense that it's... I just find it quite strange how the game... I don't know, the game is treating this as, like, this giant secret, but it's kind of really not? I mean, that doesn't have to be a bad thing, obviously. Oh, is this going to be... do we have a boss fight in front of it? Hidden path to the Halic tree. The cool thing about this is, obviously, that they don't really give much information about what this is supposed to be in the first place, right? It's very, very... in terms of what you know about it as the player, it's very obscured and hidden. Which is pretty cool. It just makes me wonder, for example, why they decided to give Gideon that particular line. Why is he talking about it? Because I would have maybe given that to somebody else. Obviously, I don't really know that much about it at this point, so maybe there was a particular reason why Gideon is the one that talks about it. It's just... oh, right. Yeah, he's the one that kills, or that attempts to torture Latenna into the info, right? I guess it's more this weird setup that Gideon is also... Gideon is sort of a weird special case with all the NPCs, because all of the other ones are way more your typical FromSoft, secretive, I don't tell you about stuff kind of deal. You know, sort of getting the info about Ranni, for example, from Rogier, starting that whole quest line, the way Fia killed Dee, all of those kinds of things are very sort of your typical FromSoft thing, where you're really surprised when it suddenly happens. But for some reason, they also decided to have Gideon be the one that acts as this weird main quest reminder NPC, where you can go to him and be reminded about where you're actually supposed to go in the game world. So maybe it's just this weird thing that he's both involved in this quest line, yet he's also at the same time this almost like a tutorial NPC. I don't know. It's just... it comes across as like a bit weird. But then again, that might also only be because he just doesn't change for a very, very long time. I mean, his dialogue was pretty much the same for about, I don't know, 80 hours or something like that. So it's a bit weird. Because the questline in and of itself, I mean, this whole secret medallion thing, all of this is pretty awesome. Everything that's attached to it is pretty awesome. There are a couple of things that I feel like could have been done a little differently. As always, I just would have wished that Latenna was talking to you more. Like the first time you meet her, you have, a bit more of a lengthy conversation. Then she becomes a spirit summon and essentially just lives in your inventory until you reach the Castle of Sol, which can potentially be tens of hours later, right? Or maybe even 100 hours later, in my case. So, it's just a very, very intriguing setup. Let's see where this leads, huh? Ooh. Not a boss fight, it seems. More catacombs, though. It's an interesting looking grave. It's very different than its surroundings. What is this militia doing here? The beast icon? Okay. Well, I mean, the game does certainly surprise me all the time, so there's another beast eye here. What the fuck is that? Oh, is that just... Oh, I think that's just one of these weird tentacle beach monsters. Why is that here? This looks entirely different to what I imagined I would go into. I honestly expected the lift to more or less just lead into that lower area and not have these catacombs in between. So it's kind of awesome how they subvert your expectations here. I guess my expectations in this. This title is the all-knowing. Yeah, I'm not saying that it doesn't make sense. I'm saying that it's just, I don't know. To me, it just takes away a little bit of the secret, because I feel like the whole Rogia, D, Fia, Rani Academy thing was way more engaging in terms of how it was initially set up. Because there was a lot more mystery involved. You weren't quite sure who was on your side or why, or if they even still... I mean, Rogia and D seem to be sort of estranged friends. So it was all... Yeah, just very, very intriguing and a very cool setup overall. Whereas Gideon is sort of... I don't know. He's a kind of a weird guy. You initially don't really trust him. He comes off as very sort of unapproachable. Then he's suddenly sort of your best friend and tells you everything all at once. Then doesn't change his dialogue for hours, and then suddenly he has other things to say. I guess it would be cooler. Maybe instead of Gideon being the one telling you about it, they should have just made it so that you would meet Latenna first. I mean, I guess theoretically you could do that, right? Maybe tell the story more from her point of view. But then again, I'm still very early into this whole Helic tree thing, I feel like, so maybe I'm also judging too early in this particular case. Yeah, that's... all of this lore with Gideon, it doesn't come across in the game at all. I think that's the main gripe that I have with him, is just that he stays the same for far too long. He's just... I feel like he should be reacting more to the particular instances where you do approach areas that he's affected or meddled with, or... Because it's very early on established that he's not really trustworthy, right? So it's kind of weird that they don't, I don't know, work with that more. But, well, then again, I mean, overall, that's a problem that a lot of quest lines have here, right? They're just missing sort of a lot of in-between dialogue that would make the characters a lot more interesting. Yeah. And the militiamen, they're just weird at this point. I honestly feel like their setup is also... They're just at so many random places that they don't really seem to be connected to anything at all. Hello. This thing really has 15,000 HP or something? Oh, that's a bit much. Yeah, especially that whole thing with his, I don't know, is she even his real daughter or something? Yeah, the thing is, I'm fairly certain that I found most things that the game has. And it's still, he didn't change his dialogue for like 80 hours, legit. And that's just, no, that just doesn't work at all. It's a bit of a shame. Maybe I also just missed some triggers. Sometimes it feels like they place very certain triggers at certain points, and if you're just not immediately there to talk to NPCs about it, you might also just straight up miss certain interactions, which can be good, but also create situations where you just kind of stop caring about that. Yeah, I've been back to the starting boss area. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. I feel like... I mean, obviously, those kinds of... Oh, did he just lose health by jumping down? That's kind of funny. Oh, for real? Oh. That was more damage than I expected. I thought I was able to just stun him already. Yeah, that's sort of the weird thing. They do that a lot with enemy factions, where they have a pretty cool backstory, and they also establish a lot about them in a lot of very cool ways. With the militiamen, I mean, they definitely crawl around the beast clergymen, and it makes sense that they would like be at more places. The problem is that Elden Ring, or FromSoft games in particular, they just don't really have any sort of proper way of explaining why people are in certain places, right? They're just sort of there. And I guess you're supposed to assume that, oh yeah, of course, they would, I don't know, search these areas because that's what they do, right? That's why they're there, but well, this is a bit of an annoying setup. Shouldn't the tentacle guy hit the small ones as well? I feel like they don't belong together. Sure. What is going on with him? He's moving around way more than the other one. Yeah, sure. What the fuck is going on? Can you stop glitching into the ground and just let me cut off your damn tentacle? Thank you. Finally. Huh. It's a bit strange though. Shouldn't he have been exactly the same as the other one? Somehow he took longer to stun. Maybe I hit him wrong or something. Yeah, I don't know why they decided to give them so much HP. It's also quite weird because they then let you do that critical hit that literally takes away 50% of their HP, so I don't know. It's a bit of a weird setup. I like the militia a lot, though. They can sometimes have, like, very unfair, I guess, situations where they appear in, depending on how easy, depending on how you spot them. But they're also really fun to fight. I think they're probably one of the more unique and also, I don't know, they just have a lot of interesting attacks. They can overwhelm you, but they're also easy to deal with once you know how to deal with them. They can also easily miss, because they're so small. Oh, what the That's a very bright fog. Consecrated snowfield. Yeah. Just as I thought, because it was sort of foggy from above as well. Expected it to be like this when I got here. Okay, interesting intersection with the whole catacomb bit. Not entirely sure why that exists, but sure. I mean, I guess they had to connect the lift somehow to this area. Okay, so this is way more intriguing than I thought originally. So, is the Halic tree here? And if so, how is it connected to these weird, white, dead-looking trees? Yeah, it's fine. I mean, obviously I don't want to get spoiled, but sometimes it's, when you're still trying to discuss these couple of bits and pieces about the game, it's always not that easy to avoid spoilers altogether. Then again, a lot of things so far also are very sort of in terms of the things that you actually have to do. Most of it seems fairly straightforward and obvious so far, so not that much to spoil, I guess. The stuff that...
Do you hear me?
Oh, hello.
It is I, Latenna. We have reached the land of Mikla's Halic tree, where Lobo and I began our travels. It's entirely thanks to you that I'm so close to home. These great snow-laden lands stretch far to the north, and beyond the ancient bowers, in the liturgical town of Ordina, lies the place to which I must return.
So that town she was talking about was the town that I saw from up above, I assume. It's a bit unfortunate. I wish they would have covered up this entire land a bit more. If you make it more foggy from above, it would definitely be more interesting when you finally arrive here. It's not a big deal, because they're still covering it up somewhat. And obviously, from above, you can't really make out any details. Well, hey. Show me the path of gentle lights, the promised path to the Hallett Tree. I guess I'm initially supposed to follow the lights. I mean, the snow is pretty thick. Guess that would probably be the best point of reference at this point. Well, that seems like a pretty cruel punishment, though. But, well, then I guess, can you even... Isn't the whole point of this that it's only accessible once you have both halves of the medallion? Or, like, why would it matter... Why would the order in which you acquire the two halves of the medallion matter for the questline? I mean, then again, I don't know how it plays out if that happens, right? I wonder if I follow the lights first, if at some point the snowstorm will subside. Oh, it's actually a site of grace. I didn't even realize. It was so bright that I didn't even properly see it. Especially since the player spirit stood in the way. Consecrated snowfield. Wait, that's interesting though. Am I not still very close to the other one? Yeah. Huh. Well, I mean... Is there a particular reason why they decided to actually put a path on the map itself? That's a bit weird. I guess it's the same path that you follow by just following the lights, but certainly a bit of a strange decision. Oh, hi! Bunch of normal dudes here. Wait, did you drop something? Oh, hi. Another one. Oh, never mind. It was just these materials. Thought I ran by whatever it dropped. Is that a white one? Yes. How the heck did these guys get here? And also, why are they... Wait, am I supposed to go up there? There is even one of the... What the... Okay. Can they even... Oh yeah, well he did certainly see me. Holy fuck, are you tanky. Seriously? What the fuck was that? Oh! It's not very... Not very alarmed by that attack initially. Why are you not getting back to your carriage? Well, now I'm sort of... Am I meant to follow them? Oh, there's another light. Holy shit. Okay, now they're actually getting a bit further apart. Or at least this was. Maybe it just felt like it because of the carriage. Snack? Yeah, that's true. Part snail, part snake. There is a sleep torch. That sounds pretty awesome. I guess, yeah. I guess you can make the argument that Latenna wouldn't really trust you when you're just sort of grabbing, because I guess from her point of view, having one half of the medallion already would look like as if you're maybe trying to gain access to whatever this Halic tree is without really earning it, or without really, I don't know, being chosen by whoever's protecting it, or something like that. I can definitely see that making sense. And, I mean, usually I do like that FromSoft is very... they don't hold anything back, right? They just literally say, oh, you found one half of the medallion before the other one, even though you had no idea what the hell it's even about. Sure, we're just going to kill off an NPC. I definitely like that, because it sort of seems like the world has more agency, rather than just being dependent on you and your choices. So it's definitely a cool idea. The only thing that I sometimes wish they would do in these particular instances is just tell you a bit more about it. It's fine that they are, that they're sometimes having these really rough things that happen in the game, but after they happened, I wish they would sort of tell you why they happened. Only a little further now. Show me the path, O gentle lights. The path to Elthael. The hell is that now? Though overall they're doing a great thing. Did they actually place this NPC here to guide you as well? Yeah, just... Sorry, buddy. Said sorry to one and then just kill the other. But, oh well. I think, yeah, they're literally here to guide you as well, right? Because they're also holding the stones. Unless they're guiding me in the wrong direction, which would also be quite funny. Okay. Whatever this is. That's where the path continues. Man, if the snowstorm stays, it's going to be one hell of a thing to try and find hidden things in this area, though. I don't think it will stay. Probably gonna come a point where it's gonna leave the area. Okay, there's a stone here. Item over here. Yeah, at this point, no idea where the map is. I guess the map could tell... Oh, never mind. There it is. But... Wait, where does the light path actually continue? That's where it came from. That's the last location that I've seen. That's the big carriage still moving through here. Guess I could just grab whatever is in it. I already killed off most of the guards, I think. Wait, what? Oh, do they have to stop for me to be able to open it? Yeah, they do. Some Trina's torch. I guess that's the sleepy one. Okay, they're now staying. Where the hell does this lead? I mean, it's also pretty cool that the questline can go in these multiple directions, right? I just wish I would have known more about her before actually coming here. Because she's... Like, she seems like a really, really interesting NPC, especially with the wolf that dies and everything, right? Really tragic NPC as well. But yet you don't really get that much information about her. What the... Did I actually lose the light, or... Wait. Maybe it's easier to see if I turn off my own one. Maybe it's hidden by the... It's hidden by these guys? Nope. No actual light. These guys look pretty awesome in the snow. I guess... I kind of wanted to follow the light path instead of looking at the map, though. Looking at the map is a bit too easy. But I seem to have actually lost it. What the fuck are these guys doing here? There's six endings would be quite a lot. I definitely heard that there's more than 3, which was sort of your typical, I guess, FromSoft endings, or amount of endings. Okay, seriously, I think I'm just gonna try and go follow this actual path. This is really wide. I mean, they definitely have done a tremendous job with this snowstorm. Oh fuck, this leads to a cliff. Oh, I guess you're meant to go this way, probably? Unless... Well, technically, I also have a compass. Literally at the top of my screen, right? So... Hey! I found the lights. Unless I was already here at some point. But I don't think so. Oh. Ah, that's a pretty neat effect. So now it's... I guess we're sort of through the clouds or something? So that I can see better? Okay, so there's another one. This is a huge field on another side of Grace. Yeah, the Platinum Trophy is always something that, I don't know, I don't really care about anymore, to be quite honest. It was always, I mean, I guess it's a ton of fun playing the game, but, you know, going through it multiple times just to get different endings, is not that interesting anymore once you know what the endings are. Unless, of course, you enjoy playing through the game anyways, then you can just grab the different endings. Though that being said, I always felt that was kind of weird. For example, in Bloodborne, when there is like a secret ending, I always tend to like if I know there's a specific cool ending that even rewards you with an additional boss fight, then I don't know. It always felt kind of weird to me to sort of on purpose, just because I know, oh yeah, there's another one to get the trophy or whatever, to go for that in particular. I don't know. But it's definitely cool that these endings exist because if you start out not knowing about them, right, and how to trigger them, it's obviously a lot more interesting. It's just after a while, obviously, you probably would be able to always find them by yourself unless you do like 10 playthroughs, which can be exhausting depending on how easy or hard the endings are to find, right? Yeah, right. That's me as well. I just want to enjoy the game and not really worry about. I mean, as I said, it depends, right? If it's really enjoyable to get the different endings, which, to be fair, in FromSoft games, it usually is. You can grab all of them. It's just, sometimes games kind of want you to, I guess, I don't know, just get them for the hell of it, and that can feel very cheap. I don't know. I felt like, was that Nier Automata that has like the 30 different endings or whatever, but most of them are just joke endings? They're fun to discover on your own, but once you need to look them up in order to get every one of them, it becomes less fun, I think. There are NPC invaders here? Oh, that's fun. I always like fighting those. That's where the map is. I just realized. Also, this in general, I would be expecting some sort of boss fight here, to be honest. This just looks like a giant boss arena for some reason. Maybe it isn't. Looks pretty awesome, though. I really, really like the setup of this vast open space. It also seems to be a frozen lake, right? And also this idea of the fog clearing up, because it makes sense, right? The snowstorm is sort of in a particular height, and once you go down sort of into this large valley in the middle of it, you're basically out of the clouds, and so the fog lets off. It's a pretty cool effect. But I still really, really wonder how these white trees are connected to all of this. What the meaning behind them is. Looks really, really beautiful with these. They aren't even quite red, right? They're more these pinkish magenta red. Well, some of them are. Consecrated snowfield. Hey! What the fuck is that? Is that the tree? Ah. Well, now this makes more sense. Kind of wish this would have been another part of the map, though, right? Oh well. This is honestly not what I was expecting, somehow. So the Havoc tree is an actual tree that is just basically hidden behind these mountains. And, well, I guess now the interesting part will be, why does it exist? How is it connected to the Earth tree? And, well, what the hell is going on, basically? Okay, so we have some sort of cave over here. There is a cave over here. It looks to be a couple of ruins. This is the town. So this, whatever this sort of section is probably how you actually get over here, I guess. If you can get over here. I mean, it looks like it. It's really awesome that they also completely obscure your vision of this, right? Even though I was here and looked over there multiple times, it's just foggy. You don't see this thing at all. And then they've also done this very cool sort of... I mean, that in general is pretty awesome, sort of the way they're unlocking the maps. But also the fact that they have this giant area in here that is actually not playable map or play space or whatever you want to call it. That definitely screws with you, right? Because you never quite know how much is still to come, how large this area is, or if there's even going to be anything in here. Because this might have just well been ocean, right? It's really, really awesome how they're unlocking this. Well, now the question is just... I mean, I guess that's the city, right? Do I start with the city? Or do I want to look at the rest of the stuff first? I mean, I guess in a way, Latenna probably wants to go home, right? And the city looks pretty inviting. Oh, there's a puzzle in the village. Well, technically, I really like puzzles, though, so I hope it's... well, puzzles can be either very cool or very annoying. Yeah, I can get behind that. Oh, there's an NPC invader that makes a comeback as well? That would be awesome. Do I want to go to the... Oh, are they chasing after the scarab in the snow? That's actually kind of cute. This area has such a cool setup. It just feels a lot more... Even though it isn't, technically, I guess, it still feels a lot more peaceful, somehow, than most other areas in the game. Ooh, I saw that. So these guys are all very similar to Latenna, it seems like. So they all have their own wolves, and they also shoot you with a bow. Though I'm still wondering what the hell is up with these ghost trees everywhere. Though maybe that's just some sort of enchantment to obscure your vision. Or, well, not my vision in particular, but if somebody would want to invade this land or something. Hey, yeah, I see you. Oh, there's a bunch of these guys. Holy shit. It's a lot more than I thought there would be. I wonder... There's probably a site of grace here somewhere, right? Ordina? Liturgical town. Oh yeah, there it is. Interestingly enough, the setup, especially with these green lights, it does remind me somewhat of the Sorcerer Town in Caelid. That also had a puzzle in it, right? I guess it feels kind of weird just going through, like, right through the middle of this entire thing and not really dealing with anything else. But then again, I think most of that is probably just going to be optional stuff, is it? Well, not yet. I do want to see for myself first. It's interesting though that it's destroyed for the most part. I don't know, somehow looking at it from a distance, I felt like it looked pretty intact for the most part. I mean, I guess it is. Are you going to attack me? No. Okay. So they also have these... They actually look kind of weird, don't they? They also have these seals. What the hell is going on with the light? Is that a symbol of the Halictree, actually? Is it sort of supposed to grow the other way around or something? So there's only these spirits. Well then again, looking at this now, I wonder if the rest of the map here has maybe hints towards what you're supposed to do here. Oh, well then again, that would be really unusual, to be honest. Are those... Wait. Oh no, no. No, they are. The hell are these Albinorics doing here? Wait, am I not just literally on the other side of the... I guess there's something else in between? That looks to be a... Oh, no, that's just another seal, okay. So not necessarily a boss fight. What the hell is this guy doing here? Black knife stuff. Did he try to, I don't know, infiltrate the city as well, but was shot by... Oh, that actually looks pretty awesome. Hood used by the Black Knife Assassins. The assassins that carry out the deeds of the Knight of the Black Knives were all women, and rumored to be Numen, who had close ties with Marika herself. What's the... Oh, this one. Holy shit, this looks cool. Especially since this hood part is sort of translucent in a way. Scale armor used by the Black Knife Assassins. Forged to make no sound. Traces of power yet remain in its concealing veil which muffles the sound of footsteps. The assassins that carried out the deeds of the Knight of the Black Knives were all... Okay, that's the same description. This is a really, really cool armor set. Definitely want to wear that at some point. Ooh. What's that guy doing here? Quite an interesting setup, and behind is the mausoleum that I also saw from above. Okay, so I guess whatever I need to do probably has to do with these spirits, right? They don't talk, though. Yeah, this definitely reminds me a lot of the Sorcerer Village in Caelid. Though in that case you had like a fairly clear instructions, actually. Although they were still kind of weird. Oh, this is actually solid. That's why it looks so weird, I was wondering. Because it looked very weird for fog, but it's just literally a solid barrier, somehow. And there actually isn't that much on the outside of this town. This guy still keeping watch. He has some sort of light. I guess I'm also just supposed to follow the lights. Oh, wait, the lights literally just... Oh. Ah, that's where the actual puzzle is, okay. So you do get a hint for it, that makes sense. Is that the symbol of the Halictree, I presume? What makes the Halictree really, really cool as a sort of general setup, I feel like, is that somehow they've made it so that the Halictree comes across as way more peaceful, almost, compared to the Erdtree. And even though you're supposed to become Elden Lord and whatnot, blah blah, that all seems, I don't know, quite violent. And I mean, it's all, you know, gets back to the Shattering and all of these different entities and demigods fighting each other. And obviously I don't know yet, but the Halictree's just sort of back here, waiting, not really doing anything, seemingly. It's a pretty cool initial setup. Light the 4 figures in the Everjail. So it is very, very similar to Caelid Sorcerer Town, because there you also had to light 4 signals. So I guess I have to enter it and then find 4 lights. Okay. So this is like a different version of the same city. I guess those lights? Let's see. Oh, hello. Who the fuck are you? This actually looks pretty cool, the whole... like having this very dark background all of a sudden. Okay, so now I can actually go through the entire city, it seems like. Which makes me think that if I... Oh, hello! What the fuck? Okay. Well, that makes this whole thing obviously a lot more annoying. Where the fuck are you? There you are. If you are hiding, then I'm staying up here. Are you kidding me? You can just... I was wondering why they placed this in an Everjail, but having strong opponents like this guy in here, that makes a whole lot of sense. Oh, this has got a glitch with the Mimic Veil? Shit, can I actually get my runes back, or are they now within the sealed parts of the city? No, they're not. Can they even... They're not. I just realized that I have a 50,000 runes. Okay, so... Sometimes it looks as if there are footsteps here as well, isn't it? I don't think you can interact with them. Why is that? Is that just a hint as to something being in the Everjail? Though I guess, I don't really have to kill him, right? I just have to not get attacked by him. Wait, where the fuck was... Oh, there it is. Let me see for a second. How many... Oh yeah, I collected a bunch more. I forgot about that. 124, so I need 70,000. Yikes, that's 70,400. That's actually quite a lot. I should be able to get to that. I just want to get rid of my runes, and then I'll try the Everjail again. It's a pretty cool setup, the idea of having this town encompassing Everjail. That's a pretty cool idea. And definitely a much needed spin on the whole Everjail thing. Because those were definitely getting very stale after a while. Wait, how much is this? 5,000. I'm at 92. What did I say? 124, right? So another 112. 30,000? And... let's see. This would be... 1,400. And this is... 1, 2... Let's use one of these. Wish this would be faster to do, but oh well. I need 400 more. Oh, there's a torch that can help show them. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, I can see it being pretty annoying. Yeah, once they see you, they're probably just going to... I mean, they're fast in general, right? These assassins are already annoying to fight as it is, and them being completely invisible for the most part definitely doesn't make that any easier. It's a bit annoying that the Everjail is literally on the other side of the town. I do still wonder, though, what's up with this effect? Is this just random? Why does it look like literal footsteps coming down the stairs? At the exact location where I first encountered the assassin. I find it pretty intriguing. So I found the body of the assassin here, right below the bridge. So what exactly does that mean? Does it mean that they pretty much killed the assassin and trapped his spirit within the Everjail to make him, or force him to protect the town as well? That would be quite a cruel, but also really cool and interesting spin. Okay, so he was there in the middle. The problem is that I also need to... So it looks like that's one of the lights, that's one of the lights. I guess... Oh, that's another one. So I think they're pretty much all on top of the... Like on the rooftops, right? Question just being... How the hell did we get there? Oh, okay. This is a bit annoying, though. The fact that you have to somehow get back into the city. Oh, he's already here? I see you. I hate that they have this... like this grabbing move. That's the craziest part about them. Oh, wait, is this another one? Yeah, it is. Okay, nice. So at least now I know what the lights are and how they look like. So it basically means that I already know... almost. It's really... Their timings are pretty tough to deal with. You don't necessarily see where he's coming from. And he's pretty much just following you the entire time, which is... Oh, there's... Are you kidding me? There's two of them? Yeah, well, that's not gonna work. Okay. Well, the problem is that it will be quite tough to get away from them, right? And they can also jump. Because the biggest problem is that I don't really know how the hell I'm supposed to get onto the roofs. It doesn't really help that I know where all the lights are if I can't get to them. And also now it counts as me being in combat the entire time as well. Yeah. Maybe I should try and take a look at the city outside of the Everjail. Though then again, it's a bit more complicated with... How are the freaking... Oh. Well, at least now I found the ladder. Oh, that's just a... Oh, of course. Sure. Are you kidding me? Okay, so I have to deal with them first as well. Oh boy. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. So you can't even climb up without just being shot down. The fuck? Yeah, they have some sort of homing missile things. I guess I could try and sneak up on them. At least with knowing where that ladder is. If I get rid of the archer first somehow, then I could get rid of the assassins as well, because they're too dumb to jump over where I just jumped over. Problem is that guy will always see me, right? I don't think that you can do this without him seeing you. Yeah. It's just kind of unfair that he's... like, you can't really move on the ladder, and... usually he's just shooting his one thing, but as soon as you're on the ladder, he's shooting 3 arrows at once. That's, Well, I mean, I wouldn't have known about the torch, right? So I definitely want to do it without it. Oh wait, they stay... well, that makes things a lot easier then, if they stay lit after you activated one of them. What's the point of these guys being here, though? I wonder if they're some sort of hint as to where you're supposed to go. So the only point of these weird seals, then, is that you can't really get a good look at the whole town while you're not in the Everjail? That's kind of a weird setup, though. So the ladder's still here? Yes, it is. Huh. So I guess I just somehow want to get rid of the, So, yeah, they're all, they're basically telling you, though, I mean, you don't necessarily need the spirits, right? It's quite obvious that this is going to be a light. I mean, it's really, really obvious where the lights are in the first place. Okay, problem being, this is the only ladder onto these roofs, so I guess from here I would want to jump down here, go over there. I could jump onto the other roof. Wait, that's one of the lights? Where was the fourth one? Isn't the fourth one that over there? Wait, is it? So I guess you want to jump onto those broken up ruins and then over those rooftops? Maybe you want to activate that first, though. If I get rid of the archer, this one's going to be easy to grab. Unless there might be another archer still shooting at me, but the second ladder is easy to get through. It's just the first that I need to... Also, I just realized, in the Everjail, the town is still a bit more whole, I guess, right? It's not as destroyed as this one seems to be. I mean, if they'll stay activated, this is going to be easy anyways, but... It's just accessing the Everjail in the first place after you die is actually the most annoying part about this. I wonder why they decided to place it behind the city. Sort of. definitely a bit more annoying than it needed to be. I wonder what's the deal with why is the city itself only filled with spirits, while on the outside the guys that are still living exist. Kind of a weird setup. I guess they're still wondering about these footsteps. That's maybe an oversight. I don't know. Yeah, maybe they're... guess they're trying to protect the spirits of their dead ancestors or something? No, okay, so that tower is definitely still destroyed. So I guess I just misremembered that. That would have been a cool setup to change up how the town looks, and make the Everjail basically a past version of the town. Okay, he was shooting at me from where exactly? Is he... wasn't he on one of the... where the hell is that guy? Guess I can just try and... oh no, it's a wrong roof. Yeah, that's... Wait. Oh, there you are. Now he's suddenly shooting me with 3 arrows at once as well. Well that's... is there no way to get up to him? This is where I wanted to go initially. Oh, hello. Can you just stop? What the fuck? That's pretty cool though, that like if they lose sight of you, they sort of track the area where you were. Definitely a pretty cool setup. And they even give you back healing. Wow. Okay, let's see. Is there a way to get onto this roof? Yes. There's the next one. Okay. Yeah, I know you're there. Let's try to get out of range from him. Hey, is that another golden seed over there? Probably, right? Need to grab that. Oh. Huh. I guess I could have also just used this ladder. Never mind. Okay. That's this light done. Yeah, so these things are different, right? These statues normally aren't there. Which makes me wonder what they're supposed to represent. Don't really know who that might be. I guess that guy wouldn't be able to shoot me on the other ladder though, right? At least he should be able to. Let me just confirm that the other light is still lit. I hate to get the assassin's attention, but definitely want to see this. It's definitely still lit, okay. Well, that's cool. It's interesting, I mean, you hear their footsteps quite a bit more clearly than I thought you would. Okay, so I guess now that guy will shoot at me, right? Wait, are there actually only 2 bow guys here? Wait, he's looking the other way. Huh. Well, the fact that they stay lit definitely makes this whole thing a lot easier. Especially once you know how to get onto the rooftops, the assassins can't really follow you, thankfully. Ah, there's another one. I was wondering about that. Hmm. Oh, that was... Seriously? Stop with the bullshit. At least they can't really do anything once you're in melee range with them. Nice. Well, now I guess I have free access to the last one. Oh. I was... What the hell? Why was there a red spirit? But I touched the bloodstain by accident, so... Okay. Let's see. I guess this will transport me outside of the Everjail. No, it doesn't. Oh, it does. Okay. I was wondering whether or not you had to kill something or go somewhere in particular. Nice. This was fun. Yeah, their arrows are a bit too much, honestly. I mean, I guess, like, obviously they wanted to make this a bit harder, but it's a bit too... Like, their arrows are a bit too crazy, right? I was literally ducking, like, in cover right in front of him, and the arrow still does this almost, like, 90-degree turn in mid-air and still hits you. Yeah, that's slightly too crazy for my taste. It's also a bit... I mean, I guess once it happens, you know, but the fact that they sometimes just shoot a single arrow when you're still on the ground, but then suddenly, once you get onto the rooftops, they start shooting 3 at once. Yeah, that's pretty tough to deal with. The spirits are all still there, though, and... I guess aside from these seals now being opened, the town itself seemingly hasn't really changed that much. Seeing this town and these peaceful spirits almost makes me wish that the all of the what are they called? All of the archers and their wolves and stuff outside of the town would also be peaceful towards you when you know Latenna. I guess the implication is that since she's a ghost now, she wouldn't really be able to communicate with them about our intentions, but... I just really wish they would sometimes not make everything just a hostile threat. Would also fit the whole vibe of the environment quite well, I think. Yeah, thanks for the follow, and it was really, really great chatting to you. I hope you have a great rest of your day. I guess... Yeah, this is what I kind of expected to be here. Teleporter potentially leading to the Helic Tree. Now the only question remains, do I want to go there immediately? I guess I could take a sneak peek at it, right? Doesn't necessarily mean... This might be another sort of city or something. Because if it is, I probably want to clear out this area first. Because that just seems like the most logical thing to do. Especially since, well, if the town doesn't really have anything to do with Latenna, then I guess instead of just going straight for where the quest line leads, I guess I would try to clear this out first. Also, looking at the map, it shouldn't be too difficult necessarily. It shouldn't take too long, I think. Before I move on, though, I kind of glanced over a couple of items that I got in between, and I wanted to take another look at them. So, first of all, the torch that I got earlier. What the hell are the torches? Oh, it's been so long since I equipped one. I actually don't remember the hell the game puts the torches. Oh, it's here. Okay. Sanctrina's torch. Causes sleep buildup. So it's literally the same as the Sanctrina lilies and everything connected to that as well. That's pretty cool. Candle stand torch that burns with a light purple flame. The carvings depict Sanctrina, but in adult form, somewhat unnervingly. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Oh, difficult to tell from the picture itself. Fires of slumber blow into the candlestick's flame, creating a stream of hazy purple fire to cover the ground ahead. The intoxicating flames inflict a sleep ailment upon foes. Don't know how usable that would be in PvE. Definitely a very cool effect, though. And then I think I missed this one, the Helfen Steeple that I got earlier. Greatsword patterned after the black steeple of the Helfen, the lampwood which guides the dead of the spirit world. The lamplight is similar to grace in appearance, only it is said that it can only be seen by those who met their death in battle. Ruinous Ghost Flame. Swing the sword to bathe its blade in Ghost Flame. Ghost Flame adds magic damage to attacks and also has a bitterly cold bite. This just looks awesome, to be honest. I would definitely like to do like a heavy build run at some point without magic, possibly with like a great shield or something. I would like to see how well that works within this game. Though if I want to do it on New Game Plus, I would have to vastly like respec my character, I guess. Well, that's actually something that I didn't think about. If I would, like, before you start New Game Plus, if you just go to Renala and change your stat points, could you just put, I don't know, 99 levels in strength or something like that? Probably, right? Might be a bit overkill for New Game Plus, but definitely an intriguing option, to say the least. Hopefully I didn't miss anything else to read through in the meantime. I don't think I have. Okay, let's take a sneak peek at this thing. I honestly just didn't expect this tree to just be here. Michaelis Halictree, holy fuck. Oh, these guys are here as well? Oh, hello. Stone Sword Key. Okay. Well, that's weird that they would attack you right here, though. Halictree Canopy, okay. Holy fuck. This is more Lord of the Rings than Lord of the Rings. Holy shit! That looks absolutely stunning. What a cool idea and setup. Okay, so this is literally an entire level, it seems like. And this looks like an actual tree, right? It's also quite interesting. Man, I really hope that the game at least somewhat explains more about this. Also, already, I mean, there's so much interesting stuff to look at here. This is where the freaking mushrooms are coming from. So all of these spirits that are constantly helping you, I guess they've been sent by the Halic tree? I mean, that would be the idea, right? If these mushrooms are sprouting here, I think that's the first time where I've actually seen them, like, properly. Wow. Also, holy shit, there's quite a bit more here as well in terms of landmass. I mean, that's definitely not going to be part of the game, right? Oh no, never mind. It's literally this landmass. Okay, I thought I was looking towards north, but I actually wasn't. Okay, yeah, so that's the... Is that the volcano? No, I think it's this windmill village, right? Yeah, I think it is. So, the tree that I saw through the fog from there was actually the Halic tree. I never would have guessed that to be the case. I thought it was some other minor Erd-tree or something. Man, I love this thing. Now I really want to know what this is about. Why is this sort of behind the rest of the world? Who planted this here? Why is it still here? Why is it not destroyed or anything? You would assume that if something like this... I mean, I guess at the end of the day it's just a tree, right? But considering how important the Erd-tree is, I don't know, maybe they were able to just conceal it properly? Or something? Holy shit, this looks awesome. Michaela's Halic tree. Also, what's the deal with Michaela specifically? Why is Michaela connected to the Halic tree? What's the deal with this? Okay. But, as I said, this was just a sneak peek, so... I guess my plan will be that I clear out this entire section, right? So I'll start down here again, where it starts. Clear out everything. Now that I have the map, it shouldn't be too difficult to get through the snowstorm as well. And once I've cleared out everything, then I'll go to the Halic tree and deal with everything here. Let me just quickly go back here, though. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't miss anything. For some reason, this hidden path and these catacombs just seemed... I also wish they would have had other music here, but oh well. It just seems as if there's... Because there's like this small window and everything. It seems like there's way more to this place than I originally thought. Right, because it also says that the beast eye quivers, right? Get rid of the small ones first. Sometimes they start flailing, like, very weirdly. Like, it takes them a while to actually do anything, and then they're constantly hitting you all the time, suddenly. But yeah, there's definitely a lot more going on in here, I think, than I first thought. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, so those messages in mid-air. I guess maybe there's some sort of platform that you can raise up. Holy shit, this looks insanely large. Now that I'm taking another look at it. Let's just do it. Ah, okay. I was thinking that this might be the case, since I think there's a couple of instances in Dark Souls as well, where there are, like, invisible things going on. Is there, like, a trick to this? Is there some way of knowing where these surfaces exist and where they don't? Ah, shit, now I can't teleport anymore. Because I'm definitely trying to... I don't know whether or not I could... do I want to start with this next time? Probably, right? I mean, if I die now, I just die. I don't know, never mind, you could just run over here. There has to be some way of knowing where the fuck you can go and where you can't, right? Eee, a silver scarab. Oh no, never mind. What? Ah, raises item discovery. Okay, cool. I mean, there also has to be a way to get back up. Unless this entire... Is this entire room just... an invisible floor? That would be kind of weird though, right? It definitely also leads down, so... I guess the idea is that you can move between doors or something. Oh, that was... What the hell was that? Why did I stab twice? That's never happened before. Okay, seriously though, shouldn't there be a way to get out of this? There are even invisible staircases, it seems like. I almost reacted to that in time. Okay. Ah, okay. Definitely doesn't continue everywhere. Oh, that's just another one of these guys. Looking at this, that almost reminded me of the big brain in Bloodborne. I guess once you're here, you can only really go this way. Oh, oops. What the fuck? How big is this section? What the... hell is going on? Ah. So this is where the boss room is. It's good to know, I guess. Okay. Still locked somehow. This feels like it's looping back to the beginning. Maybe. Ah, yeah, it does. That's the window, I think. Spelldrake Talisman. Pretty sure this is the window where you originally start from, right? The one that I was looking at? Yeah. Okay, so that's the way to get back up. Question obviously being, what the fuck is that contraption? So if this is the only... I can go over there. I'm kind of confused by how you're even supposed to know this. I mean, obviously there are the online messages that usually probably will give you a hint. It's quite the obscure design, though. Why is there this Marika statue here, I wonder? If it's just the entrance to the whole thing. I mean, I guess I went to the most obvious places first. I was already in here, though. I don't think that's the solution. There is a light over there, but I don't think you can actually go there. And I was already in there. I don't know, somehow doesn't feel like there are actually that many possibilities, right? And I can go there, but that was just basically a dead end. You can go down there and then jump through. Unless I just missed the contraption right at that point. What a weird setup, though, right? I mean, do they ever give you any sort of hint as to these things being here? Can I, let's see. Well, that wasn't really clever. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, let's very quickly get rid of the small ones first. Come here. Okay. That'll make this a lot easier. What the fuck? I've never seen it make those sounds. smell this is dead at least. Ah! That's where the... Well, that was a lot easier than I thought. So I guess this is literally just those two sort of side areas, and then you go down here, and that's pretty much it. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Maybe it would be too annoying to make the whole sort of... make the whole invisible floor puzzle more elaborate. I don't know. I think it's just kind of a weird setup, isn't it? I feel like the game just doesn't give you any hint towards something like that existing. I don't know, and so it just seems to be a little bit out of nowhere is all, right? It's a pretty cool thing, especially since it hasn't happened yet, but it's also, because of that, just a bit strange that they... just a bit random. This would have maybe made more sense for some sort of sorcerer tower or something, maybe, right? Where you would think, oh, of course, you know, there's a, something magical going on here, or whatever have you, right? Alright, let's see. Oh, am I fighting myself? I am. Hello, this is going to be annoying. What a cool fucking boss fight, though. Wait, he can even heal? Stray mimics here. They use the same thing against each other. Oh, what a cool boss fight! Black Flame Monk Amon. Has nothing to do with the fight, which is a bit disappointing, but alright. What a cool fight! That's awesome! That is absolutely awesome. No idea how this mimic got here, though. That seems a bit far-fetched, but no matter. It's still a really, really cool setup. Definitely the type of unique boss fight that I would expect more. I mean, obviously they can only really pull this once, but yeah. This was awesome. This is probably... You know what makes this very funny? If you know that there's a mimic of you in here, and go into this fight with, like, really, really bad weapons and stuff like that, and nothing equipped, and then you just go in there and... oh, right, everything has respawned, never mind. And then you just go in there and annihilate yourself with, like... And your mimic just doesn't stand a chance against you because you have everything and they don't. That would be quite funny, to be honest. Or vice versa, making it as strong as you can, right? Just decking it out with, like, impossible to deal with shit, and then going in and trying to deal with it would also be pretty fun. I honestly wish there was an item that could respawn bosses, right? Because the thing is, bosses can be really hit and miss, right? Sometimes you like a couple of them, sometimes you don't. And isn't there this one item in Dark Souls 2 that allows you to basically reset a particular level and put it to New Game Plus without you being in New Game Plus? I think that's a thing in Dark Souls 2, right? I heard somebody mention that in chat at one point while I was playing Dark Souls 2. And I wish there was something similar in Elden Ring, but instead of resetting a level, it should reset a particular boss fight. I think that would be awesome. Obviously, you'd have to try and come up with, I don't know, certain rewards that you would get for it. Maybe you could get some sort of crafting material or something special. I don't really know, but I feel like that would honestly be a very, very awesome setup to be able to to be able to do that, because then you could choose, like pick and choose, right? Every time you encounter a boss fight that is really, really fun, that you just either you summoned, because I mean that's me, right? Especially on a first playthrough, I just like to, not only do I like to, I guess, min-max in that regard, since it is technically still sort of an RPG, right? So I like to get as strong as possible, as strong as the game allows me to be, which does include the summons in this particular case, right? Because I also want to know what they are, right? I want to engage with all the content the game has and gives me, so I don't want to, just exclude, for example, summoning simply because I know that the game would be more of a challenge if I didn't do it. Right, that's kind of a dumb setup in a first playthrough. Obviously, in like a second one or a special challenge run or whatever have you, right? You can always do those later on. But because of that, and also there are just certain bosses, like the big worms, for example, that are flailing around a lot and that sort of glitch into walls a lot and stuff like that. I wouldn't really like to fight them again, right? I don't really particularly like those fights. But if you encounter a fight like this that is just really, really unique or really, really fun for any number of reasons, being able to reset it and also be rewarded for it, at least a little bit, would be pretty awesome in my opinion. Yeah, I would really like something like that. Well, I guess I've done this thing now, right? Okay. So, that's going to be it for now. I do want to go back to the round table, though. I want to see if Gideon actually mentions anything else. I don't think he will, but you'll never know. It's been a while since I've been at the round table, so definitely want to check that out. Next time, plan is going to be to pretty much clear out this entire area, the entire snowfield, everything in here, all the dungeons and caves and whatnot. And afterwards, go to the Halictree and deal with that and see what the hell is up with that. Because, I mean, clearly you can do something there. The question being, what can you do there? And can you, like, will that lead to another ending? Can we maybe get rid of the Erdtree and replace it with a Halictree or something, and the Halictree be the thing that watches over people, right? Because I don't know, I don't want to leave this world in a state of chaos. I feel like it definitely is pretty chaotic right now and probably needs a little bit of the stability that the Golden Order originally gave it. Clearly there were some problems with that, so maybe the Halictree could be a solution to that. So yeah, I guess I want to just see what that entails, what it means, why it exists, and what we find there. Still a lot more to come. Yeah. I feel like, so, the whole snowfield, the Halictree, but then also the eastern part here, those are still definitely things that I need to deal with. The floating ruins, I somehow need to deal with as well. And I feel like somehow there's going to be something after you light the Erdtree on fire. If that is what I'm doing, I'm still not entirely sure if there aren't maybe other paths that present itself or themselves once we get there. But yeah, let's return to the round table for the time being. I wish there was one more zoom thing on the map that would let you basically zoom out on the entire thing, because it's a really, really cool looking map. I guess, can you actually... Sites of Grace, marker, place beacon. That's a shame. I wish there would be an option to get rid of all the icons. Just for like a cool screenshot or something. Oh well. Table of Lost Grace. The round table holds. Let's see. The two fingers still doing their thing. Contacting who knows what.
You must find King Onismus.
That's the same thing. Sure, the same thing she said last time, right? So already have this. No, wait. Do I have this? Why can I not get this? Well, no, never mind. She already gave me this, right? Wait, is... yeah, that's where I got this from. Never mind. So I'll grab the weapon then. Okay. Also, I'm really close to another level. How many levels was that today? I feel like I leveled once per hour, pretty much. That's kind of crazy. They really increase the amount of runes that you find quite a lot all of a sudden. Still nothing else going on here, though. I really would have thought that I would have met Fia by this point again. Don't know what the hell is going on with her. She just nopes out of existence and then just...
Greetings. Are you here for...
I don't know. That's just it. I wish you could talk to her about the jellyfish. I mean, she's the one that gave me that. It's definitely a missed opportunity. Huh. Round table holds definitely still a mystery to me somehow. I don't know. What a weird place.
Well, I took you've no matter to lay out your own.
Can I actually upgrade something? Somber Smithing Stone 9. Oh, I have more of these. Let's do that, I guess. I can upgrade this further. I only have 2 Smithing Stone 8. That's a bit of a shame. Where the hell do you get a Somber Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone from? I guess it must be somewhere at the... like, all the way at the end of the game or something? I'll come back to him in a bit. I want to sell him some stuff in order to level. Probably want to get rid of a couple of duplicate items as well. That guy's still sitting there. So I guess the same must have happened to him, right? He must have been born with these horns, and they were cut off. Just have absolutely no idea who he is or why that's been happening to him. The upgrade materials are still a joke. You're able to purchase them at a point where they don't matter at all anymore. Gideon, what up? Secret medallions are reunited.
I see you've laid your hands on the other secret medallion. I'm glad to see my counsel has borne fruit. But the honor of the deed is yours alone. You've made more of yourself than Ensha has. Now, more importantly, both secret medallions are in your hands. I suppose you'd like to know then? What awaits you on the path ahead?
Yeah,
Me
I've
too,
pretty much
my
already
friend.
seen.
Me too. I wait with bated breath.
Okay. Using the secret
So
medallions.
the secret medallions led you to the land of the Halig tree. I'd
Halig.
expect to find Melania there. So
Okay.
you fought Radahn to a standstill. Well, if the Scarlet Rot hasn't eaten her away completely. But with the Halig tree as it is, I suppose Mikola must already be. Ah, my apologies. Lost myself for a moment there. The information you shared is of great value. As promised, your reward. A secret right, known only to me. You are a true fellow. All I ask is that you remain constant.
Black Flame's protection. Wait, what was that weird comment about Mikella that he made? So, if I find Melania there, but, I mean, I guess, in a way, the Halig tree has, like, weird things sprouting on it, but it didn't really look too malicious. I don't really know.
There are 4 more Mikola of the Hail. His twin, Malay Luna Princess, and Rani is said to have cast a saw here at the hall. If you should learn any.
So I wonder if I fight Melania and Mikella either together or back to back or something? I wonder if they're both at the Halig tree. Well, I certainly didn't expect an incantation with what he said about... Why does he have Black Flame stuff, though? Black Flame incantation of the Godskin Apostles. Summons Black Fire within, increasing physical damage negation. However, Sacred Flasks and other such forms of HP restoration are impaired. The Apostles were all embraced by the Gloam-Eyed Queen. The Black Flame was their armor within. What the fuck is the Gloam-Eyed Queen? What the... Why do they always just throw these words at you? I mean, I guess I should be able to figure out who that might be. Yeah, to be honest, the problem is, I've taken so long to play through this game that it's really, really difficult to piece all the things together and to actually remember everything that is connected to like a certain name or a certain entity or whatever have you. So honestly, at this point, I'm kind of trying to get to the end of the game and then sort of retroactively work out what kind of meanings are behind all of these different things. I think that makes more sense rather than... Because now I wouldn't really be able to know where to start with a name like that, for example, that I just heard. Okay, let's see. 126, 618. Oh, wrong direction. 126, 618.
Black or red, no matter.
126, 618. Let's get rid of a couple of duplicate things. Nothing double in here? Interesting. Well, this is double. And this is... I can also sell, yeah, 2 of the clubs. That's the thing that I remembered being duplicate. Alright, the rest I'm just going to do through runes. What did I say? 126, 618. Let's get rid of a couple of the smaller ones. $126, right? Uh, and then 618. Oh, I can get rid of these ones. 126, 618. Let's get rid of one of these. And oh wait, that's way too much. Okay. One more level it is then. That'll be, I guess... Doesn't matter whether or not it's strength or dexterity at this point. Could also go with endurance or arcane. Yeah, as I said, let's get strength and dexterity to 20 first. It still slightly increases my attack power, so I guess that works. Well, I managed to do quite a lot. I mean, it was a long stream as well. I originally planned for like 8 hours or something. It's 11. It's fine. Yeah. It's been a lot of fun. I'm still somewhat on the fence in terms of the secret Heilig Tree medallion. The tree itself is a really cool secret, though they also then just reveal it on the map as well. I don't really know. It's a bit of a weird one, right? Especially since you can see the snowfield from up above. I wish they would have kind of concealed it more, I guess. The quote-unquote puzzle, I mean, it's not really a puzzle, right? But the challenge, Everjail, whatever you want to call it, in the city, was pretty cool. Definitely a little bit of a unique spin. I wish they would do that more often. There would also be a great way of having peaceful cities that still provide you with challenge, right? If you put something like this Everjail in front of them, and through the Everjail you can still encounter enemies, but the actual version of the city doesn't have enemies in them and only sort of friendly NPCs or something, that would be a pretty good way of still making them engaging while also making them, I don't know, I really, really wish there would be more peaceful places in the world. It's a bit of a shame that everything is always hostile towards you, especially with something that looks as beautiful as that. Especially knowing that, you know, when you found Latenna, I mean, she isn't able to walk. Somebody killed her animal companion. And then you basically, you're being entrusted, or she entrusts you, and trusts you as well, leads you towards her village, and she's basically your friend at this point, but still you murder her friends when you get to the village, right? You murder all those innocent, like, wolves and the archers and everything. I feel like that's just a really, really strange setup, in my opinion. I wish that they would have designed that differently. Or even just make them, I don't know, make them just non-hostile or whatever, right? Do something. Like, make it a more peaceful place. Not everything needs to constantly try to kill you. Oh well. It is what it is, I guess. I'm really looking forward to going through that snowfield, though. I hope it doesn't contain too much stuff, because at this point I'm really intrigued by what the end will entail, right? I do want to get to the Earth Tree. I do want to get to the Flame of the Giants. I want to get through the Heilig Tree, so I don't want to be distracted by too much side stuff, but I've cleared out or at least I think I've pretty much cleared out most of the maps up until this point, so I want to continue doing that, even though if it still will take me a long time to do so, right? Obviously, I'm definitely expecting this playthrough to take about 40 more hours or something. I'll probably end up at something like 260, 270 played hours at the end, which is cool. Yeah. I wish that something like Castle Sol would have been a bit more unique. The boss fight was really cool. The rest of it, not so much. Could have been definitely been more interesting, especially with the Halictree medallion. I just wish there would be more build-up, right? I wish there would be more build-up towards bosses, so that you actually know who they are, why you fight them. I wish there would also be a bit more build-up towards locations themselves, right? I had no idea what this Castle Sol was supposed to be, why it exists. I mean, the banners looked cool. What the hell do they have to do with an eclipse? Like, what is that about? I don't know. There's so many mysteries in this game. I mean, again, it's fine that there are mysteries, but they also sometimes are just a bit too obscure to really like see through, right? To the point where you just don't really care after a while. Oh well. You still get rewarded with like beautiful sights, cool and unique ideas. Yeah. Really looking forward to continuing with it. Probably won't do that tomorrow. Currently, I'm planning on streaming Elden Ring on Wednesday again. Probably around start time will be around the same as today. I can't promise that though. But yeah, definitely not tomorrow. If I stream tomorrow, it'll be either 13 Sentinels or Final Fantasy XIV. Okay. Oh, this has been quite the session, hasn't it? But it was a ton of fun. Thanks again for the follow. It was a ton of fun chatting with you guys, and hopefully I'll see you on the next one as well. I hope you have a great rest of your evening, morning, day, wherever you are. See you on the next one. Till then, bye!